So he's going to move. I was going to see where I need to move back.
Challenger Series, what does it mean? Well, it's a big event.
The road to the Championship Tour is underway.
That one is so much better.
After huge wins for Callum Robson and Caitlin Simmers on the Gold Coast, the Challenger Series travels south to Sydney's northern beaches.
Wow.
For years, Manly has been a staple on the road to qualification. But this year will be crucial as relegated surfers fight to get back on the Championship Tour.
Is it all you could ask for?
For others, it's a chance to prove they are worthy of a coveted spot among the world's best.
Wow.
Challenger Series stop number 2 is on.
It's a huge international event and we have seen the best of the best.
Welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
This is the second step on the road to qualification for the Championship Tour. Stop number 2 on the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. And as you can see, our competitors are gearing up for another huge day of competition. This is also the first stop on the road to a championship title for those World Longboard Tour competitors. We had a couple of great days of competition for them. They'll be on standby again today. But as you can see, it looks like we're going to get the completion of the opening round for the women underway shortly with some of our competitors there gearing up to hit the lineup. Zoe Stein of South Africa, Sophie McCulloch on screen there with her coach Jay Bottle-Thompson. And it should be a fantastic way to kick off what is another beautiful morning here in Manly on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with a former CT event winner, Richie Lovett. Rich, thanks for having us, mate. You're also a local in these parts.
Mate, yep, grew up at Manly Beach, and you guys are always welcome. We love it when the circus comes to town. Months of the lead up, grommets were just fizzing to get a look at some of their heroes, some of the pros, and hasn't disappointed. Surfing's been amazing. The waves have been super fun, and more of the same coming up.
Yeah, it's Saturday morning here, obviously, so expecting that we'll have big crowds on offer. Everyone relishing the opportunity, as you said, to bump into some of these aspiring Championship Tour surfers. Some surfers that have come back from the CT as well.
Yeah, it's a rare chance for the whole community to get involved. Local Board Riders Club, Northstone Board Riders, has been down here as well. So it really does give those young surfers a chance to really see what it's like to be a competitive surfer, and that energy around the event, it is infectious, and it gets everyone involved. It even gets some of the old boys down who have been, sitting in the lounge room for too long. So it's the community's buzzing, and it's been a great event so far. We've started Tuesday. I feel like we've been going for about 2 weeks. There's been so much surfing action, and it's been really great.
Yeah, and Stace Galbraith has been here for all of it. Stace, what are we looking at today?
Morning, Ron. Morning, Rich. It's some pretty fun waves and some nice weather, but I'll let Will Hayden-Smith from Tours and Competitions give us the full rundown.
Good morning, Stace. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're going to get started pretty soon. In a couple of minutes, we're going to finish the women's round of 64. Then we're going to roll into the men's round of 48, and then we'll even squeeze in a couple of women's round of 32 heats this afternoon. At this point of the comp, we're looking at just alternating between the men's and women's rounds, and we should have fun waves all day. It's pretty low tide right now, and there's still good waves, and should get better through the morning.
Thanks for your time, Will. Looking forward to it.
Have a great day out there, Stace. Bringing us all the action from down there with the Oakberry surf conditions reports. He'll be in the Bonsoy athlete zone, chatting to some of the competitors as well. Doing a fantastic job. But let's look at this first heat, Rich. It's a beautiful morning here again. The sun just popping up over the horizon at the moment. Zoe Stein is out there in the red, the South African top seed. Won both the events in her region to earn her place here. We've also got Sophie McCulloch, who's I think got real potential to get to the Championship Tour. Had a bit of a shocking run by her standards on the Changa Series last year, and she's got some work to do. But Kobe Enright, good start to her campaign up there on the Gold Coast. But she was competing at home, so she's got to bring that hometown form down here to the beach breaks of Sydney. And then we've got Ariane Ochoa, the surfer from the Basque Country. And I think Ariane will probably be feeling pretty at home in these kind of conditions based on where she's from, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Things are going to get underway with the South African.
Yeah, Zoe just up and riding. This nice little left-hander just to open things up. You can see the drone. Plenty of camera angles down here, and we'll bring you all the action throughout the day. And the opening ride of today, just a small little inside runner. We're going to have predominantly these little beach break conditions all day, Ron. I think in the head-high range, that south swell is still holding strong for us, which is great. Smooth conditions. Variable westerly direction on the wind. This was Zoe's first ride. Just a couple of cutbacks to get things started. And water temp's nice and warm still. Air temp has definitely dropped. This has been the first little cold snap that we've experienced in Sydney for the year. Signs of things to come.
Well, just touching on Zoe's run to the Challenger Series, as I mentioned, just super dominant in the African qualifying series. Couple of victories, the surfer from East London, 18 years of age. And a real talent getting things started with a low-scoring ride, 2.67. But I doubt that the competitors would have had too much time to get out there this morning and get themselves a couple of rides before this heat.
No, the warm-up window is pretty small at the moment because it's we're getting things underway early, but mate, there was still a few heads out there right on dark. A couple of recreational surfers as well. Some of the grommets down here trying to share the lineup. A little bit more broken up, the swell today. We've seen a real strong line to this south swell over the past few days, but today it feels like it's broken up a little bit, so there might be some more corners, a bit more peaky, the action today. So that's promising with these beach break style conditions.
Might see more competitors kind of pushing their chips in, going all in on just big individual manoeuvres, not as much taper to the line of these swells. So we'll see what unfolds, but all these competitors in this opening heat will just try and identify where the judges want to take these numbers. Sophie McCulloch, as we mentioned, very experienced, has had a number of strong finishes, 22 years of age. It is time to start making inroads on this Challenger Series for Sophie. But part of a big push from that Sunshine Coast area up there in Queensland. There's just so much talent coming out of that area at the moment.
Yeah, there is, and Sophie's been around for a while now. Like, her name has been in the spotlight through the junior series, and you know, she's done well representing her club at some of the national club events. And you know, she's not an unfamiliar name, but as you said, it's time to move. It's time to get some big results on the board. We're in stop number 2 of 8. And you can't let these opportunities. Someone's going home with a lot of points and a fair bit of cash.
Well, domestically, Sophie is a force.
Yeah.
2 wins on the qualifying series ranks on a run to the Challenger Series. But as I mentioned, last year she had a bit of a shocker. 17th was her best finish. She finished 31st on the ratings. And with full respect to Sophie, I think she's a top 10 Challenger Series surfer. She's going to have to push hard, obviously, to crack the CT ranks, but she should be higher than 31. As we see Ariane right there from Bilbao. Beautiful city that is.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Conditions not too dissimilar to what you'd find at beach breaks of the Routh.
That's right.
Some of the beach breaks around the area. Nice cutback to start things off on this ride, all the way through. Gets that inside hit, and the connection. Always good when you get that opening ride. Get a couple of nice manoeuvres off. Get the confidence up right at the opening stages.
Zoe again having a look at this one. No big scores on the board just yet. Ariane had a great run on the Challenger Series last year. She had a 3rd in Portugal. Ended up finishing 14th on the ratings. So the 23-year-old is kind of, I think, going to be coming into this full schedule Remember last year was a short year on the Challenger Series, just 4 events. But coming into a full schedule, she'll have some time to, chase down some more big results. You're counting your top 5 finishes from those 8 contests.
Yeah, you are, which gives you a little bit of a buffer out of the 8 events. You can throw away 3 of them, but you don't want to be playing catch up. I mean, ideally, the plan would be get all the results, get them done, and then even, try and win this thing towards the end of the year. Come Hawaii. Here we go, Soph up and riding.
Oh, a couple of nice hits there from the Queenslander. Gets that board up into the lip a couple of times. Ariane had a 5.17. Zoe, she's still hanging on to a 2.67 as her best ride. Looking to find some open face here. She does get a bit of wall to work with, but that wave kind of had a funny crease through it. Let's check in with Stace and get an update on the conditions.
Yeah, thanks, Ron, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and it's pretty similar size to yesterday. However, as Richie mentioned, it's a little more broken up. So I think we will see a few more, one big manoeuvre options. I saw Alyssa Spencer yesterday. She got a massive score for just one massive turn out the back, particularly on this low tide. The left isn't really linking up yet, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a few surfers move a bit further south, like Kobe Enright, or potentially a little further more north to the pipe. So a few options on offer this morning.
Stace, you've done a lot of coaching with competitors at the elite level. Stop number 1, the Challenger Series, the waves obviously were firing. It was always going to be a very different challenge down here at North Stain. But how do you get a competitor's frame of mind right before heading out? How do you get their motivation up when they're going into surf like this?
We've been really fortunate this week. I think the conditions have been fantastic. The hard thing for motivation is this first heat of the day. I could see a lot of nervous energy around the comp this morning, a lot of boards being changed, the poxy's coming out. So that's the hard one, to just try and remind the athlete, you've got this. You've done this 1,000 times. This is just another heat, but it's particularly hard to get a gauge on the lineup when it's the first heat of the day. So yeah, that is a big challenge. It's something all these surfers are working through right now.
Stace, yesterday we saw Leo Fioravanti take to that northern part of the bank and really dominate. He'd obviously been watching the conditions. Whereabouts are our ladies sitting today?
Yeah, so we've got 3 surfers right in front of the judges, kind of looking eye off that left and that shore break left. And then Kobe Enright's a little further south, and she's on the bank where Connor Coffin surfed. I believe there's been a few good opportunities on that bank this morning. However, it is a very daunting thing when you're sitting there by yourself. You don't really have anyone else to line up. You've got all the priority in the world, and it gives you a lot more options, which can sometimes make things a little more confusing.
Stace, we've been, obviously the competitors gorging themselves on some of the fun waves around the zone. We've been gorging ourselves on some of the food in the area. Your favourite restaurant so far since you've been here in Manly?
I reckon we're trying to get a free dinner at Japan, I think. There was a few shout-outs from the athletes yesterday, particularly the Japanese competitors, and yeah, I'm right there behind them. Just a little alleyway in the Corso there. Fantastic Japanese restaurant, and I think I've gone 3 out of 5 nights there. Really
perfect,
quality
mate.
stuff.
Well, let's make it 4 of 6 this evening. But yeah, Stace is awesome because he not only throws himself into each heat and completely, observes and takes in everything that's unfolding, but when he visits an area, he generally rips in. He has a good time, as we see a replay here of Kobe Enright on the backhand, managing to connect with a couple of rides now. No major scores locked in. Ariane, the surfer from the Basque Country, she's got the best number at the moment, 5.17. Excuse me, Sophie McCulloch's dropped a 5.33 into her scoreline. So pretty close with those two on those higher scoring rides. And Zoe and Kobe are going to have a bit of work to do to catch up here.
Yeah, the stage is starting to set itself in this heat. And as you said, nothing too substantial on the board. We saw a few heats yesterday where there was some really big numbers dropped. It was a little closer to the higher tide when there was those inside stand-up shorey sections were coming into play. It's tricky here we're low tide. First heat of the mornings are hard at the best of times because you're trying to figure out what's going on. You don't have a gauge, you don't have a heat prior that you're watching, and you don't have other competitors where, you know, you're going, oh, that's where it worked for them, that's where I'm going to go. This is fresh slate.
And it is always, you know, the same story at any venue. It's very hard to drop the biggest numbers of the day in that opening round heat, because generally there's a little restraint. The judges want to see what the surfers are capable of out there in this lineup. So you do sort of see mid-range scores generally in the first heats of the day. The pace has been set in the early rounds already. As you mentioned, big scores dropped into the 9-point range for some competitors. And that's the benchmark now. You know, I think the conditions will definitely play a part in sort of either restraining the competitors or freeing them up. But, you know what kind of surfing you've got to do now to get those bigger scores. And so far we haven't seen it in this heat.
No, not yet. No, and I feel like the competitors are prepared when they come to Manly as well. You know, we saw some highlight reel from the opening event up at Snapper. This is a different wave, and when you come to Manly, you expect to get these style of conditions where it is quite small at times, and you need to generate your own speed. You need to get the board up and moving really quickly. There's only a short amount of time for you to get the work done here.
Were you an early morning guy? Did you like heats first thing?
No, I hated first heats. I mean, I've come to be a morning person, but I was never really that guy. I like to come down, watch it, have a warm-up surf, come in, eat, get fully prepared. I'm one of those guys that everything needs to fit in its box. But
famously,
yeah,
Mr. Spiffy. Not too many surfers on the championship tour fold their socks and undies the way you do, Rich. But no, that's
preparation, mate. Preparation.
The cup of tea has to be laid out.
Yeah.
But no, it's always interesting to me when it becomes apparent to other competitors that you might not be someone who likes morning heats. And on the championship tour, Steph Gilmore famously doesn't like the first heats of the day. Kelly Slater, not really the person that's too keen. Pretty much because he's nocturnal.
He is pretty nocturnal. Well, there's two goats there that you're talking about, so maybe that's some sort of hidden secret. Is more sleep, the better.
I just think they don't turn in until a little bit later. But here we go, 17 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Split peak situation here. Sophie McCulloch has the tallest number at the moment, 5.33. Looking to back that up. Nice little rebound there off the foam. Has to work to get some speed out of this wave, which is flattening out a little bit. And we've been talking a little bit about the best small wave surfers, their ability to weave to generate that speed. Brad Gerlach, you referenced him yesterday. What is it? Is it always the case? Is it always an option that you can weave through those sections as opposed to hop through them?
It's not always an option. Sometimes you do have to get on the pump and just push your board through and hop around a little bit. The famous Huntington hop, as we see the replay here of Zoe Stein just through the inside. She's found a nice little left, lots of little bumps and ridges through it. And this is Sophie's wave. Good read here, how she just cut back, took this low road section, and then she got another nice roundhouse. The form's there, isn't it? You can see just always sort of tapping, pumping, trying to drive, generate that speed. But I like that when she gets these opportunities to do the maneuvers, they are there. She is really putting a lot of power and flow into her turns. Looking good.
There's 16 minutes to go here. Yeah, I still think if you reflect on some of the surfing that we've seen throughout the event, that is something that the judges don't really like to see. It doesn't matter how small the surf is. If you're able to... I don't really know how much speed Sophie was getting out of those pumps on that ride. But it almost sort of seemed to be part of her setup for each of those turns.
The really good surfers disguise it in a way that it looks good, and they do get that weaving action, and they can generate the board speed almost from takeoff, and that keeps their speed through the whole wave. And for me, it comes with experience. I think you just need to surf small waves a lot of the time, and you need to just, be working on your equipment. There's a different style of board. There's so many elements to it. There's the board choice, then there's the technique, and then there's the athleticism that you need to actually surf small waves as well, because it's a different wave surfing to bigger wave surfing, and it can actually be more taxing.
I guess the most important thing for Sophie then was, not wasting the limited opportunity that's out there at the moment. And she did a great job of finishing that ride off. Looks like she's going to drop something maybe just under the 5-point range, but with just on 14 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We are going to take a quick break, but we can look forward to BettyLou Sakura Johnson hitting the lineup next as a Bonsai Brew break. So much amazing history here at Manly Beach, in the Northern Beaches area in particular, especially when it comes to women's surfing. Just around the corner at Freshwater in an exhibition, Duke brought surfing out to Australia, and he pulled Isabel Latham out of the crowd, young teenager, and they surfed together. And then right here in the first World Surf Championships, Phyllis O'Donnell was crowned actually before Midget Farrelly.
Yes,
so
correct.
She became our first world champ. I loved getting Bugs' take on that. It was fantastic. And then when you think about major surf events on the Northern Beaches, and Manly in particular, there has been some incredible winners, and someone's going to add their name to that list this year, of course, here at the second stop on the Challenger Series. But going back to 77, the great Margot Oberg, what an amazing surfer. Lynn Boyle was amazing too. Jodie Cooper victorious here. Wendy Botha had an amazing run through the late 80s into the early 90s. Hometown hero Pam Burridge getting a victory in 92, and Lane Beachley won multiple events on the Northern Beaches. And then when you think about the recent history, Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore, Laura Enever, Nikki Van Dyke and Leah Manuel, the list goes on.
Wow, it's definitely a who's who of goat surfing in that list. Amazing. I actually remember watching the 1988 one with Tony Sawyer, local legend.
Tony.
Yeah, she won down here, and the event was up at Queenscliff at that point. And it was the Coke Classic back then. It was just an incredible event, and really special when the pros do come here, and you do get a gauge, and you realise just how good they are compared to the average surfer. And just how fast they go when they're on a wave. But yeah, great memories of this event. And
I grew up in northern New South Wales, and when the event used to run at Kirra and Greenmount even, we would go up and catch the bus up or con someone's parents into driving us all up there to watch the events unfold, and it was awesome. But I don't think it was until I was about 14 that I was in the surf with a championship tour competitor, and it was Simon Law. And at the time, obviously Sophie's ride first, whipping off the top a couple of times. This is a bit more like it. This wave has given us some of that speed. She had a 4.87 on a previous ride, so looking to extend. But the point I was going to make is I had my favourites on the CT. Simon, God love him, he wasn't one of them. But when I saw him surf, I realised that even though surfers outside of the title contention surf with a different speed, they surf with a different level of power, and all the recreational surfers in this zone would have been seeing that this week. Even in challenging conditions, what these competitors are able to do on these smaller rides is remarkable.
Yeah, it really is incredible how they generate speed right from the takeoff, right from the moment they get on their board. It's 2 quick pumps or it's just straight into a bottom turn, and the accelerator is to the floor. You know, they are going at max speed, and it's you really do appreciate it when you're watching it live.
Today's obviously, we've seen it already. It's been a really challenging lineup to get a read on.
Yep.
As you said, that swell's much more broken up. Still got the rip kind of having an effect on the conditions as well, but getting speed is quite difficult. Sophie's just dropped a 5.9. What's the secret, Rich, before you start getting into turns to generating some speed on a gutless day?
It's all in the power of the thighs and your technique. As we watch the replay here, Soph just hammering off the top on that one, and a beautiful wrapping cut. I actually wanted her to do one more. There was one more little cut back in that wave, and I promise you that would have gone into the sixes. And I was just watching it, I was like, what's she doing? She's cut it short. But the other thing, with smaller waves too, you can't go too deep on your bottom turn. You can't go too, point your board straight to the shore, come down and try and do a really deep bottom turn like you would on a 6-foot wave. You've got to be kind of going down the line a bit more and get that compression off the first bottom turn, driving straight down the line and get that speed.
Yeah, I think maybe a good comparison in approach would be Snapper Rocks, the first stop of the Challenger Series, where you, of course, ride the higher part of the wave, you ride high on the face to generate some speed, but you want to get some separation from the wall and draw your bottom turn out to get a steep approach in the pocket of the wave. But here, as you said, a little different. You kind of want to ride high and not get too far away from the face of the wave and really cut down into the power source, get high again and read it that way.
Yeah, you can kind of overcook it, and if you do that, you're going to lose your speed. Of course, these surfers are doing these big explosive maneuvers, and they have the talent to do that. But it's about staying with the power of the wave as well. You can find yourself in smaller conditions going a bit too far out on the face, and that's when you do lose a lot of power. So that big wrapping cut back into the power source, but staying light on your feet, really important, staying sort of light and athletic and nimble.
And I also think just finding flow in a lineup that's quite unorganised is going to work in your favour. You think back to Sophie McCulloch on a previous ride, 5.87, had 2 turns as well, but in between it, there was that pumping of the board, trying to manufacture speed that way. That wave definitely provided a little bit more power on the sandbar. She was able to flow from one turn into the next, and she put more than a point up on the scoreboard. So she really did improve her situation nicely. Ariane is now after a 6.06. She's in second spot. Zoe has been pretty quiet in this one so far, but has just got herself her first decent number, 5.4, so she needs just a 3.37 to get in a second. Kobe Enright's got a bit more work to do. She's after a 5.6.
So you can see Sophie, she's darted off down to that northern bank. This is exactly what Leo did yesterday morning, and with this south direction, as you go down the beach, or as if you head north on the beach, the swell line is bigger. And like what you were saying, you can connect those turns a little bit better. Whenever it's stop-start, the judges, they get excited, then they lose interest. And then they get excited again. But if you're connecting those turns, they're excited for the whole way, from start to finish.
Oh, Ariane working so hard to get herself into this one. And looks at the end section, gets there early. Let's go of a decent turn. Could tell she was coiled. She had to get that board up there and let go of that big turn. And now we're seeing Zoe nice hit from her. Just the one move, though, she's going to get out of this one. Kobe Enright still looking for something more than a 3.17 to chip away at the requirement. Kobe from Coolangatta had a good run at the Challenger Series last year, but didn't do too well. Her best result was a 25th at the US Open. So, you know, I think you expect more from someone who surfs as well as Kobe Enright, but you know, it's not easy. I think for a lot of these competitors, it was their first real shot at hitting the road and moving away from these domestic events.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, last year was kind of a half season, but it definitely did count, as we see the replay here. Kobe, she just gets this little inside runner. A few nice hits on the inside. Perhaps just
almost a little bit too flowing, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's just there's a lack of speed that I'm just picking up when I compare Kobe and what Sophie's doing when she's up and riding. It looks really quick, as you see here. You know, Sophie's just speeding down the line and driving into the sections. This is Zoe Stein on her left-hander. You can see this one walled up a little bit. She gets a nice little racetrack here and then up into the hook through the inside section, navigating those little bumps and wobbles. But I like this wave here. That turn there was nice and crisp, and this straight into the second one. I wanted her to do the third wrap, but 2 was enough. And this is the last wave here. Ariana, she just comes through to the inside. Got to this final turn here. I think that will improve on that 3.5 that she had, and it did. I think she dropped in a 4.57 for that one.
Yeah, so Zoe now after a 4.34. It's Kobe Enright who's really kind of falling behind here. She's just a little off the pace in her scoreline, but just also on the face of these rides. Everyone wants flow, and Kobe's got plenty of style. She just almost didn't commit when the wave steepened up on the inside. She kind of just kept it cruisy through the end section. And you made the comparison to Sophie's opening ride, whipping that board up, getting a bit more of a vertical angle in the equipment. I mean, it's not a huge score of 6.57, but I mean, I think we can see it, that the opportunities are limited out there at the moment in this first heat. So, you know, if you do connect with a good-looking wall, then you've got to hit it.
I like what she's doing here, though. She's giving herself a chance, getting away from the other 3 women in this heat, heading north. Just get some of your own space, so that if a set does come, even if you are on the 4th position in the priority order, it's not really going to matter. Just give yourself the chance first, and then you need to capitalise on it.
Got to execute. Yeah, just reflecting on yesterday, you know, as we said, the bar's been lifted and it's been put at a pretty high mark. Molly Picklum had a 9.27 out here yesterday for 3 turns. It was the bottom turns for me which kind of saw that number go so high. It was just such polished surfing, start to finish, deep bottom turns, which, you know, just builds anticipation for those monster hits.
Yeah, she was just holding it, wasn't she? Especially on that 9-point ride. Moana Jones-Wong, she was another great performer yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Luana Silva, another one. Some big, you know, solid surfing, and really just sending a message to the rest of the competitors.
Certainly was. Yeah, looking forward to the next heat too. BettyLou Sakura Johnson. I wonder if she can bring that kind of CT performance at us in this second heat of the day, because that's who we've kind of seen stepping up and shining through. Moana Jones-Wong obviously got the win in the first CT event of the season, the Billabong Pipe Pro. But she had a bit to prove on the open face, and she showed us yesterday she's got mad skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And just back to your point with BettyLou, you know, I wasn't on the Gold Coast, obviously, with you guys, but it looked like she turned her form around. It looked like she clicked back into gear. You know, the CT looked like it was somewhat of a struggle. There were definitely moments, but she looked like she had the game face back on again.
Well, 25 seconds remaining here. Kobe Enright still after a 6.57, but Zoe there was after a 4.34, falling on that one. 15 seconds to go. It feels like Ariana Choa and Sophie McCulloch have done enough here as this one comes to a close. I would have been dreading paddling out there for that first heat. Just such a tricky lineup to get a read on. You don't even know if really there's enough energy for these waves to surge on that predominant rip bowl that the competitors have been sticking to. It's almost like find a flat piece of sandbar that's actually going to reel off that might have a corner.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't have been that nervous. I would have just been on the northern part of the bank for sure.
So confident, Rich.
Yep.
Love it. Sophie McCulloch, Ariane Ochoa are moving on through here in this first heat of the morning, heat 16, the round of 64. The last heat of the opening round for the women is just around the corner.
Here comes Molly Picklum, big swoop, front side hook.
The Challenger Series is heating up. Of course, our competitors came through their regional qualifying series ranks, and you had to do well there to earn your place in the Challenger Series. We're into the second stop on the road to qualification for the big one, the Championship Tour. Right now, we're seeing the last heat of the opening round. We've got BettyLou Sakura Johnson, who competed in those first 5 events on the Championship Tour, sadly fell below the cut line. She did semi-final at Sunset, so she proved to herself that she can get big results on the CT. She's got a tough heat here. Nadia Eristabe, she is out there. She's from the bus country. She's surfing against Kira Pinkerton, who's in the white and dropped a good score to kick things off. And Charlie Hurst, the surfer from Port Kembla, New South Wales, is up at the moment on her first ride here on the Harvey Norman set. Ronnie Blakey with a local boy and a former CT event winner, Richie Lovett. And Rich, tricky conditions in that first heat of the morning, but Kira Pinkerton's gone out there on her first ride and made complete sense of it. And now we're seeing BettyLou really did perform well for a semi-final finish at the first stop of the Challenger Series, but she was in a happy place on a long-running right-hander. And we're seeing now that she's made herself pretty comfortable here at Manly Beach as well.
Yeah, the backhand, well, it's looking really good as well. And you do think of, as soon as you think of BettyLou Sakura, you do think of that big, aggressive, open-face snap on the forehand.
It's one of the best approaches on the forehand, I think, and it's got a real point of difference to the drawn-out carving surfing of Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore. It's unique to her. It's super powerful and always very critical as was Kira Pinkerton on that opening grind. 7 points to kick things off.
Oh, wow. And here's BettyLou. Well, there's that forehand we were telling you about. You can just see how aggressive and powerful she is off the top. And immediately in this heat, it's gone to a whole new level. And, well, this is Charlie through this inside left-hander. She gets a little bonus section through this middle part here. Timed, cut back into the pocket. And then BettyLou on the left again. Just starting to wind up, getting these little quick, repetitive snaps all the way through to the inside. She throws a lot of spray rod, and that is just indicative of power.
Yeah, on the Slated Designs team, so, you know, one thing I've noticed when I'm picking up those boards, really light, great in small waves. BettyLou likes to go to a pretty short board, so, you know, she's right at home at the moment, just on that preferred equipment, and she's backed up that solid start. 6.73 on her first wave, expecting a reasonable number for the left-hander as well. But Kira Pinkerton's got the single best ride of this heat so far. And Kira's an amazing surfer. Really, I do enjoy watching her surf. Her free surfing over the past couple of years over in Indonesia has just been amazing, styling her way into massive waves over there in the Mentawais. Yeah, check her out online, as her free surfing clips are worthy of your time. But she's also collected some pretty big event titles as well. The 2018 World Junior Champion. Had a couple of wild card opportunities on the CT as well in 2018. Surfed in the US Open. Also competed last year at the Surf Ranch in the Freshwater Pro. So she's recognised, she's celebrated, and she's, you know, on that pathway to the championship tour, it seems.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's all, you know, if you could draw a pathway or map out your career as a youngster as you're coming in and where you want to go, she's fulfilling all the boxes there as she moves up the tree of life, and the competitive career starts to take shape.
Yeah, another one of the incredible young surfers coming out of San Clemente. So gets her time in the lineup down at Trestles. And, I mean, Rich, you love that zone.
I do.
Had a victory on the championship tour down there at Trestles, mate. Getting lots of opportunities to segue to that victory.
Yeah.
At the moment with all these surfers from the San Clemente zone.
I'm happy to go there. It was...
It was an amazing win.
It was a great win.
It had been a long time. And I guess...
7 years, mate, it took me on the World Championship Tour to get that win. So
this is a young field in these last two heats of this opening round for the women, but there is a lot of just journeymen and women on this Challenger Series that have been trying to break through for those monster results and get themselves onto the CT. You were a surfer who, you know, battled away on the CT for a long time and often had to do double duty and back yourself on the qualifying series as well. But it was a celebrated win for someone who was just grinding away for so long.
Yeah, there was something with my tour surfing. We'll get back to that story in a sec as we watch Kira Pinkerton just on this little left-hander bouncing through, but does get to the final hit. For some reason, I felt super confident on the qualifying series and actually had a number of wins there, had several wins on the qualifying tour, but found it a little challenging on the championship tour. It was dominated at the time by Kelly and Andy and Sonny and Oki and those big, really renowned world title contenders. But I was happy to get that one win, and to do it at low is, I don't know, I just clicked with that wave, as many people do. It's just so fun. I've got great friends there, and always staying with the Kramer family, Warren and Lorraine Kramer and the kids. Shout out to them if they're watching. And yeah, San Clemente, hotbed of talent for so many years. Thinking back to the Fletcher family, Beshan.
Yeah. No, yeah, spot on. 21 minutes remaining here, and the numbers are looking good for BettyLou Sakura Johnson. 6.73, 5.6. In second place at the moment, Kira Pinkerton, after a 5.33 to get up into the lead. let's quickly hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning, Sophie McCulloch with Stace.
Always very difficult, that first heat of the day. Sophie, talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, it was really tricky and I didn't really know which bank to surf, so in the end I just decided to surf both anyway. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to get a quick start. I'm used to these grindy conditions, so I know the busier the better most of the time.
A great effort on that first ride, a bit of a nervous start, but you did well to get a second turn in there.
Yeah, my first turn was really average, so I kind of had to make the second one count, and I was happy when I got a 5. That was a nice start, and yeah, kind of good to settle the nerves a bit.
Working with your support crew down here, do you pick a plan A, B, C, D, E? How many options have you got on a morning like this morning?
Well, I struggle to make a decision anyway, so if I have too many plans, I'll just get too confused. But yeah, it's good to have a sort of a plan A and then a backup plan and know your strengths and play to your strengths. So yeah, that's what Bots and I were talking about on the beach, and happy it paid off.
Certainly did. Did you want to say a quick hello back home?
Oh yeah, say hi to Mum and Dad and my brothers and anyone else that's watching. Thanks for the support, and yeah, hopefully I can keep it going in this event.
Well done, Sophie. Thanks for your time.
Sophie McCulloch just seemed like she figured it out in the end. She had some pretty reasonable numbers. Unbelievable surfer. Looking forward to seeing how she fares on the Challenger Series this season. Right now, though, out there in the lineup, 19 minutes to go. And one of our surfers that got a little taste of the Championship Tour is leading this heat at the moment. Some real class on show from BettyLou Sakura Johnson. Rich, I want to get your thoughts on... We'll come back to that in a moment as we see BettyLou up again here, just trying to improve on a 5.6. But I want to get your thoughts on BettyLou. We were talking about the fact that she's back here on the Challenger Series now. Do you think it's going to work in her favour? I mean, she's so young, 16 years of age. She was the youngest surfer on the Championship Tour this season.
She's a baby. Really.
I just feel like you said, she's come back to the Challenger Series and in, you know, an event and this opening round, she's just looked very confident. Feels like she's sort of tapping back into that confidence, which kind of got knocked around a little bit on the CT towards the end there.
It is a couple of things I think to note here. It's when you make that jump from the qualifying of the Challenger Series as it is now up into the World Championship Tour, you go into a new realm where there is so much alpha athleticism in that field. They're big bullies in that field. They don't. The new surfers come on tour and they give them nothing. They really just go, you know what? If you want to spot on this tour, you got to work for it. So it's hard to crack in and feel confident and feel like you belong for those first couple of years, and it does take a while to settle into it. BettyLou's come back to the Challenger Series and she's actually reversed that, and she feels like she's kind of the top of the pops here. So she's got all the confidence in the world here. Now she just needs to transfer this style of surfing and this mindset when she gets back onto the Championship Tour, because she will get back on there. She's too good a surfer not to be there. She'll probably do it this year. So it really is a mind game. The surfing's there. You know, we didn't see her surfing to her full potential because of where her mind was at, I feel.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. You know, you're spot on. I think she has come back here, and when you see her sort of around the event site, you're like, oh, there's BettyLou, you know, the surfer that overcame the likes of Carissa Moore and co at Haleiwa last year to earn her place on this CT, and also did some damage at Sunset, like I mentioned earlier. Before I started sitting next to you in the commentary booth, I spent a couple of years sitting next to Ross Williams, who's been coaching BettyLou through the juniors and onto the CT. And man, she's in such good hands.
Yeah.
Ross is just so sharp, competitively, amazing strategies. And I think the reason why is he had a career almost similar to yours in some ways. You know, he had, all you guys had some of the most gnarly, dominant surfers of the professional era ever to deal with, namely Kelly Slater. But I think you formulated strategies to beat surfers that, you know, maybe had a performance edge, over you. But yeah, Ross has just become one of the biggest brains, I think, in competitive surfing, helping John Florence to multiple world titles, turned Tatiana Weston-Webb's career around, I feel. Got her into that #2 position, challenging for a world title last year. So, no, I think Ross was very quick to point out that BettyLou is young. She's very open to critique. She takes on great advice, constructive criticism really well. She improves. I think we've already seen that turnaround in her performance just in the last month.
Yeah, and you got to keep just reminding yourself how young she is, 16 years of age. It's, I can't even fathom doing what I was doing. I sort of started hitting the tour when I was 18 to 20, not 16.
I've got a 16-year-old. He's not going to wake up until 11 a.m.
Yeah.
BettyLou's already surfing a heat on the Challenger Series, trying to get onto the CT. Love you, Ed. Proud of you, mate. But, yeah.
Get up.
Get up.
Well, BettyLou was really confident in a lot of her interviews as well last year, when she did qualify, and she was like, I'm ready to take on the world, and let me at it. I'm ready for it. But it's daunting when you're coming up against the people that have inspired you to become a professional surfer, and all of a sudden you've got them in a heat, and you have to switch on to, hang on a minute, they're not my hero, they're my competitor. Which, there's something in that as well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of massively hyped surfers think they're going to get onto the CT. I think Betty's a bit more humble than that, but it's definitely a steep learning curve, and here she is looking to get back there and go for it once again. 14 minutes to go here, and Nadia takes a fall there. We're going to take a quick break. Kira Pinkerton has jumped up into the lead. Her last ride came through at a 6.07. Another beautiful morning here at Manly for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series, Kira Pinkerton. She is sitting in the #1 position at the moment. Amazing opening ride, a 7. She's since backed that up with a 6.07. BettyLou Sakura Johnson, she's sitting in that 2nd position at the moment, and she's got a couple of decent scores too. And really, these two are dominating this heat. Charlie Hurst from just south of Sydney, Port Kembla. She's out there looking for a 9.36. And the surfer from the Basque Country, Nadia Aristabe, is currently looking for a 2-wave total of 12.33. Just that quick start's just really applied the pressure here.
Yeah, and it's hard when you deal with that pressure and you feel like you're already behind the 8 ball and your competitors are getting better scores than you, and the pressure's building. That's hard. It pushes you out of your comfort zone most of the time, but some competitors rise to it. This is Kira Pinkerton up and riding. Whoa!
Easy, Rich. Easy, mate. Back in the chair.
Okay. It's only heat 2.
Incomplete there. But Kira Pinkerton has big turns, and I think now with this lead, she's trying to throw a couple at us.
Yeah, you could tell she's gone aggressive now. Let's hit it. Let's do something big.
I like it too. You know, I think surfers often, they get that lead and then don't throw everything at it. And, you know, you want to work this crowd. You want to find comfort in attempting those big moves. On the CT, that I think that is where there is a massive difference from the Challenger Series. That's what you've got to learn to do now, because it's completely changed. Surfers don't really compete within themselves. You know, there's no restraint shown in the jersey now because of the surfers like Carissa, Tyler Wright, and then, of course, on the men's side, Felipe Toledo, Gabriel Medina, Italo. They do their very best surfing with that jersey on, and that jersey can become a bit of a straitjacket for some competitors. It feels like you got to go to their free surfing clips to see their very best. And it looks like Kira's just going, you know what? I've got a healthy lead. I'm going to actually try and bust the fins out here and throw something big down.
Yeah, it's big surfing on the World Championship Tour, and I think a couple of the competitors have referenced that when we've spoken to the ones that have dropped back down into the Challenger Series, and they say to you, mate, the Championship Tour is really hard. I remember a heat in France, and I was sitting with Beshan. I was about to paddle out. I was against Rob Machado, and I'd never done an air in a heat because I'd always thought it was maybe a bit risky. And Beshan goes, I dare to do an air in this heat. And I went out there and I got a couple of good waves, and then this perfect section came up, and I just went, you know what, bugger this, I'm going to have to give it a crack. Did an air and made it, and all of a sudden I made the air. It gave me the confidence to do airs in heats from that moment on. But it's hard to convert. My point is, it's really hard to convert and do your best surfing. When you're free surfing, you go, I'm on, I can't fall off, I can do anything I want to do. To get that mindset and to transfer that into a heat situation with 20 minutes or 30 minutes and that pressure of putting 2 good scores on the board, it's a really, really hard thing to convert. And that's what all these surfers are trying to do. That's their whole motivation, is to try and bridge the gap between how they surf daily, recreationally, when they're training and free surfing, and putting it into a heat situation. Because they were 2 different styles of surfing a while ago. But now they're not. They're one and the same.
Love that.
Long-winded point, but we got there.
I loved it. Looking forward to more story time with Richie Lovett. I might bring a blanket in tomorrow. 8 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Lovely story there. Rich, I'm out the back with Dometic, with Vasco Ribeiro. Vasco supporting his good friend Ramsey Bukiam. How's he feeling this morning?
He's feeling really good, actually. Since we got here, we've been surfing and just cruising together, and you know, we are almost like family. You know, we grew up together. We did all the tour together, and so it's actually really nice just to be here supporting him. And he's feeling really good. His boards are working great. He just did a 5th place on the Gold Coast, so you know the confidence is there, and I think he's just going to put on the show again.
And you got a 9th place finish up there. How good is it when your traveling partner and yourself are making heats together?
It's really good, but when you travel with someone, but when you lose and then the other guy actually makes, it's good as well, because at least you know some of us make some hits. When you both lose, that's not good, but you know everything is going into the plan, and it's great to be here. Love to be here, and you know now it's time to support him, and I'm surfing on the next heat, so let's go.
Thanks for your time, Vasco. Best of luck later today.
That was cool. Vasco Ribeiro offering some great insights there. He's surfing in Heat 3. Got a tough one too. It's going to be good to watch. As we see now, Charlie Hurst just trying to get herself out of this combination. Oh, sorry, she's out of combination, but she really wants to chip away at the requirement. She was after a 9.36. Best number she's dropped so far, 2.97. I mean, it's a daunting draw for an up-and-comer to see their name in a heat in the opening round against someone who's just come off the CT, and someone like Kira Pinkington, who's dropping clips of herself soul arching in stand-up barrels through the Mentawais.
Yeah, it's. I was just thinking then back to when. Sorry, I'm embellishing this morning. When I was competing, I like to know who I had, because I could map it out and kind of think, okay, well, I know what he's going to do, or know what strengths they have. You see Blue up and riding here. That's a better hit off the top, but just not quite pulling it off. some competitors don't even care. Well, or not that they don't care, but they don't look. They go, okay, I know I'm in heat 6. That's all I need to know. I don't want to rattle myself and even think about who I've got in the heat.
Yeah, but, you know, at least if you're against Kira Pinkerton and BettyLou, you're thinking, I'm going to need excellent scores to win. You know, for Kira Pinkerton and BettyLou, they're probably going out there thinking about beating one another. But you don't want to take your competition lightly. I remember in Brazil one year, you had a heat with Guilherme Hurdy, and I'm sure you would have seen that on paper and thought, you know, Guilherme always puts up solid scores, but I feel like my surfing is going to better his. And in similar conditions, he dropped a 10-point ride on you on his first wave.
He did, mate, and I was I'm still scratching my head 20-odd years later trying to figure out what actually happened. It was in Rio. The conditions were like this, but more onshore. And you know, first wave of the heat, Guilherme put the 10 on me, and I was just going, how did he do that? It was I think he did 4 floaters and connected them all. And at the time, that was pretty high
tech
performance surfing.
Yeah. Oh, he was an unbelievable surfer. In fact, one of his best events was the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. He got some incredible barrels, even nabbed the tracks cover out of that trip.
And famous for having his leggy on his front foot, or his leash on his front foot, used to rattle everyone. What's he doing? Anyway, worked for him.
Yeah, I always wondered if maybe he'd had an ankle injury or something, Guilherme, and that was the reason for it.
Yeah, and well, I've had to do it a little bit since having the trips done. But yeah, so Mateus Hurdy, nephew of Guilherme Hurdy.
Yeah, looked sharp in the opening round, didn't he? Here we go. This is the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Things started beautifully for these two surfers. Kira Pinkerton dropped a 7-point ride. BettyLou, she got a 6.73 for this one.
Oh, she was just such good surfing. And you can see just dominant performance from Kira and BettyLou. They're just getting those opportunities and converting them. Great surfing when they do find themselves on a decent wave. Powerful turn, and have just blown the other competitors out of the water in this heat.
Kira Pinkerton's had a couple of attempts at just huge turns. Hasn't had anything stick just yet, but has kept very busy. Busiest surfer in the lineup, despite the fact she's had this lead. But yeah, you're right. Big surfing from Kira. Another point I wanted to make about being an up-and-comer against these surfers, and is with everyone starting in that opening round, it's the opportunity to make a big statement against someone who's massively hyped, has that huge sponsorship backing, and you can really just shove yourself into the limelight if you can do something spectacular against these big names.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's you know, it's a dogfight out there when you think about backing and support, and you know, you're either, seems like at the moment, you're either got a lot of stickers on your board or you've got none. And if you want to get some stickers on your board and that support of companies and things like that, you need to make a statement, and you need to win events, and you need to be able to bring something to the table in terms of marketing appeal. And at the end of the day, you've got to sell product for these companies. And if you don't have that, or one, you need to have the performance, two, you need to have the marketability. So there's a bit of a formula.
I like the theory that you, Bo Emmerton, Shane Herring, Neil Purchase Jr., Rob Bain had back in the day when you were riding for Hot Tuna. You couldn't get kicked off the team because you were all chained together with bobby pins and string. But yeah, Hot Tuna had some outrageous campaigns back in the day. Richard Dogmarsh also featured. But what about this wave for Nadia? Making a late charge here, and she needed to do something. That was her best ride for sure. She'd already broken combination. She's after a 9.26. I think she'll chip away at the requirement here, but she doesn't have a whole lot of time to get back out there and find more. Saw her this morning looking super focused, ready to go out there and push these big names in this opening round heat. And she's going to give herself a shot here, but she's got to get the head down and get back to the takeoff zone.
This is interesting to watch because she's clicked. She's clicked with 3 minutes to go, but she's clicked. And she's found, you can just see that she's loosened herself up here in terms of the way she wanted to surf. Was maybe feeling the pressure and feeling a bit restricted. And you can see now she's got energy in there's intent in the way she's paddling back out. And there was intent in the way she performed on that wave.
Maybe one of those situations where you're surfing it like you don't have that pressure because you feel like you've got nothing to lose. It feels out of reach, and she did surf that last wave well, and she's looking for more. 45 seconds to go. This will be a shot at it. Can she turn the heat and jump ahead of BettyLou? Good section standing up here. Solid hit to get started. Drives up into it again. Hits the end section. Still waiting on that previous number to come through. Now, thinking back to the start of the heat, it's almost hard to remember what BettyLou got done. That wave happened so long ago, the 6.73. Charlie Hurst getting into one of her best rides as well. This wave standing up again. I might be absolutely tripping, but it just feels like conditions have just cleaned up a little bit. There's a bit more of a taper to these walls as this one comes to a close, and we're waiting on 2 numbers for Nadia. And will it be enough to turn this heat? Wow, what a surfed at basically a 3-minute heat here.
Whatever her mindset was in this final 5 minutes, she needs to take that and take it to the next competition, whether she either gets through this heat or doesn't progress. But she really opened up. She performed well on those final 2 waves.
I think she's going to have a pretty reasonable requirement after the previous ride drops. The score came through at a 6.33. So she got quite a bit of credit for this one. And now she's only after a 6.01 out of this second ride. Amazing turnaround. Wow. And BettyLou would just be scratching her head out there saying, what's happening? What's the update here?
2 solid hits. Thinking back to BettyLou's right-hander where she got all that work done down the line, and then her second score from memory was that left-hander where she got some nice hooks on the backhand, multiple turns, but that was 2 stronger turns on a better wave.
This I think it's going to be
really close.
It's going to be right on the line. Either way, it's going to be really close.
BettyLou is just going, what has just happened?
Well, she was in the lead for a long time. She held second place for a long time. Nadia's waiting for the update here. She had nothing. She didn't even get a score over a 1 until she took off on wave number 9. Numbers starting to roll through. Valiant effort. Great resolve in the final stages here. The first judge is saying, no, that number falls short. But if that's the lowest number thrown at her, then she'll still have a chance here. The other numbers coming through look good for the surfer representing the Basque Country.
Wow.
That one's going to drag the average down a little bit. Where will the last number fall? It is solid, and she has turned it in the final 3 minutes. A 6.27 average. And Nadia saves herself. BettyLou Sakura Johnson. Such an impressive start, but she's been knocked out of the mix here.
Oh my gosh. I am kind of freaking out. That was just an incredible turnaround. You know, we were talking about BettyLou through that whole heat and just talking it up.
We're also talking about stealing the limelight from the big names, and that's exactly what Nadia did in the final 3 minutes there. What a turnaround, what a performance. Kira Pinkerton getting the win and moving on through to the next round as well. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Shannon Hughes and True Starling will step into the booth.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The men's round of 48 is underway. And be sure to check out Make or Break, now streaming on Apple TV Plus worldwide. And out in the lineup, we have a great connection to the new docu-series on professional surfing and Josh Burke, because it was through Josh Burke's dad, Alan, who's a former professional surfer out of Barbados, runs a surf school there. He met with Paul Martin of Box to Box Films and told him he should pursue surfing. Paul then got on the phone with Eric Logan of the WSL, and Elo said yes before the phone call even finished. And now we've got Make or Break out on Apple TV Plus.
It's amazing how these connections in surfing roll into something special. So cool. Morning, Shannon. Morning, True.
Morning. Morning. Welcome to the Harvey Norman host set here. We've got a big day of surfing ahead of us. We've just seen the finish of the women's opening round with a bit of a crazy buzzer beater there with BettyLou Sakura Johnson going down, True.
Yeah, that was huge. Definitely not one that we were expecting. I think everyone was expecting BettyLou to be on top in that heat, but Kira Pinkerton and Nadia Rostabar just really showing their true grit to want to get further in the event.
Incredible finish there for Nadia. Just being able to see that joy from her jumping up on the beach when she heard the score is always something that I love about our sport, and being able to have those buzzer beater finishes. Now out in the lineup, we've got 4 men already putting some scores down. Ramsey Boeckheim currently in the lead. He's dropped in a 6.17 for his opener. Matt Banting with a 6 to match that. Josh Burke sitting with a couple of throwaway scores at the moment. And Dylan Moffett with priority, having yet to get his opening ride.
This is a, oh gosh, what a clash this heat is. It's just packed with solid surfers.
Ramsey had this opportunity, True, on the start.
Yeah, really nice first turn, just able to connect so well with the lip there. You can see this one just starting to fizzle out a little bit, but he just sticks with it, gets a little foam tap to finish, just really trying to squeeze an extra 0.5 out of that score.
Trying to throw as much power as possible. Dylan Moffett now uses priority, gets underway on his opening ride. Nice snap off the lip and seamless transition into that finishing section. Driving hard off the bottom into a little closeout on the inside section. We've now got our surfer in blue up and riding once again, goes to the air, throws that board a little too far away from his feet. Josh Burke there with a quick kick in and out. And it seems, Rabbit, like we're going to have some great consistent conditions today with a lot of waves being caught.
Yeah, there is a lot of waves today, and they're all basically around the same mark. There's going to be some that draw into the bank a little better than others and offer some higher scoring potential.
What are your thoughts on this verse of Dylan Moffett?
Yeah, well, Dylan's, he's just such a solid surfer, and there's not going to be much in this. I actually think this round of 48 is the toughest round of the tournament, because we've got, you know, the round of 96 there was a lot of amazing heats, but now we've got the winners of those heats in together, and out of this, if you get through this, you're into a 3-man heat with a 66% advance rate, and also, you know, the worst you can do is an equal 17th. This is the round where, if you get eliminated, it's a throwaway. But gosh, you look at this draw in the round of 48, and there is such solid heats.
So many really outstanding heats. We've got former CT surfers in, looking to get that re-qualification to the championship tour. We've got so many surfers that have been right on that brink, like Ramsey Boeckheim for an entire career, who have been just knocking on that door, but have maybe fallen short in the consistency of results that he's needed coming down to the back half of the year to really just put himself over the line, True, and actually walk into a championship tour rookie season.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it surprises me that that hasn't happened yet for Ramsey. You know, he's such an incredible surfer. He has so much talent, so much power. And, you know, it leaves me scratching my head a little bit, because I'm thinking, you know, he surfs at that level. How is he not there?
Up and riding now, Josh Burke, looking sharp on his backhand, gets those first 2 snaps, goes vertical into the lip to finish. He started out with that 2.67 and that 1.0. He should be building on the scoreline now. And we've got that first score in for Dylan Moffett. Bugs, it locked in at a 5.23.
Yeah, so we've got Ramsey with the 6.17, Matty Banning with the 6, Dylan with a 5.23. There's something to chip off on, and it's a good start. It's a good foundation for those three.
Straight into the pocket. Dylan now driving down the line, goes for the progression on the finish true.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Dylan, and it's actually great to see him doing things like that. He has had a major knee injury. He didn't surf for, I think it was about 6 to 8 weeks, maybe it may have been longer. He's still surfing with a knee brace at the moment. So it's really exciting to see him going to those progressive maneuvers. Sure, it's not the biggest one we've ever seen from him, but you know, it's exciting to see that. This first quick tight jam in the pocket, and then he just goes progressive here. And the fact that he can do that on his second wave just shows how ready he is to make rounds.
That's absolutely it, right, Bugs? Just being able to trust that his body is going to do what he needs it to do in those moments, even during injury.
Well, we saw it at Snapper. He did some pretty elastic sort of surfing at Snapper with that knee brace on, which was amazing. But the thing about this heat, with the two Australians in this heat, Dylan Moffett and Matt Banning, have been really plagued by injury. I mean, Matty Banning's had some chronic injuries that has really put a big, not a full stop, but a huge pause on his career while he was on the upward ascent. And Dylan's had a recent injury. So, you know, coming back from these things is a tricky, you know. The one thing you've got to pay attention to is technique, landing flush, you know, and not exasperating the injury.
Yeah, well, Dylan actually missed out on the whole Australian Regional QS Series and got the wild card for here, so it's great to see him back surfing again.
And he came off of a great result, as well as Ramsey. As we see him finish off on the inside there, Josh Burke finishing up as well. Both Dylan and Ramsey made it into the quarterfinals on the Gold Coast, so they've got those as keeper results. They'll be looking to build on it here at Manly. And Dylan, he really doesn't look like he's injured at the moment. It's incredible to see him just surfing with that much speed and power. And in small wave surfing, it's just a different sort of athleticism that it takes to be able to perform.
Yeah, definitely. And Dill has always been a real all-rounded surfer. He's been able to surf extremely well in small waves and extremely well in big waves. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Really nice tight surfing in the pocket. Just puts it straight up there. Great second turn. And again for a third. Gets a little release. He's looking really solid on his backhand out there.
And then we saw this from Ramsey Bugs.
Yeah, this wave here just sort of gets a little bit weaker. He got two pretty slick turns in. I feel Dylan sort of and Ramsey both are going, well, you know what, they're kind of all similar ways. I'm just going to go out there and surf and take my opportunities as they arise and try and build on a score and get it and find a nugget.
Josh Burke now driving down the line, throws the tail around. He's going to sort of try to hold on to the finish, just didn't have that control anyways coming off of the air. But I like that he's looking for something different. Grew up son of a former professional surfer in Alan Burke, and the child of a surf school family there in Barbados, which is a great sort of upbringing to breed professional surfers.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think if you're part of a surfing family and you're born into that, you don't really have much of an option other than to surf.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. We got scores filtering through. Dylan sitting in the lead with another score to drop. Ramsey sitting in second with a 3.33. And in that last heat, we watched Kira Pinkerton take away the leading role into the next round for the women.
Everyone talks about getting a good start, Kira, but you had a 7 as the horn was sounding to start that heat.
Yeah, I actually paddled out on the other side of everyone, and I was kind of worried, like, oh shoot, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And as I was paddling over, a perfect wave just came and totally settled my nerves, and I felt good the rest of the heat.
How do you settle the nerves and not carry any of that doubt into the ride itself?
As soon as I took off, I was actually so happy I got a wave in the first few seconds that I didn't even have to worry at all.
It was nice to watch that heat unfold there at the end and know you were safely in second, obviously backing up that strong start with a 6.
Yeah, actually, like, Nadia went way down the beach, and no one ever went with her, and she got 2 good scores at the end, and even I didn't know, like, if someone else got a score too, so I was standing there like, oh, maybe I didn't make it, who knows, but I always had that little doubt for some reason.
How you been enjoying your stay in Manly so far?
It's been pretty nice. It's a little bit colder than the Gold Coast, but I don't mind wearing a full suit. It's kind of like home, so.
Speaking of home, would you like to say good afternoon to anyone over there?
Hi, Mom and Dad, and Oma, and maybe my little brother if he's watching.
Thanks, Kira. Well done.
Speaking of surfing families, Kira Pinkerton comes from a surfing family, and it's done her well. Advancing through into the next round, traveling on her own here in Sydney. She was staying with Mahina Maeda up on the Gold Coast, and now is on a little bit of her own routine. She got into the surf yesterday afternoon, knowing that she'd be in early this morning, but just had to watch the rest of the women's round run. She wasn't able to put the jersey on until today, which is a long way into the waiting period, actually, Bugs.
Oh, it is, and it's a nervous wait. But what about when you're waiting for your heat and you look at along and you go, it's a super tough heat, I'll hope things work out, and then you're a bit nervous, and then as the buzzer goes, where the mindset completely changes is exactly that insight that Kira gave, that there was no, suddenly it goes from being nervous to going, wow, it's happening for me. It's, you know, within seconds, I'm on the money. It's all happening. There's no nerves, and suddenly you take the advantage. And it's a complete different mindset.
As we see live action now from Matty Banting. He took out a victory here at Manly back in 2012. As we see Ramsey, nice snap to start, goes up into the lip and completes the maneuver to finish. He's currently looking for a 6.40 to move from second into the lead. Matt Banting had an incredible run here as a junior true, where he took out the Pro Junior event in 2012 and then took out the main event as well.
Yeah, he's such an exceptional surfer, and you know, it's no surprise that he's been able to do that. He had a really great year as well. He probably would have qualified for the CT back in 2020, I think it was. And then a few things happened. He got injured, and then the world kind of just stopped. So, you know, he's definitely wanting to back that up, but finding that momentum after such a long time of not much going on, it's really hard.
Yeah, it really is, especially for someone like him who's tasted some great results on the championship tour, having some really good runs, Bugs, at Jeffreys Bay, and just wanting to get himself back to there.
Yeah, I know. There's been, you know, sport can be cruel like that, in that you're just really in a good position and then something happens with, you know, well, I guess just before the pandemic, Matty Banting had a great result here and was on his way. He was on his way, looking unbelievably good to qualify. This is before the Challenger Series, but on the QS. And then bang, it was just taken out by the, you know, the shutdown of the world. And then I think there was another injury.
He had a great run then. It was in 2020. He was runner-up to Leonardo Fioravanti right here at North Stain. Dylan Moffett with a big float to start. Now straight into the lip for that second turn and the third. Doesn't capitalize on that finishing maneuver. Josh Burke now with an opportunity on his backhand. Looking nice and quick. Josh didn't get the opportunity to compete on the Gold Coast. Got the call up here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. And it's great to see him making it through that first round. I feel like that's the most challenging, getting the call up to the second event of the series and then having to perform straight away.
No, it is really hard because, you know, the others have really kind of been in the trenches of competition up there at Snapper. And this is he needed to get this wave to get in this heat, really. And Josh came back pretty late in his heat yesterday, so the other day or whenever it was. And so the old buzzer beater won't mind him, but I think this one's got him well and truly in the heat. The Dylan Moffett, that third wave, that 7.33, that's really put him in a prime position.
Dylan currently well and truly in the lead. Ramsey sitting in second. We've got scores to come through for Dylan, Ramsey, Matt, and now for Josh Burke. With 14 minutes on the clock, we're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back more action right after this.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Currently, the very close to local Dylan Moffett from North Narrabeen is sitting in the lead. True, he's locked in that 7.33, and it set him up really well.
Yeah, it definitely has. I think he's just showing how comfortable he is on his backhand out here. Growing up in Narrabeen, it's a predominant left, and I think it's just a little bit of a bonus for Dylan to have a fun little left rip ball right now.
And there's still scores waiting for all four surfers. Dylan, that last wave, he came unstuck at the end, but he got some amazing turns in before, so he's got another score to come in to try to better that 5-3, but there's others that are waiting for pretty decent scores, especially Josh Burke. And it looks like he's got a 5-5.
It's great to see today, though there's been so many waves caught. Yesterday with some of those kind of trickier conditions when we were close to those low tides like we are early this morning, or it was yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon. We saw a lot of waves being caught, but it was difficult for a lot of the surfers to scratch above maybe a 4-point ride. It's really good right now to see that general spread, we've got 1-7 on the board, we've got a couple of 6s, we've got those 5s. So this kind of standard at the moment seems like they're figuring out the lineup. Now it's going to be really who can find the best of the waves and possibly, Bugs, break into an excellent score, at least another 7.
Look, it's a complete possibility. What they're not dealing with, not having to deal with, is that late afternoon outrunning tide that causes that insane rip bowl. It's not there right now. We've got nearly a neutral tide. And then we'll have the incoming tide.
Josh Burke goes to the air, grabs the rail, and cannot stick the landing. He knows he needs to bring something big out now, recognizing that both Ramsey and Dylan have those bigger 6 to 7 point scores on the line. Josh is chasing that 6.27 to take the advancing position, because his previous to last score came through as a 5.5 true, which books him in with his highest score of the heat and has jumped him up into that 3rd place position over Matt Banting.
Yeah, I thought that was a really nice wave from Josh, and to be able to back it up quickly. Unfortunately, we just saw Matt go down there. I think he's trying to maybe go a little bit too big. He could probably surf for a 6, and then he'll need maybe another 6 to kind of move up into the lead. His backhand is looking really strong, though. He's got his highest score on his backhand there, so hopefully he can reconnect with some lefts.
And that's a great point, Bugs, about the fact that we are sitting just off of that low tide, which was early this morning. But it's really the pushing tide, which we're going to have through to that midday mark, that's really helped to just improve the conditions for us as we take a look at some replays.
Yeah, we've got 2 surfers in action here. This is completely legal. They were separated by a section. And to your point, like that ripping outgoing tide, we're done with that for the morning at least. As I said, it's nearly like a neutral tide now. And then on the incoming tide, it does vastly improve.
Matt Banting flying down the line, goes for the air. Is he going to stick the landing? He just can't find that projection to ride out of it.
No, he hasn't pulled one off yet. That's an incomplete. And of course the judges are pretty critical of that. We have seen some great ones over the last 2 days.
This is an important round for Matt Banting, because on the Gold Coast, the opening event, he fell out in that opening round. He fell out with an equal 49th place. He's now really trying to prove he deserves to be making it through into the next round.
Yeah, well, this one here, he gets some great air time, just doesn't land flush, and then he's sort of basically head on into the wave itself as it breaks, and he's got to sort of negotiate that, the lip, and still get that forward projection, and he got caught up in there. The start of it was fantastic. The end was a disaster.
8 minutes on the clock. All scores are in. Dylan Moffett in the lead, Ramsey in 2nd, Josh in 3rd, and Matt Banting staying in 4th position. We got 8 minutes on the clock, and we've got Stace Galbraith down on the beach.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm out the back with Dometic, and interesting to note for this first men's heat of the morning, they've identified the Carlton Street left. Well, 3 of the 4 competitors have. as the bank that they want to surf. It's a shorter ride, but it's a steeper ride. It's going to give them more scoring opportunity. While they're surfing on this bank, you won't see them grovel the way through the shorey. They're going to get all their work done on the outside and look to kick out quickly and get back out the back.
Now, Stace, where is that at in comparison to where the surfers were sitting yesterday? Is that farther down the south end?
It is, as we see Dylan Moffett on a pretty fantastic looking right here. As you can see, shorter, steeper, two major manoeuvres. It's about 100 metres to the south of where they're sitting, or even where I think it's Josh Burke sitting on the rip bowl at the moment. So it's still well within the judge's view, but it's a slightly different part of the bank.
Love it. Thanks so much, Stace, for that insight. It's sometimes challenging, Bugs, to get that from just taking a look at the screen here, but now we can really get that picture that they're sitting in a different spot than we've mostly seen those heats running through the rest of the week.
And this is where the coaches come into it, because you look along this beach, there's actually 3 different breaks within the contest zone, and from a coaching perspective, you're trying to get that edge, and you're looking at it. You come down early, you study it, you're aware of what it's done over the last 3 or 4 days on the tides, and this bank has been something to keep your eye on, but it hasn't shown itself yet. And see, we will also see a shift as the tide moves in. And so, and then different surfers take different options, and they might be on different banks, and it gets very interesting.
It definitely does. We did see a lot of the pro junior surfers opting to use the Carlton Street bank. Wow, that was Josh Burke just sticking that air there. And this is the last ride for Dylan Moffett as well. So really sucky looking left, goes straight up into the lip there, and again for another one. So Dylan, he just keeps catching waves. He's just getting into rhythm, trying to better that 5.57 he has as a backup. That Carlton Street bank is there. It's a pretty, traditional bank here at North Stain. There's always a little wave, which is pretty awesome, and it's pretty consistent. So I think it's not surprising that at the moment, especially where the tide is at, that the surfers are opting to surf this bank.
Well, it's proving to be a great decision. We've got a score that's just dropped in for Dylan Moffett. It has improved on that 5.57. It's a 6.63, so it has him significantly in the lead. Ramsey Bokheim now chasing a 7.79 to take the leading position away from Dylan. And then we saw Josh Burke with that last opportunity in the air. Judges rewarded him well with a 5.53. If he'd been able to get maybe a big opening turn, Bugs, on that first section, he could be looking at the score he needed to be in advancing position.
Most definitely. It was just a one shot where he didn't get that set up soon like we saw the other day, we'll say with Crosby Colapinto, getting that big first slash in and then getting a great air rev, and that does hold your score back, but he has slightly improved on that 5.5 to the 5.33, but it's not enough to get him into second place.
Dylan feeling so comfortable in the lineup here at North Stain, just driving down the line, connecting the dots on another little runner. It's great to see those banks standing up well, the steepness in the face, and just offering that critical section for the guys to really make the most of today.
It's interesting to note, Shannon, Dylan Moffett's coach at the moment, Bo Mitchell, will have a look at the replay and get back to that. Really nice first start there. I love how he just stays so low and spring-loaded throughout each turn there. And here's a slow-mo, just taking this one all the way through. Really crisp surfing for Dylan. He's just got this really springy backhand of his. He can get so low, and then you go, oh, you can't get any lower than that, and he can get even lower. So it's impressive that he's able to stay so connected there. Josh Burke up and riding.
Great attack on that opening section from Josh. We're not sure what happened before that. He may have had another turn. Kicks out on the inside. You can really see that hunger and that aggression within his surfing. But True, back to that conversation about Dylan's coach.
Yeah, so Dylan is training with Bo Mitchell. I'm not sure if he still is, but he once was, and potentially still is, the president of North Stain Board Riders. So Dylan has that knowledge from his coach of this North Stain region where, Bo can say, hey, this bank is going to turn on. So halfway through the heat, if you're winning, maybe go down there. And I think it's interesting that he's able to really connect out here with, the parts of the banks and the waves coming through.
I love that bit of insight. It really makes sense as to Dylan just capitalizing and getting the best wave selection out here.
Now, Stace made mention of the fact that 3 of them are on the Carlton bank. I can't see Ramsey. He got that 6.17, the 5.6 backup, Perhaps it must be him on the other bank. I'm not certain.
I think it's, there he is. So Ramsey's just sitting at the front of that pack. It would be Josh Burke that's sitting on the other bank at the moment. Maybe that last left that Josh caught was just off that left ripple that we've been watching.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That score didn't factor into his top two, so he is still scratching away. He can't find his way out of those mid-range fives to get into the 6.24 he's requiring. Ramsey Bokeim's sitting with priority, though, and it's an interesting one because he seems to be taking the position closer to Matt Banting, who's got a slightly less requirement to actually get the advancing position over him. Matt with an opportunity on the inside. He's going to ride out of that air rev and continue pushing away. He's chasing that 5.78, but now down the line, Josh Burke with an opportunity as well. Makes that transitional floater, goes up into the lip. Not too many points on offer just yet as he hopes for the reform on the inside, and it doesn't offer him.
Oh, interesting exchange there. So Ramsey, as you said, is sitting out there with priority, and he's really kind of sat there for, you know, a good 10 minutes with that priority. He's waiting for something special because he's got the advantage in some respect of having that backup. He's got that 5.6, so nothing less than that is going to do him any good. But Matty Banting might have got himself back in the heat there with that air rev.
Let's take a look at the replay here, Bugs.
It's a small wave. It's a smaller wave, but he gets going, and I mean, it's the only move he gets. It's interesting to see where this will go. This will give a good sort of benchmark score on a one-off maneuver. We saw Josh Burke get before.
So Josh Burke's came through as that 5.53 for his slightly bigger wave, a little bit of a bigger section on that air rev. Matt Banting's just dropped in a 4 for his last one.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. It was a smaller wave, and he didn't get that. I nearly thought he got a snap in before it, but he didn't.
Yeah, it was just such a quick moment there. If he'd maybe been able to connect on the starting section, could have been looking a little bit bigger, but he's still chasing down that 5.78, and this is going to be a disappointing result for him because it's just one round above where he fell out on the Gold Coast.
I'm sorry, so I can see Ramsey really on his case now.
Okay, so 41 seconds on the clock. Josh Burke has a little look in and out. Ramsey knows the skill level of Matt Banting. He knows that he's finaled here twice before, taking out a win as a junior, finaled here in 2020, the last time the event ran. And Ramsey is not going to let him have a piece of this one. So now that priority is going to have to switch. Matt Banting will be taking a higher priority position than Ramsey. Dylan sitting with first priority.
Well, now it's the clock because Ramsey made that move on him with 22 seconds remaining, and he's just banking on the fact there'll be nothing left, but Josh Burke is still alive and charging in this heat.
Gets those 2 turns on his backhand. Now he's got the dead section to find his own speed through and connect through it. Can he match the finishing section that's going to be on offer? Throws up a couple of turns together. Hayes definitely asking the question of the judges now, chasing down that 6.24. Ramsey Bokeim also asking the question. And we've got scores to come now for both Josh and Matt. With Ramsey wondering if he's made it through this heat.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he is wondering because, I mean, if Josh Burke was on a completely different bank, there's no issue.
Yeah.
And Josh Burke got a buzzer beater yesterday to get through a heat.
And that was really tight surfing on his backhand there, just straight up and into it as quickly as possible. I really like this wave from Josh Burke. He's chasing a 6.24. I don't know if it's going to go into that, but he's definitely asking the question there. And I'm wondering what Matt Banting did as well. Did he catch a wave that's going to go into his top 2?
Because he was not next to Ramsey, wasn't he? He was not next to him in the last 10 seconds, and we went over to Josh Burke. Did Matty Banting get something? I think Ramsey's really going, you know, he was holding down the second spot there.
Scores to come now for both Josh and for Matt. We don't have any scores in. Dylan Moffett securely in the lead. Josh Burke is feeling it after that last opportunity. He's chasing a 5.78. Scores in from the first judge, it's a 5.7, so it's just shy. We've got 4 scores to come from the rest of the panel. First score in for Matt Banting is a 2.4, so he would have had just a small throwaway. It's all going to be now resting on what the judges make of Josh Burke's wave true. As it's coming down 2 under so far.
Just under.
3 under, a little bit farther and it's just not going to be enough. It's a 5.6. He was chasing a 6.17 to get that advancing position, and he doesn't make it through. The Moroccan, the Olympian, and Ramsey Bokheim holds on to his position, advancing through into the next round. The two that had the strength out of the Gold Coast for those quarterfinal finishes, and Dylan and Ramsey keeping it alive here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, advancing into the round of 24. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, True.
Yeah, really nice start for Ramsey. That just shows why he was in the quarterfinals at the Gold Coast Pro there. I mean, Dylan is just on fire at the moment. He's just gone from strength to strength out there this morning.
Yeah, impressive performance from Dylan, no doubt.
No, really good. I mean, you know, North Narrabeen, he's got such a good backhand, and he's stuck with it. I don't even think he went on a right-hander. He was just so loose and powerful on that backhand, and he just built and really dominated the heat in the end.
Ramsey Bokheim feeling relief. Put together a great heat there. Stay tuned for more action. We've got Zeke Lau, Michael Rodriguez, Rio Waida, and Julian Wilson in the lineup right after this.
Maluk.
Just repeating, Michael, your first weight was a 7. We got Dylan Moffett feeling very stoked, making it through into the next round, breaking all down with Flano from Rip Curl. Dylan pays his bills by working at the Rip Curl shop close to home.
Yeah, he definitely does. He's worked there for quite a few years. He's also there with his girlfriend Grace as well. Grace is supporting him through, I think, a lot of the Challenger Series events throughout the year as well.
Oh, amazing. It's so exciting to see 8 events on the schedule this year. We're going to get to see some huge matchups like this one that's hit the lineup. Julian Wilson, Michael Rodriguez, Rio Waida, and Zeke Lau, and we've just been having that conversation off air. The fact that this Bugs might be the toughest heat of the round.
I'm calling it. This heat here, I think it's the heat of the round. I mean, you could probably say that 10 times over, but I just think this one, there's just so much in it.
We got 3 CT surfers or ex-CT surfers looking for that requalification up against Rio Waida, who has been the front runner of really progressing where surfing is heading in Indonesia. He's had those wild card opportunities in the past, and he's an Olympian as well. He's really just been knocking on that door for qualification and absolutely deserves to be in that pack with these 3 surfers in the lineup.
And Michael Rodriguez most definitely on the comeback trail, you know, and he's been in just scintillating form. And it looks like he started with a bomb.
He started out with a 7.67. Julian Wilson now with a quick kick in and out. And for the Brazilian and Emrod to start out so strong, that's going to put a bit of a threat onto the rest of the lineup. Rio Waida also with a score on the board already of a 5.83. Zeke Lau and Julian Wilson true with just throwaway scores to kick things off. As we take a look at the replay now, here's first of Rio Waida.
Yeah, really nice start for Rio. He's found a nice little connecting section here. So this one going all the way through. Rio is just throwing so much spray out there, and then this looks like Emrod's first wave, huge turn to start, and again for another one, a bigger looking wave there for Michael Rodriguez, wow, just exceptional surfing from the Brazilian. You can definitely see that he is wanting to make a reappearance on the CT.
Absolutely. He's really just come through looking good on the Gold Coast. Seems like he's been putting all that work in the off season to just prepare and make sure that he is going to be that biggest threat here in the draw. Great opening turn, Bugs.
Yeah, he only got the one turn in, but his turns are looking mighty crisp this morning. That's a big score. That's a bigger score than anything in the first heat, 7.67, and I think it's worthy of this heat because this is a real challenge. And Rio started with a nice score there, and that 5.83 that could be a good backup score in this heat, but I don't think it'll last as a leading score.
Julian Wilson having a look, decides not to go. Emrod duck dives that wave as well. And we've just seen the announcement come through from the WSL for the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land wild cards. We've been waiting to know who's going to be in the draw. We'll see Zeke Lau and track with him. He's going to duck into the barrel. No surprises there. Always looking to get barreled and get a cover up anywhere in the world that he possibly is. And back to those wild card opportunities, it's Rio Waida with the wild card into the Quicksilver Pro G-Land, talking about championship tour caliber surfing. The last time he was in that CT jersey was in a wild card for the Corona Open Mexico. He walked away with an equal 9th place finish, took down some big names in the draw, and now he's got that opportunity again heading into G-Land.
Yeah, really exciting. And I tell you what, Rio, if he can get on some big sets over there at the event, looking at his backhand now, he's definitely going to take down some big names. You know, he is such a strong surfer. I feel like every other video I see on Instagram is Rio Waida surfing. You know, he's just been in form lately.
And I mean, that announcement is just hot off the press from the WSL while Rio's in a heat. So obviously, it's probably best not to tell until he comes in. It's kind of like the surfing equivalent of an election result.
That's absolutely it. Of course, we already know that Gabriel Medina will be making his appearance back with that WSL seasonal wild card. We'll likely see him in the draw for the rest of the year, which is exciting. And then on the women's side, Sally Fitzgibbons has gotten the call up to the Roxy Pro G-Land as that WSL replacement in for Caroline Marks now. For that event, at least, maybe some other events for the rest of the season. We'll have to wait and see. Zeke Lau now pushing down the line. Just falling short of that mid-season cut at Margaret River, flies into the air, puts that tail high and executes well.
Yeah, well, the difference with that one to some of the efforts we saw in the previous heat, he did get a great snap in here on that wave, Zeke, and then he moved into position. You could just tell he was waiting for that right section to boost on. And he's somewhere over with the free surfers.
He's down to that Queen's Cliff side of things with the free surfers. True, talk us through this one.
Yeah, he gets a really nice carve to start, and I love how he's just racing through there. You can actually see him go past the pipe into Queenscliff here and go straight to the air, literally lift over someone, it looks like there. So Zeke is just showing, you know, that real confidence that he has and that experience as well.
Scores to come through now for Zeke Lau. He had those 2 throwaway scores, and now he's looking to put himself into the equation with 21 minutes on the clock.
You know, obviously we're working off the screen. We might have to get Stace to help us out to where everyone is surfing. We know Zeke's down on that right-hander, and I'll be waiting for someone to go down there for sure.
Michael Rodriguez opened up with that 7.67. He built to a 4.67 and has a couple throwaway scores. Rio with that single score at the moment of the 5.83 on the board. Julian Wilson with just 3 throwaway scores and a 4th now on the board. Can't scratch above that 1.5 range. He'd be feeling a little bit frustrated. He came out really strong in his opening heat here, Bugs.
Yeah, Julian, you know, he looked good at snapper. He's looked very good in that first heat. He's going to need to get going and not let these guys get too far ahead of him.
Emrod with 2 strong backhand attacks. Throwing a lot of spray, looking to build on that 4.67 for the backup score at the moment. 20 minutes on the clock, and there's just been a lot of activity in the lineup.
You know, I want to go back to that. We'll get this replay. This is a pretty slick wave, true. Just 2 turns, but
yeah, he did them pretty nicely there, Bugs. 2 really strong turns.
Looking very spicy on his backhand, and Michael, you know, he's been a standout in my eyes.
Now, having a look at where they're sitting in the lineup with that black buoy, these 3 surfers are sitting on that Carlton bank, same as the last heat, and then Zeke Lau has pushed himself all the way to the other side, Drew.
Yeah, definitely. He's sitting kind of in between that border from North Stain to Queenscliff. You can see him just paddling around there, trying to get back onto the bank. There has been this right there for the last few days. We've seen people, I think maybe Nadia Arostova in one of her last heats, I think that was the bank that she paddled down to that potentially got her through that heat. We've seen people go there. We saw Crosby Colapinto go there. We saw Ian Gouveia go there. Hasn't worked for everyone, but it's working for Zeke right now.
Yeah, that's a good start. A 6.17 on that bank, and Michael Rodriguez is really taking charge of this heat. But the beauty about being down there is you're not messing with priority. It's just not a factor. So even though there's very few really good opportunities, you can nail them.
Yeah, it's as if he's surfing a heat by himself at the moment,
Exactly.
Which is a real treat to surfing a beach break. As enjoyable as it is to be able to watch these guys perform in the world's best point breaks, like on the Gold Coast up at Snapper, it really then consolidates that takeoff zone, especially if they're trying to push behind the rock or something in that conversation, where on the beach breaks like these, if there's multiple banks working, everyone can kind of go out and just do their own thing and really let their performances speak to the best.
That's true. And so, you know, as I said before, there's 3 different breaks, right? I mean, yesterday the middle break, and the last 3-4 days the middle break's been the dominant one. This time they're bookending the Carlton Street one and the pipe, so they're utilising the whole beach.
We can really see that wind has changed as well. We started off nice offshore light breeze this morning, and that onshore has kicked up quite strong suddenly, Bugs.
Yeah, that'll be a factor for sure. That's pretty much directly onshore. And for Manly, that would be probably like an easterly.
Yeah, dead easterly it would be. I think that's a constant thing throughout everyone. I know that if it is a pretty strong easterly, everyone tends to go to the golf course or go somewhere else instead of surfing. But I tell you what, Manly is still giving opportunities out there this morning, which is amazing to see. And I love that, you know, as we mentioned before, here's Julian up and riding.
All right, driving down the line, makes it around that section, finds the foam, connects for the finish. He'll be looking for something with that good open face, though, to start off with, to really be able to lock into that rail, Bugs.
Yeah, he needed that. He needed that just to feel it, to feel himself into the heat. You know, he's definitely looking pretty slick. So he's in good form. He's just been at odds with the actual waves themselves.
Zeke Lau now still looking for those little right-handers. It's crazy to see how much the conditions have changed as that wind's just kicked up suddenly so strong. You can always see it coming on the horizon, those easterlies rolling through into Sydney True. As we take a look now at Lass and Julian.
Yeah, Julian has a bit of work to do. He's only got a pair of 1s to lock in, really nice speed float, and he gets a great finishing jam there. It's unusual to see him so quiet to start the heats. We're so used to seeing him start off with a bang. He took a win at the Quicksilver Pro. That was in Kira back in 2018 or 2019, I think it was. So he does have that caliber of coming through with really great results, but he actually has to work from behind here and really lock in a decent score to make it a little bit easier for him to advance through this one.
Emrod sitting in the lead with a 7.67 and a 6.10. Zeke Lau with that 6.17, trying to build on the score line in his last attempt. Rio sitting so patient, waiting now for a good wave to lock through. He doesn't want to just take off on something that's small, that's weak, that's not going to offer that section, but really knowing he's got to look for something that's going to give him some solid scoring potential to keep himself in the mix here. Zeke has a look there, decides not to go as well. And it seems a little bit more difficult to pick the best of the lineup, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. That onshore is going to not only just ruffle the conditions, but down where Zeke is on that ride, it's going to really bring the quality of those waves down, I feel. And, you know, Emrod's already got, see, he's taken a stranglehold on the heat. That 7.67, he's already got the 6.1 back up. Julian's trying to get into the heat. And Emrod, you know, he's nearly in a position to play defense.
Gets those 2 turns connected together. Throws a lot of spray on that finishing section. And definitely in that defensive position at the moment as we come down to that 15-minute mark. Exciting.
I was just about to say, Emerald kind of knows. Oh, here we go. Rio finally taking a second wave here.
All right, waited with patience for a long time, Bugs. Found the wave with the size that he needed.
That's what he was looking for. He was definitely looking for something. It was really good patience. Here's on a good sized wave. Here's Zeke Lau. Can he get around this section? No. See, down there, that the left off that has been pretty wall true.
Yeah, if you're down on that bank where Zeke Lau is at the moment, you're not going left. You're pretty restricted to just going right. There is maybe the odd left coming through, but where Julian, Emrod and Rio are now, that's a better left.
Julian into that next section, finds that open face, tags the lip, and finishes on the end. He dropped in a 3.9 for his last ride, which was a smaller wave. Found that speed and that projection, though, even though it lacked in the size.
Yeah, they didn't give him much for that one, and you know, didn't get him into the heat really, but this one will.
What did you like about it, Bugs?
Well, he floats over and keeps his speed going, and then he just does two pretty slick turns right there and just squeezes that last one in. Definitely will better his 3.93.
Rio Wida had this opportunity, true?
Yeah, really nice start, and I love how he just puts it straight up into the lip there, and he actually negotiates the come down on that one really well. It was quite sucky and steep, so he just embraced that as he came down. I thought that was a really great wave to go after waiting for so long with priority to get a second wave. And Julian as well, locking in what could be his best number of the heat so far. He really needs to get some work done because everyone is quite far ahead of him at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a little bit to work out here. He's just chasing that 3.95, so we could see him jumping into that advancing position. We got Rio only chasing that 2.02 to get himself in the advancing position. Scores come through for our bottom three surfers at the moment as we see a set rolling in. Emrod with priority. It's about a head high wave. Keeping that low composure, gets those two turns nice and powerful. It's really becoming the battle of the two-turn combination out here at Northstein. As we see Julian now with that fast opportunity. He's gonna fly, goes for the progression, makes the rotation, and gets a little hung up on the finish. Zeke as well, finally opting to go left. Gets that rail caught through. So still waiting for those more important scores to drop through, possibly from the last exchange. With 12.5 minutes on the clock. In that last heat, we saw Dylan Moffett walk through with a victory over Ramsey Bokheim. We'll catch up with him now.
You might have got the last glassy heat of the day, Dylan.
I know, I just noticed that. It's gone full onshore out here right now, but like that little heat then was kind of fun. It was always a bit skeptical when you're surfing the beaches like this, and there's like a rip, a bank, another rip, another bank, and I came down this morning looking like not even looking at this bank, and then me and Bowie were just kind of talking, chatting it through, and like, all right, well, there's waves down there, just make a decision, get out there, see how it goes, and just be open to moving around if it needs to be. But I was lucky to get a couple like real fun ones out there and share a couple waves with some really good surfers.
So do you actually make a decision, or do you wait to see where the other surfers paddle out and make your decision based on that?
I made my decision before I saw where the other's surfing in that one. I just wanted to get out on that bank. I saw that there was some good lefts, and I kind of was preferring that bank to the other bank, and it just happened to be that the other surfers paddled out on that bank as well. And I thought I blew the start of the heat because they got sixes straight off the back, and I was like, oh, I should have hustled for the inside a little bit more, but it ended up working out in the end, so it's all good.
Maybe they followed you.
I don't know about that, but maybe, who knows.
Talk to us about taking the wave there off Matt Banting. A great strategic move, but there was almost more points in that wave. That wave came from really deep.
Oh, 100%. That was like, I know what Matty's capable of, and I hate to do that kind of stuff, but that was like, if he'd got the wave from where he was, it would have been such a great score, and I know it still had potential down the end, so I'm just like, I've got pro, I'm just going to roll the dice and throw the board up a couple of times, because I know that if he was to get that score, who knows what could have happened.
Well done, Dill. Stoked to see you making some heats.
Dylan Moffett through to the next round, and we've got scores starting to come through from that last exchange. Michael Rodriguez in the lead. He's increased his score line, dropping a 6.70 for his last wave to back up his 7.6. Rio Wida has now jumped up into that advancing position by backing up his 5.83 with a 6.23. We'll take a look now, True, at this last of Emrod.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Michael Rodriguez. A great two-turner. That was a 6.7 that just locked in. And Julian just getting that one through. I have a feeling that the judges might deem that one incomplete because he didn't get the ride out in front of the whitewash there, but still really progressive surfing.
That's right. Julian's previous score came through as a 5.4. Last wave not complete. So situation remains with Julian and Zeke chasing scores to get the advancing position. We've got 10 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back more action right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
8 minutes on the clock. Michael Rodriguez hanging on to the lead. Rio Waida in second, and scores are in for Julian and Zeke Lau, both sitting now in that third and fourth place position. Julian chasing a 6.66 to get the advancing spot, and Zeke Lau unable to increase and put a backup score to a 6.17 that he started off early on. He's chasing a 5.90 to get that advancing position.
Yeah, well, I think Zeke's changed positions out there. What's happened with that? When, you know, that first wave he got, the 617, it was a clean face. He got that beautiful snap in it. He came along and got the air rev. And the thing is that now what happens with this onshore is that that particular break, because it's not running down an inverted bank, what it does is that it's like crumbling embers ahead of the main pocket, and so you can never get in front of it.
So he's now opted to move down to the bank where everyone else is sitting, finding that left connects two turns together with a little bit more of an open face, True.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's really smart for Zeke to be on that right, but now he kind of has to start fresh. He needs to figure out on this bank what the best waves are that are coming through, because it's actually not easy on a day like today to identify the waves that are going to offer at least two good turns, and some of the sets look like they're going to close out. So Zeke, he's just picking up a smaller one. It managed to wall up in front of him there, so he puts it up there for a nice carve and gets a finish. But we were able to see with the likes of Julian, Rio and Emrod just finding waves that had offered a little bit more time, offered some more critical sections for them to really go off the bottom and into the top, whereas that was just a smaller inside one for Zeke.
Zeke drops in a 4.6 for that last wave. It does move him into that third place position, but now sitting with fourth priority, he's still chasing that 5.90. And it was a disappointing loss for him at the Margaret River Pro, just falling outside that midseason cut by 2 positions. He finished out in that equal 23rd alongside of Connor Coffin. It was Jackson Baker who was at 21st to take that last spot, advancing past the midseason cut. And for Zeke, he just wasn't able to find that rhythm and momentum he needed on this year's CT, getting that requalification out of the Challenger Series last year.
Yeah, he lost a really close heat at Bells. That was a super, super close heat. It definitely could have gone his way, could have gone either way.
He walked away with that one. It was that really close heat up against Connor O'Leary at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Connor finished out in the round of 32 with a 13.46 heat total, and Zeke just behind him with a 13.26. So you're right, it was just so close between those two. As we see Rio now going progressive on the finish. Found that first power pocket to connect with, and now Emrod uses priority to opt into this left. He gets a good line racing down to connect a couple turns together in front of his competitor and Rio Waida, and wants to secure himself with that advancing position, because we know with surfers like Zeke and Julian sitting at that 3rd and 4th place position, they get on the right wave, they're looking at the scores they require in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking Emrod's going to be hard to beat in this tournament with this kind of brand of surfing. He's just looking a bit more, he's getting a bit more out of his board, looking a bit more spicy out of the lip. His backhand is just unbelievably tight and really strong maneuvers.
He just looks fired up in general. Here he is, just incredible surfing for the Harvey Norman recap here for Michael Rodriguez. He's just looking exceptionally on point. That was his very first wave in the heat, which was a 767.
Yeah, unbelievable. Rio's done well to position himself in that 2nd place finish at the moment, Bugs.
Yeah, Rio's just really starting to settle into life on the Challenger Series. You know, the news of his wild card into G-Land is so exciting.
So exciting to see him there at the Quicksilver Pro G-Land alongside Gabriel Medina back in the Championship Tour jersey. And then on the women's side, Sally Fitzgibbons has been given the call up as Caroline Marks has decided not to take that opportunity for the Roxy Pro G-Land, at least for the first event past the midseason cut. And Bronte McCauley has gotten the call up for Roxy to be there at G-Land after a great 3rd place finish at Margaret River.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bronte has posted some amazing footage from Northwest Australia. Her, you know, the Roxy Pro is going to be so up her alley. She's going to be a real danger in that event because she can barrel ride like with the best of them.
Oh yeah, she really is one of the strongest women in the field for a wave like that.
Yeah, definitely. And the danger for Bronte is that she's comfortable in that. She's not scared to go those big waves and get smashed or get the best barrel of her life.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, and look, it's a wonderful to have, you know, the Quicksilver Pro back. I mean, you think about back in the day, it was such an awesome event, and gosh, to be back at G-Land with the Quicksilver Pro, the Roxy Pro, is just, it's kind of magic land, really.
It's going to be so exciting to see the women get an opportunity there as well. As we see Michael Rodriguez just looks so incredibly sharp, like you're saying there, Rabbit. He really does seem like the informed surfer of the event. He's just increased his scoreline with a 6.87 for his last wave. Rio's still holding on to 2nd at the moment with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Small scores coming in for Julian Wilson and Zeke Lau that are unlikely to change the situation. And Emrod just continues to increase that scoreline. He's throwing away 6s that are the sorts of scores that Zeke and Julian would be loving to have to keep themselves in the mix right now. Of course, their requirements have just increased into the 7-point range.
Yeah, because Rio Waida has moved up to 6.97. Basically, he's got close on a 7 and a 6.23. I mean, that's a pretty handy lead right now with 2 minutes remaining. True, I mean, 7-point rides don't come easy out there in these deteriorating conditions.
And Emrod's just increased it with an 8.33 for his last wave. Incredible performance, bringing him into that 16-point heat total. True, talk us through this one.
Yeah, really nice ride here for Emrod. Great start. It was actually a bigger looking wave as well, and he gets a bit of release to finish there. So Emrod is just looking really sharp out there, and it's interesting to note he has 6s to throw away, and he's just been in that really lucky priority rotation where he's just been able to get those rides that are going to give him those scores. And unfortunately for Julian as well, for Zeke, you know, they haven't been able to do that, but he's also been catching waves, and the more waves you catch, the more comfortable you are with the bank that you're on, and the more waves you're going to be able to identify those good scores.
Unreal. Down to just over 60 seconds on the clock. Emrod dropping in one of the biggest scores that we've seen in the morning, that 8.33. He opened with a 7.67, and now 12 waves later, he's found himself with the excellent score Julian Wilson has just been lost within this heat, Bugs. It's been unfortunate to see. He is sitting with priority, but he's now chasing a 7.8 to get the advancing position.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing when you look at the, Michael Rodriguez' whole tally of scores. He's throwing away 6 sevens and things that anyone else would be so stoked to get. It is really tough out there for Julian and for Zeke, because they're both just struggling to find quality waves. And the quality's not really on offer, but Michael Rodriguez seems to be just plucking them out of thin air.
He really does. Julian Wilson is one of those surfers, too, that's made the finals here at Manly. Back in 2017, when Jesse Mendez took the win, Julian was the runner-up. So you would have expected him to find some rhythm. Zeke Lau with an opportunity now, coming through to the inside, doesn't complete that finishing maneuver. He's chasing that 7-point ride. Now, Julian and Zeke both are in sort of an okay position with this being a throwaway, because they walked away with 9th place finishes on the Gold Coast. So for those two losing out in this round, they've got a good score to build from already from the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, where both Emrod and Rio were finishing off in those 17th and 25th place finishes. So this is really important for them to try and get those 9th place and above. Great heat there from Michael Rodriguez, 16.00. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring back more action. Heat number 3 for the men's round. Vasco Ribeiro paddling out next.
Welcome back to the show, into the round of 48 for the men here at the second stop on the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Here on the Harvey Norman set, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, Kaipo Guerrero. Kipes made an interesting heat, that last one, with a couple of big names falling out of the mix.
I mean, that's what you're going to see, right? In these mix-up conditions, it really is going to be who's in rhythm, who's on those scoreable waves. I think that's going to be a real big part of success today.
Yeah, no doubt. Another big lineup in this next heat, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Alejo Moniz making a comeback of sorts. He's had a taste of the World Championship Tour, wants back on. I really like the progression of Kehu Butler as well. He's one on the rise out of New Zealand. And Vasco, well, he had an amazing heat in his first round. And very, very powerful surfer out of Portugal.
Yeah, Vasco's been at it for a while, trying to campaign to put together a full campaign to get himself onto the championship tour, but he's had plenty of reps as a wild card over at the CT event in Portugal. His best finish in a CT was in 2015. He had a semi-final finish. He lost out to Italo, who finished runner-up to Felipe Toledo that year. But he's a former World Junior champ. He's got some big turns, and he had this one during the break, Kaipo.
Well, here we go. Nice start. and getting the rhythm. They're a big guy, but able to do the tap dance through those tricky conditions right behind him. It looks like Alejo Muniz, Rich.
Yeah, Alejo up and riding, just that big expressive style that we're so used to seeing from him. And that wider stance serves him well, real sure-footed on the board. And then this is Kehu Butler. A nice series of maneuvers connected together. Conditions completely different to what they were half an hour ago. Things have changed.
We talked about rhythm in the 3 similar backhand approaches, but the rhythm was with Vasco Ribeiro, thus the higher score for just being way more in sync on his wave.
Yeah, conditions-wise, Rich, there's been a bit of a kick in that onshore breeze. What's that going to do to this lineup?
It's going to mess it up a little bit is what it's going to do. It's primarily onshore, east, southeast in the direction. I'm actually really surprised because it's just a little bit different from what the charts predicted. I was saying it was going to still be predominantly out of the south with not as much east in it. It's almost direct east, actually. So it's broken the swell up even more. That left-hand rip bowl that we've been touting for the last 4 days has completely blown itself out, and that's what happened. You saw so much water moving through that rip that eventually it's disintegrated the bank. And now competitors have moved down to this southern bank now. This is Vasco again, so strong.
Big unit, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, really broad shoulders, a big upper body strength, has a mean frontside wrap when he gets going. It's seen him claim some pretty good heat results at places like Haleiwa. But we're seeing the backhand at the moment, and it's got him out in front at this stage. Alejo, though, nice and low, just coiled up, swinging that board around, looking pretty sharp. A guy that had a number of years on the championship tour, Kipes.
Yeah, and then has had to deal with some injuries, knee injury and so forth, had to come back from that. But right here, as we look at the replay, big guy, the Portuguese surfer, a couple of taps off the back, really able to power, but also be in flow with this wave. But you can see a little bit of a struggle in this wave compared to this double up right here for Alejo Muniz, where he gets those 2 waves converging. There's a lot more power in this wave, and that's why Alejo is able to do faster, more quality turns. So again, rhythm and just a little bit of a luck of the wave, but wave selection as well.
Yeah, that one was a cool little wave, how it did that double up. That second wave almost folded in and then jacked it up and gave it a little extra injection of power through there. But the other thing, Ron, that this wind's going to do, it's going to excite those guys that want to take to the air. The onshore wind favourable when you want to do those airs.
Yeah, I think when you look at the lineup out there in the water at the moment, I mean, we've seen Alejo on the forehand throw his tail above the lip a bunch in competition. Brody Sale, though, pretty handy in the sky, Kipes, but Kehu maybe has a bit of an edge there over the field. High strike rate with his frontside rotations.
Yeah, Kehu Butler has a really strong air game. He's going to have to find that special wave with a ramp to be able to execute on that, but we know that he has that in his repertoire, in his bag of tricks, and that's going to be really valuable for any surfer that has that air game and that quick feet today. And basically, I would just think, to be honest with the surf audience, it's junk surf today, okay? So this is what we're gonna do. We gotta get through this round. It's gonna be junk surf, but you know what? What you can take away from this is how to surf in junky conditions. So this is actually a little class for everyone, how to surf, because these are some of the best in the world, Rich.
100%, and you know, on any given day at your local beach break, this is probably the conditions you're faced with most of the time. So, yeah, let's pick it apart. Let's look at the technique. Let's see how we're really supposed to do it.
Well, Butler out there, he'll be feeling pretty comfortable from the North Island of New Zealand, Tauranga. And I've been over there, great surf town. Big kia ora to everyone watching, tuning in from that zone. He's got a lot of support, and for good reason. I mean, we've seen amazing Kiwis battling on the Challenger Series in recent years. We've also seen them break through. Richie on tour when Maz Quinn was travelling and competing. He was a phenomenal
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Surfer, thank you. But yeah, he was incredible, and he represented well for a number of years.
Yeah, he did, and that's where my mind went as soon as you started that conversation. And yeah, Maz, great surfer, great forehand attack. Didn't get too many words out of him. He let his surfing do the talking. Also, Jay Quinn, his brother, another great surfer to come out of New Zealand, and obviously Billy Stammond and many of the other Kiwis flying the flag. Kehu, he seems destined for big things. He's had a great career up to now.
He has. We saw Brody sail up briefly there. Here's Butler now. A couple of nice jams. 20.5 minutes to go. Yeah, we got Billy Stammond in the mix too, representing New Zealand. He looks sharp on the opening day of competition here. Alejo, though, starting to really string his moves together nicely. He had a 4.17 on his previous ride. We'll see where that one takes him, but he was sitting in second spot. Needed a 4.64 to jump up into the lead, which is still being held by the surfer from Portugal at this stage. Let's quickly catch up with the winner of the last heat. It was a heavily stacked matchup. Michael Rodriguez getting the winnies with Stace.
Michael, talk us through when you paddle out for a heat, it's glassy. As soon as the horn went, the wind come up pretty onshore.
Yeah, man, so hard. I was, before the heat, I was thinking to do aerials, and then the wind just changed, and I changed my whole game, go to the backside, and yeah, kind of hard to compete here. But I'm feeling home, I feel like I'm home. It's pretty similar, it's pretty much the same. And yeah, right now I'm feeling better. I kind of sad about Julian. He's my big idol, so, you know, it is hard to compete against such a nice guy like him. I have an opportunity to let him go in the good wave, my 8 points, and I did not let me go for sure. Job done, and I'm pretty happy about it.
I noticed a little change in the equipment. Did you want to talk about the fins there?
Yeah, I changed my fins on this heat. The last one was pretty slow. The fins was too loose, and then I changed my equipment. Same board, but different fins, and I just love it.
I think it's yeah, late at night in Brazil, maybe around dinner time. Did you want to say good day to your family and friends?
Yeah, for sure. Mãe, namorada, meus amigos, obrigado por estar assistindo. Passamos mais uma, tô amarradão, vamos para a próxima.
Thanks, Michael, well done.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, solid performance in what was a really difficult heat. I mean, Julian Wilson, Rio Ueda, and Ezekiel Lau in your very second heat of the event is, well, that's no easy field to overcome. So Michael Rodriguez looking sharp out here at the moment. Just over 18 minutes to go. Alejo Munez and Brody Sale trying to catch up now. Kehu Butler dropped a 4.1 on his last ride. That's got him up into second position. Tell us a bit more. See a replay of Vashko's last ride here. This one's going to help him solidify the #1 position. Nice sequence of turns, Rich.
That final turn was just hammer time. And then here we see Alejo just pumping down the line. Big closeout floater to finish off. You know that, well, it looked great, but the floater, there's a certain amount of restraint that I think the judges are just going to hang on to with the floater. I think they're expecting, you know, perhaps a big above the lip final finale on that wave.
I don't know, mate. Looking at the numbers, they look pretty good. He got a 6.83, and that is the single highest number of this heat. So he's in a great position now. Vashko, though, he got a 6.4, so he's still hanging on to the #1 spot. Kaipo, tell us a bit more about this Grom. Brody Sale.
Brody Sale, he's from the big island of Hawaii Island, from the break on the corner side, on the west side. Banyans came under the support of Shane Dorian really early in his career. Shane holds a Menahuni Classic there every year at Banyans to give back to his local community. And a lot of the new stars or the new Groms kind of show up, and then you can really see what the future holds. And Shane got right behind Brody, and here he is surfing. And also another guy got behind Brody is Kelly Slater, putting Brody on those Slater design boards. So he's got a lot of support from a couple of the key figures from the Momentum generation. So we're expecting big things from Brody Sale. I mean, it's a a bit of pressure, I think, on the kid in a way, because there's large expectations on him.
Yeah, I think, you know, just on that point, Shane Dorian, though, having a bit of a prodigy as a son, you know, he's someone who's sort of dealing with navigating those high pressure expectations that come on these young stars. So he's got a good ear that he can lean into. Brody Sale and Shane Dorian will listen, offer him guidance, and I'm sure he just reassures him all the time that he's got a big, long career ahead of him, and not to get too phased in these first Challenger Series events that he tackles.
But it's surfing like that we just saw from the last wave from Brody. That was lightning fast, Rich.
Yeah.
And he was like, that was a whole nother gear. So I'm anxious to see what that number is going to be.
Yeah, very kind of fast and light-footed. I was kind of blown away by just the amount of those 3-turn combo that he fit into a section that possibly only had 2 in it, and he got 3 in it. And surfers can be guilty of trying to squeeze too many turns into a certain section, but he did it so quick that they all looked right.
The judges got to recognize that. I'm
100%.
expecting a good number for that. I mean, I hope so.
Final turn was really aggressive too. Good finish to it.
Yeah, well, Brody came into the Challenger Series number 5 on the regional ranks through Hawaii and Tahiti. Good performer, but when I look at his accomplishments so far, it's got to be the big finish at the Vulcan Pipe Pro a couple of years back. Kaipo got himself a quarterfinal finish. It was just a micro grom at that stage.
Yeah, as we see Alejo finishing out, isn't that, it is a sign of the times where your road to becoming a professional surfer now, the bar keeps on getting raised, and now you're expected to be a 14, 15, 16-year-old taking off an 8-foot backdoor. Here we go, replay.
Yeah, this is Alejo Menez, just an amazing display of what you can do on a 1-foot wave. And just look at the leverage and the body torque of this guy as he just drives down the line here. It's a tiny little section, but just manufacturing a maneuver there, throwing a ton of spray that gets the board redirection straight back under his feet again.
Yeah, there you go. And I do want to point out that that number came in for Brody Sale at a 6.97, so the highest single wave so far for that performance, and well deserved.
Yeah, and going looking for a number to get himself into the top 2 now. You can see just on that last turn, whipping the board vertically there. The wave really didn't have a lot to offer. So 13.5 minutes to go. We'll probably try and settle into that priority order now and get himself a wave with a bit more meat behind it.
Wind's changed again, settled down a little bit. Maybe gone back round to the south. Here goes Kehu.
Loading up. Nice little jam to get started. Finds himself back in that 4th position at the moment, needing a 6.73 to get into 2nd.
Well, Vashko and Kehu have, Vashko and Kehu, both sort of the bigger competitors in this heat. So their advantage is that when they do a turn and when they do connect with a section, it looks big. Bang, there it is. Watch this second turn here, just hammers it. And love these slow-mos where you can really see the timing, just how quickly these guys are pivoting off the tail of their boards here, just all coiled up and just trying to make themselves small to fit within the wave. And that compression, that spring-like action that you need to really draw on when you're surfing these smaller waves. It's a compression of the legs, and then it's that hinge work at the hip, and then get the arms involved as well. And they can almost act as a sort of a pendulum weight and help you with the momentum today in the way that you need to attack these smaller waves.
Thinking about these 4 surfers and what they were able to do on the Gold Coast at stop number 1 on the Challenger Series, the Boost Mobile Pro. And it was Vashko Ribeiro who left stop 1 with I don't know if you'd call it a keeper result, but a 9th place finish. I mean, it wasn't a bad start, but we're starting to think about mathematically what it's going to take.
Yeah.
And from 5 events, Kaipo, you're thinking it's It's going to take quite a bit, maybe quarterfinals and better.
Yeah, you could have a 9th in there, but everything else has got to be a 5th and up, is what I'm feeling by the end of the year. But then again, the math is going to change because of the double qualifier scenario, and for CT surfers who do come in, and if they do well, then they take those numbers out of the mix, and then it changes the whole dynamic of the cut line. You know, so I mean, for example, Callum took 10,000 out of the mix. So that's actually going to lower the cut line at the bottom line. If that continues, it'll lower the actual amount of the numbers, the total that people need to qualify, because there'll just be less numbers available.
Yeah.
So, gosh, that's what makes it exciting. There's so much more to happen.
One thing I know for sure is that when we get to that final event at Haleiwa, that piece of paper with all the names on it and then all the possibilities, that is the funnest thing to do as a spectator, and just start marking off whether they've got enough or they're in and out of the mix. But it always comes down to the wire, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Every single time.
And it will again this year, most definitely, as we see with 10.5 minutes to go. Butler charging towards the northern end of the bank here, looking for some space. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. We'll see what unfolds here in heat number 3 when we return.
And I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Don't know where to go and I don't mind. I don't mind.
Well, the action continues here in the round of 48. The second round for the men, the second stop of the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. And at the moment, Alejo Muniz has moved into the lead. Had a 4.87 on his last ride. He's left Vasco Ribeiro, the Portuguese surfer, looking for a 5.31. Brody Sales back in third. He needs a 4.43. Kiwi Butler has been making a move out there in the lineup, trying to find some space at the bottom of the priority order. He's just looking to put some distance between himself and his rivals and just build something here, chip away at this requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's not safe. There's no way that a 6.8 and a 4.87 is safe. Feels good to be out in front. These guys know that they need 2 decent scores, and the caliber of surfing at this event. And we are into the second round now. Here goes Vasco.
Yeah, Vasco, his power's been on display in this heat. Not on that ride, but he does have a 6.4. Swings that board with such purpose. And he's done some incredible small wave surfing here, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, for a surfer of such a large frame to be light-footed enough, but mix those light feet in between the turns with power off the top has been really impressive. He was early on the best performer, but look at this wave right here.
Yeah, Alejo Muniz has been surfing with a lot of speed, that fast twitch muscle fiber kicking into gear here in just the early rounds or early heats of this second round for the men. Just looks, it's good to see him looking more injury-free. You know, he's been hindered by injury throughout his career, and knees, ankles, you know, he's had to deal with a lot.
Yeah, and he's looking good, surfing fast. Hasn't lost any of that flair, and I keep saying one of the most expressive styles on the tour, in my opinion. And that last wave just ran off just a little bit quick for him, but stood up on the bank. Good signs. We're only an hour, a couple of hours past low tide, heading into a higher tide. Things will improve with more water over these sandbars. It will create these better corners. The opportunities will open up, but you know what? You've got to surf what's in front of you right now. It's the same conditions for your other competitors. You can't blame the waves, can you, Kipes? You've always got to come in and just go, yep, I beat him.
Everyone's playing in the same sandbox, so you got the same tools. So that's whoever builds the best castle is going to win.
Just grab a handful of that sand and throw it in your rival's eyes.
Yep.
Well, what's happening right now is I see Brody Sale is quietly climbing the priority ladder. He's in second priority right now. He actually has the least amount of requirement to move into an advancing position. He only has that 4.43 that he needs to turn to get into second place. So pretty, smart surfing so far.
Yeah, and I guess with Kehu kind of out of the picture at the moment, he's kind of got ultimate priority over the other two surfers out there. So he is in a good spot. 5 minutes to go. Let's go out the back with Stace and Dometic.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Yeah, you're right. Kehu's sort of out of the picture up there to the north. He's got everything to himself, but I'm a little bit worried. That's where every surfer was heading as the tide was getting lower to find some opportunities. With that tide coming in all morning now, I'm a bit sceptical of that northern bank.
Hey, Stace, I've noticed something. The rip that was cutting through that left rip bowl for the last couple of days, it's a bit confused at the moment. It doesn't know whether to go left or right. We may even see this turn into a little right rip bowl, perhaps.
You know what? That very well could happen, Rich. I think you're spot on. The rip at the moment, it has that, that top layer of ripple through the water, which we were typically seeing on the run-out tide over the last couple of days. But now, with the tide coming in, and that's still looking very messed up, it's definitely concerning. Our number one peak might be changing.
It looks like he's trying to paddle upstream at the moment. It looks like he's in a river.
Yeah, Kehu, that is. So he's about 100 metres further north. He's in front of the pipe there, and then there's no one on that bank that we've been watching the last couple of days. And then there's still three surfers to the south here, which for me still looks like the quality sandbar at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you have first priority, why are you isolating yourself? It seems like an interesting strategy.
We'll see if it works out for him as Vashko kicks out of this one. 3.5 minutes to go.
So if everyone else is on this other bank, that means Brody Sale fundamentally is in first priority right now when a quality one comes through on the primary bank.
Of this order here,
yeah.
for sure, definitely.
Right where he wants to be.
Right where he wants to be. As you said, Kipes, he's got the highest single wave. Just needs that backup. Here's a recap, Harvey Norman recap, and it was Alejo Moniz who took control early, got the big finish, and Vasco Ribeiro, has been just bringing his brand of power surfing and on point. But the young Hawaiian kid, he has just put on an incredible display on that single wave there. Just a rapid fire backhand attack.
He might have had one too during the Harvey Norman heat recap. We'll see if we can bring it up for you, but he didn't need a whole lot. 4.43 is what he was after, Kaipo. Let's see if he got it.
Nice little check turn. Gets Vert for the finish. Snaps the fingers. He felt like he got it. We'll see.
Close. Very close.
Oh, and he did. He got it. 4.9.
There you go. Well played. I mean, he identified stuff. He moved up the priority ladder. Kehu actually taking himself out of the lineup with first priority.
Yeah, now needing a big number. The New Zealander, a 7.03. Alejo in second spot. He's trying to get rid of a 4.87. Oh. If he can bag a 5.05, he's back up into the lead.
Well, he's done that. In my opinion, I think that wave was really, really strong. Big finish on it. A series of 3 turns. We saw that, Brody got that 6.97 for a similar wave with that repetition of 3 backhand hooks without too much downtime. Perhaps not as strong on the opening hit, but this final turn here, bang, just up high, gets the board. at 12 o'clock, vertical. The judges get excited about that.
You know you've done something special when Richie Lovett drops a bang. There's some punch to that move. Butler just having a bit of a shocker at the northern end of the bank here. He waited a long time for that ride. He's not going to get much out of it. Brodie Sale doesn't want to let go of this position at the top, and he's found maybe an even better ride there.
Pace, right? For Brodie, that was just a paced approach, not forcing it.
And I think maybe Vashko was watching that all unfold from out the back, but let's see if he can answer here.
Yeah.
And he stabs the board through the lip, but leaves it behind. Just punched through the lip with maybe a little bit too much power there to kick things off.
Yep. But Vashko's going to be in trouble.
Alejo got a 5.6, moved up into first. Brodie Sale waiting on the number to come through. He needs a 5.46 to get back up into the lead here out of this wave.
Well, he's just got to improve upon his low right now, Brodie, of a 4 point, what is that, 9?
He really,
that's right.
So he did that.
You can consolidate that second spot.
Yeah.
That we were chatting about it
Yeah.
with Bugs the other day, Kaipo. And getting yourself in the front just gives you that little bit of insurance, just gives you that leeway in case someone makes the jump up into the lead.
Yeah.
You know, bumping second out, pushing you down into that second position. So we'll see. I think Brodie's number might get him back into the number 1 position here.
Yeah, and there he goes.
6.83. And the Grom out there in white has jumped up into first. Alejo now after a 6.97. This one coming to a close, though. And he won't be too concerned progressing through in second position. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well, he put in a good performance through the whole heat. He'll be very, very stoked with it. And, you know, the first position is nice, but you'll take a second as well.
The Grom just went out there and grommed out, and that was to his success, Brodie Sale. Great surfing.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Overcoming some much more experienced rivals in this third heat of the round of 48. We've got another big clash around the corner. Morgan Siblick hitting the lineup next.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Morgan Siblick loving his time down here at Manly Beach. He's out there at the moment. Plenty to check out in this zone. Something that you should go see if you get the opportunity is Billy Bain's art exhibition, Being Manly, it's called. A really thought-provoking but humorous take on just sort of the difference between Indigenous Australians here, Billy an Indigenous artist himself. That's showing at the Manly Art Gallery and Museum until June 19th. I've checked it out, even bought a piece. Yeah, some awesome stuff down there. But he is the son of former CT surfer and Grandmasters champion Rob Bain.
G-Mode.
So, yeah, get along and check it out, being Manly. But out there at the moment, we've got Morgan Siblick in the red jersey. Jordan Lawler, a former winner of this contest, is out there in the blue. William Cardoso is in the white, and Ian Gentile is surfing in the green. Good lineup.
Great lineup, stacked heat. And, well, Geordie, he's been on a bit of a tear lately, coming so close to qualification. I think it's started in the pipe event, but this is Morgan Siblick trying to find his way back to the championship tour.
Yeah, just an amazing run he had to crack the Rip Curl WSL finals at the end of last season. Finished the year in 5th place, easily took the Rookie of the Year honours, but got knocked about pretty badly in those first 5 events of the 2022 season. It was always going to be hard to back up Kaipo. It was just a magic run and a shortened year last season.
Sophomore jinx sometimes, you know, it happens to surfers, it happens to bands sometimes. Second album not as good as the first album.
Yeah, who were some of those bands, Kaipo?
Nirvana would have been one of them, but yeah, there's a number. The sophomore jinx comes into effect.
Yeah.
Devo.
Second year syndrome. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of them. Got a feeling, though, with just the wow. Yeah. Geordie Lawler. I mean, they're the kind of turns that saw him take a win here a few years back. But, yeah, I think that second year syndrome is kind of behind Morgan already. Just he looked unbelievable at stop 1 of the Challenger Series. But, you know, this is a whole different beast. Morgan's got a good backhand, though. That'll work well for him in this contest.
Yeah, it will. He's going to need it because, well, Geordie, he's got these tricks. He's got these airs. Residing just up the road at Narrabeen, working with Matty Cattle, former, well, QS competitor back in the day. Very, very knowledgeable. But he's improved on his surfing technique. He's been working really hard. And that was a great backhand hook there from Morgan Siblick.
William Cardoso, this guy has got a strong backhand. He saved himself in the opening round with some last-second heroics. But yeah, interesting seeing these first numbers roll through. Not much for the first rides. Ian Gentile's been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. And, he was on his way to a good score there. Just couldn't get that board back under his feet. He's a surfer from Maui who had big raps on him as a youngster and then kind of fell off the map for a little bit, but good to see him back, looking strong. He's had some good performances. Surfed pretty well up there at stop 1 of the Challenger Series as well. So Geordie Lawler got a 4.33 for that tidy little reverse on the end section before. But Geordie's a guy who came heartbreakingly close to qualifying last year and actually got the call up as a replacement to compete at the Billabong Pipe Pro and also at Sunset. At Pipe, he lost out early, but he had a great performance. He pulled into some huge waves, and I think something clicked for him because he's looked a lot more confident with the jersey on. Yeah,
and he pulled into a couple of giant ones, right? But he didn't have a lot of time to think about it either. I think he got the call quite late and just found out, hey, get the jersey on, you're out there. So it's one of those things, here he goes.
Yeah, I think that can work against some surfers, but Geordie, even though he didn't do a lot in those 2 opportunities, he's, I don't know, something's clicked. His performances have been solid. On the Gold Coast, he went into the 9-point range on the backhand, and I think here he's right at home on the Northern Beaches. You heard the whistles go up then on that ride. He's got a hell of a lot of hometown support here.
I tell you what's changed with Geordie, and in recent years, although he's had the win here, he's been a little bit guilty of the turns being a little bit small. Now the turns are bigger. There's more emphasis on the single maneuvers like that one, and watch this final turn here. Bang, he's just smoothened out a little bit of the noise that happens in between the turns, and he's lifted his surfing up. He's made it bigger. And I think for me, that's the change. It looks more mature, it looks more solid, it looks more powerful.
Ian Gentile there, getting in a little rotation. Had to kind of fight for the completion, but it'll still score. He's out in front at the moment. Not sure how long he's going to be hanging on to this position, though. Got some numbers on the way.
Conditions look like they're improving again. That wind has all but disappeared now. So very variable in conditions today in Gentile, that white stickless board there. So real estate on offer. Just break down the slow-mo. Takes to the sky, gets the rotation. You can already see the body anticipating the spin. Just a little hung up in the whitewash there. Now he starts to pat the kitty, tries to get out in front of it.
Yeah, riding those KT shapes. Sorry, Keith Tabul.
Yeah, from Maui.
From Maui, Imai Kalani DeVault on his boards.
Yeah.
They look good.
They do, yeah.
He's got a special thing going.
He does, right? He's working with a lot of the big wave surfers and works with different technologies. And just his boards always look really just crisp and clean as they cut through the water.
Yeah. He's an expert fin designer as well. And he just uses a lot of technologies that he's borrowing from windsurfing and from kiteboarding, that different composites that he's able to put together over there. Kind of a mad scientist in a way, and been putting, hey, the proof's in the performance when you see guys on those KT boards.
Imai Kalani DeVault's boards in particular look good under his feet. I think they have that look of similar to Italo's boards from Timmy Patterson. Like they sit on the water very well, and they always look like they are just ready to go. Like very, very fast twitching and just super sensitive under the rider's feet.
Yeah, it's cool. I think for the audience, when they're watching these competitors, someone who's backing a campaigner, is putting a lot of time and energy into helping that person realise their dream. And when they go out and put on a special performance, that's the payback. That's when those people start getting phone calls and orders, and hopefully Keith's getting some of that, because Imai in particular has looked unbelievable through the Australian run of contests. Right now, just on 20 minutes to go, and we have some low scores dropping in at the moment for William Cardoso. Let's hear from Brody Sale with Stace.
Channeling a little bit of frustration there with a few falls. Nice to get it on the buzzer there, Brody.
Yeah, I needed a 4 with like 5 minutes, and then kind of flip-flop at the end, and I got lucky that Vasco didn't go on the last one and better my score, so it worked out.
You must have been pretty stoked to see Kihu paddle up to the north there and effectively hand you first priority.
Yeah, I was kind of baffled on that, but yeah, I'll take it for sure.
You seemed to build into your heats yesterday. You built into that one then pretty nicely. Going deeper into the draw, though, what are you going to look to fix up?
Definitely the start. I don't want to start like that again. Although fighting back is good, but yeah, I like just being comfortable at the start.
Must feel nice to know you can win from there into the heat like that with a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
For sure, it's definitely like a little shaky and a lot of nerves, even though it's a 4 or 5. 4 or 5 is kind of hard out there just to find the wave, but yeah, it's good feeling. Just so stoked to make it, and yeah, fix up the start and try and make a good run.
Do you want to sing out back home to Hawaii?
Yeah, thanks to all my friends, family watching. FBI is why.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, the performance was solid. What about the shades?
Yeah,
looks like you could go do a spot of welding.
I like the shout out FBI. That's an acronym for from Big Island, so it's a movement over there.
Yeah, okay.
And so he's just like, FBI is why. Just wanted to give you a little explanation of that. That was pretty cool.
That's why we got you on the team, Kipes. Keep bringing the insights, the inside jokes. We got to get them. But yeah, he represented really well in that last heat. As we know, there's no slow heats, especially once you move into the second round. The form surfers have been established. Morgan's up at the moment. He goes down there. But yeah, that was a tough draw for the youngster. He did really well. So having a look at the numbers at the moment for our competitors in Heat 4, the round of 48. Geordie Lawler is out in front, 4.33, 5.5. No one's really kind of, rammed a stake in the ground here just yet. So we're waiting on the big number to come through.
Here's a challenge for the judges to still use, in these challenging conditions, the entire scale. Because if you keep on suppressing the score, you end up with like a traffic jam of 5s, as we see Morgan move down the line. But you got to use the whole scale, or else you're going to get these super close heats.
Exactly. Or you've got to be so extremely brutal in the lower end of the scale if someone does something that's kind of not worthy of the fours and whatnot. Because generally speaking, most recreational surfers could maybe go out there and get a 2-point ride. You know, so like at this level, if you suppress that scale and it's in the fives, if someone does a half decent turn, you've got to be prepared to throw a 1 at that. If it doesn't match up to, say, the fives that you've been dropping earlier
and
in the heat.
And in the context of the heat, you can't be scared. Every heat's its own heat. You can't be scared of putting 7s up there, even in taking into account these conditions, because you still got 8s, 9s, and 10s to go. So you shouldn't be scared of doing 7s, again, because then you end up with this traffic jam of 5s when you suppress the scores.
Yeah, well, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, it's one of his frustrations. I've had to call a few heats with him in recent times. It's been fantastic, but he often says that. He says when you suppress the scale and it's around that 4-5 point range, quite often when things get emotional at the end of a heat and someone's chasing a score and they surf a wave and it's right there, the emotion can kind of take over and you can kind of almost forget what you've witnessed early on. And often we see kind of upset results and maybe scores going higher than they should in those moments. So I think you're right, Kaiba. I think it's a good call because we have seen some okay turns. Definitely nothing to go into the excellent range, but I don't think they should necessarily pigeonhole themselves with this lower end of the scale because, you know, it does get suppressed. It gets a little tight. At the moment, you know, we're splitting hairs with the numbers.
That's what we do, though, right?
But from what I've seen, maybe Geordie Lawler could have a bit more on his 5.5. Nice little whipping backhand snap and a good turn before it. But we'll see. I mean, they have been doing an unbelievable job in, you know, waves that don't really allow the surfers too much room to open up. This is Geordie trying to get rid of a 4.33.
Yeah, this was an interesting wave, start to finish. Brought something new on the opening ride. It's more of a layback slice rather than a snap. And then this is a replay of Morgan's ride. It's that frontside hook that he has really made his own over the last year. But just a little draggy through that first bit, got caught.
Guess he's got that just that power that can rip through the drags through those turns. If he hits a bump, he's still got the leverage to rip that board through the maneuver, even though it slowed him down and he sort of missed the end section.
Yeah,
it's handy to have that kind of compact
Sonny
energy.
Garcia used to do it better than anyone.
Yeah, for sure.
He would
power through it.
Oh, he would just attack the section, lay it in so hard.
Sonny's calf muscles were bigger than Morgan's simply.
But Morgan, like on the equipment conversation, Morgan is another interesting story in that he's on those Sharp Eye surfboards, and those Sharp Eyes, again, you know, you kind of end up with the shaper du jour sometimes in certain eras of surfing. And Marcio Zuvi right now seems to be the go-to guy for a lot of the world's best.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously led by Philippe Toledo.
Yeah.
And the likes of Joanne Defay and many others have sort of jumped on board. And
Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa, yeah, his surfing definitely, you know, had a significant change when he jumped on, and it just makes you surf different. When you ride a different shaper's board, there's other little things that you pick up. There's a different feeling under your feet, and your surfing does change. I remember I got an Al Merrick actually after I'd been riding, you know, Greg Weber's and Luke Short's for many years, and every now and then you go somewhere and you get a different board, and I got an Al Merrick, and it completely changed the way I surfed.
Yeah.
I was so back-footed and really narrow stance. This one particular board made me widen my stance by about 6 inches. I started to surf a little bit more front foot, and it was the one board that I started to be able to do airs on, and it just changed everything after that. And I went back and worked with Luke, and we looked at that board, and this is how things progress. So, yeah.
You went through the 2 feet on the tail pad era.
I did, absolutely. You know, we were riding, our short boards were 6'2", and they probably should have been about 5'10" or 5'11". Very narrow, slip it out, you know, lots of curve, very thin, and we can blame Kelly for it, really.
There you go, yeah. The glass slipper affected all of us for a while there.
There's about 3 people on the planet that could surf them, and he was one of them, obviously. We all thought we had to go get on these boards, and it was just, they didn't quite work as well.
Here goes Morgan. This one's standing up pretty nicely. Good belt to get started. Can he get up there again? You know he can. So 2 turns, and he was looking to make the jump into the lead. He needed a 4.84 to do that. Just under 12 minutes to go here. Morgan heading back out. And that one might get him into the #1 position. Let's have a look at the replay. First turn, he really stabbed it up there, nice and clean.
Yeah, this one bowled out down the line, that first turn. Amazing just how quick and vertical he got it. But then the redirection down the line, bang, just pivoting in such a tight radius off the lip, sets the bottom turn again, and then jumps up onto the wave face as it's coming down onto the lip, and he's able to ride out of it. I think he convinced the judges enough that he did make that final manoeuvre.
No doubt. Yeah, really showing some serious energy on that ride to get those 2 turns in. Came through at a 7, and he's out in front. Jordan Lawler now after a 6.51, just under 11 minutes to go here in heat number 4, the round of 48.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or Break Season 1, streaming on Apple TV+. Make sure you check it out. Tracking some of the big stories through the 2021 season. An eventful season, a shortened year. The first time we've seen that surf off for the world title.
And you want to see the Morgan Siblet, Maddie McGillivray episode. Speaking of Make or Break, do yourself a favor and watch that episode. It's a golden one.
Yeah, he is such a unit, Morgan. And he made sure while he was collecting big results, he was also collecting memories and having a good time on the CT, and it made for fun viewing, that's for sure. And a good contrast, Maddie McGillivray just so quiet, so polite, so softly spoken, and Morgan just cackling like a hyena through the entire episode. Here we go, 8 minutes to go. Ian Gentile in 3rd spot after a 6.1.
Yeah, Ian's got to make sure that he doesn't get his mind the best of him, because obviously challenging small conditions. I just saw a little frustration right there, kicking out of that wave, and he's really got to wind it in right now and play in the same sandbox, Rich.
The body language tells the story,
right?
Doesn't it? And it frustrates me when I see surfers get, they get disheartened if it's not going their way. Hang on, Geordie Lawler. Great double up section here. And just gets the fins free, kicks it right up and over.
Hasn't been that many punchy sections to really unload on. I mean, it's been all about small wave surfing, and that one really allowed him to open up.
He played the percentages on that final turn. I actually thought he was going to go to the air, but this one, coat hanger down the end, gets the first snaps, but he knew that section there was looming and he wanted to make it count, and he sure did. And then Panda got one as well.
Yeah, and William Cardoso kind of needed to get going. He's the only competitor out there with a championship tour win.
Wow.
Yet he's been super quiet.
That was a panda on that last one.
Sure, he hit it hard. Morgan up and just again trying to cram those turns in. That one's not going to factor in for him.
It's back to that point on the body language. The judges pick up on it.
Yeah, sure.
When you slump the shoulders, when you start looking disheartened, you know, they sort of pick up on your energy. Keep the energy up, and that'll help you surf energy-wise too. That'll help you surf frisk and free.
Well, Geordie's starting to loosen up out here at the moment. Strike rate's high with the big moves, but he, on his previous ride, found he's some real quality in the wave, and he didn't waste it. Just over 6 minutes to go. Stace has a special guest for us out there.
I do, thanks Ron. I'm at the GWM Epic Playground. I'm with Sally Fitzgibbon. Sally, how are you?
So good, Stace. It's all going on down here in the activation zone, and I'm learning about all these new games. So there's pike ball over here, some old school stuff with Jenga and Connect 4, but from Groms, little Groms to big Groms. Come down, hang out.
I know you're a competitor at heart. Do we dare challenge you at a game of Connect 4?
I'm so not competitive. I'll smash you, Stace. Watch out.
So you're going to be down, this is going to be set up over the weekend from 9 till 3. Sally, you're down here from 10 o'clock today signing a few signatures, and I believe if we scan the QR code, go into the draw to win a surf with you.
Exactly. For you and 8 friends, so it'll be pretty sick. I can't wait to surf with someone, but plenty going on down here, and yeah, it's great that GWM are on board, and they've just created such a good space and really brought the beach to life.
They most certainly have. Just before I let you go, you got a new car, I believe.
Yes, I drive the H6, so the hybrid, so you can't even see me coming. I'm a bit of a ninja, super quiet. But yeah, it's been great. I drove up this morning in it, fits all the boards, so it's a great vehicle to have.
Thanks, Sal. Thanks for your time. Have a good day.
You guys, enjoy the surfing.
Well, that sounds like fun, going surfing with Sal. I've been there before and made the mistake of challenging Sal to a contest. You couldn't go in until you'd done a 360 and an air. The Sal's session lasted about 30 seconds. I was out there for about 4 hours.
Did they have the night lights for you?
No, it was in the morning, luckily. But no, she's good fun, great surfer, and a big opportunity there with Sally Fitzgibbons and GWM. But 4.5 minutes to go here at the moment. And Geordie Lawler's jumped up into the lead. No surprises, really. At a 6.9 earlier on for the big end section hit. He's got another score on the way, but I don't think it's going to factor into his top two. Morgan's in second spot now. He needs a 5.4. William Cardoso, though, making a bit of a late charge here. He dropped a 6.5. He needs a 5.51 to get ahead of Morgan.
Yeah.
Ian Gentile's got a lot more work to do.
Here's Geordie.
Geordie down the line. This is that wave with the big finish on it. Big tail release. Snap off the top there. This is Morgan. And his left-hander, geez, he just gets so high, so fast up in the lip. And just trying to convince the judges on that one. Not sure that the second term was actually a make, but signs are there. Just looks like he needs that right wave to connect with.
Geordie's fan club's kind of been like the kettle on the stovetop. You know, the hotter his performance gets, the louder the whistle's getting.
I like it.
And yeah, he's just looking really comfortable out there at the moment.
I surfed with Geordie out here this morning for the warm-up, and
how, did you get him?
How quick I was just impressed by how quick he is. It's and really, Rich talked about it yesterday. The speed in which you paddle into the wave and how quickly you get to your feet and generate those first couple of pumps is key to getting that speed and connecting the maneuvers down the line. And he was able to do it, you know, over and over again.
Rich, the thing I like about Geordie surfing, and Kaipo brought up that speed, is he doesn't lose his style in gaining that momentum. It's not erratic. He has all the pieces are in the right place as he races down the line.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're bouncing around and jumping up and down on your surfboard, you can look like you are in the gym doing squats, and it can be somewhat unattractive at times. But Geordie does it in a way, and there are these surfers that can incorporate that flow element, that style element, and make it all look good. And that's why my mind went to Gurr when we were talking about weaving and keeping speed up on a board. He used to do it in a way, and the greats like John of the modern day era, Kelly, another one obviously, who can do it, make it look pretty.
Gert did it out on the surf. He did it on the dance floor too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gert would, he just sort of snake his way through those flat sections like a big python. And then he'd wear snakeskin boots when he hit the beach as well. It's an absolute rock star. As we see Ian Gentile here, he's after a monster score, 8.27. Nothing's really gone his way so far in this heat, but this ride's a little better. And earlier on, we saw on the last couple of women's heats, we saw Nadia Aristabe. She actually turned the heat in 3 minutes. So Ian, he might have a shot here. He's going to chip away at the requirement, you'd think. Morgan's just trying to consolidate that second position. Checks his clock, knows he doesn't have a whole lot of time, but William Cardosa's in a good position to maybe overtake him here.
Yeah, Panda, William Cardosa out there with priority. He's got a minute. It's time to get Marsupio.
Check the replay here in Gentile. It was a great first turn. So he's starting to build here. This one runs all the way through to the inside, gets a little bonus section. And, well, making a late charge. So I think this is going to help his cause. This will be his best ride for sure. And then Morgan outside. As his tide runs in, these the surfers looking for that final little maneuver, that extra 0.5, and there Morgan gets it. So with a minute to go, Ian Gentile, he is going to be, 30 seconds now. Still waiting on that score, but he could almost assume that maybe with one more good ride, here goes Panda.
Can he do it again? Can he turn a heat in the dying stages? William Cardosa with some speed. Nice hit, pumps the fist.
Yeah.
He's after a 5.51.
He's selling it.
Yeah, he's got bands in Atlanta.
Thought his traction pad might be coming up. Knocking it back down. But William Cardosa, seriously keeping it together in the final stages there, but that was a really small wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I think about a 5.51 and what some of our surfers have had to do to get that point, get those points, it's been, some really good surfing, connecting a couple of good major turns.
Got numbers on the way for Morgan, and we've got numbers on the way for William. And Geordie Lawler's, he's collected, that's his heat score total is 12.4. Well, maybe. It's going to be interesting. Geordie's making his way in. Pretty solid performance. Here it is, the replay of that last wave. As we said, quite small, this one, Cobbs.
Yeah, but he goes on swinging at least. He's trying to make the best of it. Powers that finish, had to do it. And you know what? Had to show some enthusiasm to the judges too.
36 years of age, still got the fire. William Cardosa just waiting to hear from the onside announcer whether he got the job done. Morgan Siblick, however, he did improve his tally. He got a 5.33, and that's pushed the requirement higher for William Cardosa, and he falls short with a 4.27. So Morgan hangs on. Geordie Lawler, impressive.
Yeah, very impressive, and he's got good memories here. Be going after the win again. Morgan done enough, so yeah, great heat from the two experienced competitors.
Let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Geordie getting started nicely. Nice little combo on the backhand. Showed us both a good backhand surfing, great forehand approach as well in this heat.
Yeah, but Morgan Siblick, he was kind of grinding away, but getting it done. Perhaps not on the better waves like Geordie, but watch this. Sizzling turn to start things off, but this final turn here, for me, was perhaps the manoeuvre of the entire heat.
Oh, no doubt. And Morgan's desperation in the final stages to hang on to that final manoeuvre and turn in a slightly better score has given him a shot in that second round. Well, stay tuned. More action coming your way in just a moment with Shannon, True, and Bugs in for the call. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
We're here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. It's been a big week of surfing so far here at Manly Beach. There's been a lot of great waves caught and a lot of action for us to really enjoy. Shannon Hughes, joined by the 78 world champ, Robert Bartholomew, and True Starling of Murmur Magazine in the booth. It's been great to call the action with the two of you, Bugs.
It's been an amazing day, and this round of 48 is, boy, this is where the action really is. This is make or break.
It certainly is true. We've seen that wind kick up over the last couple of hours, but it seems to have already turned maybe lightly back to those offshore conditions from that little onshore flurry that we had.
Yeah, and that's just the unpredictability of Manly. Really, you know, sometimes the wind will go onshore and then half an hour later will go back to offshore, and it might come back with a stronger onshore soon. So, you know, you don't really know. You just kind of take it as it comes. But this morning, the men have really been putting on a show.
Yeah, lots of waves caught, plenty of opportunity out there. Now, Billy Stearman, Maxime Huguenot, Keanu Kayama, and Jet Schilling in the lineup. Maxime, the former world junior champion, tags the lip to finish off with, and he'll eject. He's got a 4.17 on the board. Billy Stearman driving into the pocket for those first two turns out of New Zealand. And Keanu now driving into the pocket, looking for that connection on the end section as well. He'll go down on the finish. A couple scores coming through, and now the Grom out of Southern California, Jet Schilling sitting with priority. Keanu just climbing through those first two turns, hits the section to finish off with. And we got a little heat on our hands, Bugs.
Yeah, we have nothing too outrageous to start with, but all of them getting a wave under the belt, so it's an equal start.
Priority now with Jet Schilling. There's been this great pack of surfers coming out of that San Clemente region. True, Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, who's coming up in the next heat, and Jet Schilling. They're all good friends. They all surf together. They're really pushing where they're heading with things as we take a look at the replay now from Keanu.
Yeah, really nice start for Keanu, just a quick tap there, but then he's able to unload on the end section as well, so really nice wave. It's really cool to see Jet and Crosby and a couple of others, you know, just really training together, moving together, breathing as one, and getting better together, which is incredible.
Jet taking his time to take off on this first wave, throws the tail out, can't ride out of it, but already looking for something big on that opening maneuver, Rabbit.
Yeah, trying to make a point of difference.
Billy Stearman now with that whippy backhand attack. He's got one of the best backhands in the field. I love that he's now getting that opportunity.
Billy is really a small wave specialist, to be honest. He's grown up in Raglan. He knows how to surf lefts, so I would dare say he feels pretty comfortable out there. He actually has spent a lot of time at Narrabeen as well, staying with David Cathles and the Cathles family. And he's kind of like the unofficial captain / dad of the New Zealand team, you know, staying with Kihu Butler, Safi Vetty, and a couple of others as well, just moving around together as one. And it's really cool to see the New Zealand's kind of taking on the same sort of vibe as what the Brazilian Storm do.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We're seeing that really out of the Australian pack as well as the Kiwis, and it was cool to know that on the Gold Coast, Billy was staying there at Tommy Whitaker's house with Safi, and just kind of all rushing off of each other through the week.
Yeah, well, they're actually, you know, in the Australasian region, they're in the same team, and in actual fact, they're having a pretty rough go of it. I mean, only so far of the 9 and the 10th, even with the wildcard, only Sheldon Simkus has got through this round.
That's a huge stat to throw out, Bugs, and great for Sheldon to have found that momentum, but it's going to take some building grounds for these guys to climb back through as we take a look at that for Billy. Yeah,
well, Billy's, as True said, I mean, he's just dynamite in small ways. I haven't seen him in much else, but he's a great surfer.
Jet Schilling getting a quick opportunity as well, connecting a couple of turns together. He'll put his best score on the board. Keanu Kamiyama currently sitting in the lead. He's the 5th seed out of that Asian ranking. Jet now flying down the line, looking for the sky, goes for that good rotation, executes perfectly, and now he's looking to connect. He's putting all that weight on the front foot, tags the lip to finish. That was a really smooth-looking wave, True.
Yeah, definitely. He had a little bit of a Huntington hop there, just trying to bounce through that dead section. And it was really great that he stayed with it because he was also able to get that finishing connection. I'm wondering if he got anything before that air. We'll have to have a look here. So really nice wave for Jet Shillington. He just goes straight to the air. I love how he's able to do that within the first 9-8 minutes of a heat.
Maxime rides out clean on that second turn, really matching that power as well.
Yeah, I felt that was a bit cleaner than his first one. He got that 4.17 on his first effort. Billy got that slight edge of 4.4 because I think the finishing move was a little slicker. And, you know, these guys are sort of battling around that same mark, yet to really break in. There's Billy's second wave of 4, but here he goes again.
All right, so tags that first section. A little bit of a more drawn out wrap, really putting that power into the back foot, connects with the finish as well. It's going to be good to see who can find those finishing sections that really offer them that critical steepness rather than those ones that are just feathering down. The surfers are matching it, True. It seems like with all the aggression and all the power that they need to, they're getting their timing right. But if the section's not going to stand up for something powerful, then it's going to be a bit lackluster.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, the men out there throughout the day will watch a replay for last of Maxime. He's just surfing to the wave in a sense. He's not trying to over push it, he's not trying to overpower it, and that's something that a lot of people do here at Manly. They try to overpower the waves, and that's where they can go wrong. Billy just puts it straight up in the lip there. Really nice wave. He's just kind of taking his time with this one, not trying to rush it, and a really strong finish there for the Kiwi.
We've got some scores to come through across the board. At the moment, Billy started out with a couple of 4s. Maxime also with a 4.17 for his opening ride. Jet Shilling has increased his score line. He dropped in a 4.07, and now he's improved on it with a 5.17. So that sets him up in the lead.
And just to go back and quantify what I was saying before, in actual fact, Sheldon hasn't got through this round. I'm talking about it getting to this round. You know, only Billy and Sheldon and Kihu Butler got to the second round.
Yeah, it's crazy to think of how many of that strong pack have gone down in the opening rounds of competition. Billy trying to get around that section into the open face and doesn't do it, but it's really Sheldon Simkis who's sitting in that leading spot on the rankings. He's at number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings for the moment, and the rest of that APAC region need to get some work done.
Yeah, they've had a really rough tournament down here at Manly.
It's interesting as well because this is a wave that most of them would have had the most experience with, competing for the Sydney Surf Pro for a number of years, getting a lot of those good heats out here, even some of the smaller events within their careers, but just unable to find the rhythm this week.
Yeah, no, that's right. They've really come across in this Challenger Series a lot of a pack of hungry international surfers have come to these shores and they've kind of taken charge.
Speaking of one of those, Maxime, who's currently sitting in the lead, he's dropped in that 5.77 as his second highest score. He took away a 3rd place finish on the Gold Coast at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, as we see a strong paddle now from Jet Shilling. That was a good moment to just recognize him identifying a peak that was going to be worth taking off on. Does a foam climb to start, finding lots of speed as this corner stands up in front of him, and continues to answer back, throws that tail around True on the finish. How difficult is it to kind of disengage those fins and really get that width in the tail?
Yeah, it's really hard, especially when the waves are soft. So I love that Jet is just going to that. He obviously feels comfortable with those progressive maneuvers, adding in that variety. And so far, this is actually his best result for this year on the Challenger Series. He had a 73rd at Snapper, getting knocked out in round 1. So for Jet, he's obviously wanting to make some more rounds, get a couple of keepers, especially moving through to the back end of the season. You know, but I feel like it's just cream from here. He can kind of surf without any pressure and just try to, you know, surf the best that he can. But this is a really stacked heat, this one, with a lot of exceptional surfers.
So much on the line. Scores in now. Jet Shilling sitting in that 2nd place position. He's continued to increase that backup score now to a 4.33. Keanu needing to get busy. He hasn't been able to dig out of those 3-point rides. Digs the rail in though, puts together a powerful second maneuver. Tags a lip to finish on a soft section. He's chasing that 6.23 to get the advancing position. And Billy now, knowing there's just so many waves being caught rabbit, trying to get a picture of where he's actually sitting.
Yeah, well, that's right. He's just under that 5-point mark. We haven't seen any huge scores, so he's well and truly in the mix. And of course, people might have been going, well, what's Rab talking about before? Because Dylan Moffett got through his heat and Jordan Lawler got through his heat, but they came into this from a different space. They didn't come through the regional qualifiers. So there's still a very strong Australian contingent in this event.
Right, because we've got all those CT replacement positions available, and I think that's a really important note to educate the audience on, Bugs, when it comes to the Challenger Series as a whole. So at every event for these 8 Challenger Series, we're going to have 34 spots on the men's draw and 17 spots on the women that are dedicated spots for the current WSL Championship Tour surfers. At any point, if they pull out, it then opens up more opportunity for surfers who didn't qualify via their regions.
And then there's wild cards, into the event itself. So there are several ways to get into these events.
Exactly.
And then replacements.
There's so many different ways. It's great to see a plethora of surfers in this week's draw that we didn't see on the Gold Coast. Billy now getting connection with a good-looking section to start off with, and that's the moment he was waiting for, but can't control the tail coming out of it. 16 minutes on the clock, and this is just some really busy surfing that we're going to witness throughout today. That little bit of swell that's rolled through, even that little bit of wind pushing it through, is just creating a lot of opportunity, and we're seeing surfers try to maximize on it. In the previous heat, it was Jordy Lawler who walked out on top and took out former world number 5 and Morgan Siblick. He's there with Stace.
We are seeing a different kind of Manly today, Jordy. What do you make of the conditions?
Yeah, it's definitely small. It's pretty grindy, but it's smooth and there's a couple of nice bowls there, so yeah, it's a bit of fun.
Plenty of local support, must feel good.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. Hey, get to see my friends who I see every day down the beach supporting me and stuff like that. There's something special about that, so yeah, it makes me definitely feel at home.
How often would you ride an epoxy versus a PU?
I'd ride an epoxy a lot more than a PU, to be honest, especially around here. I just feel like they got a little bit more pop out of sections, and in stuff like this, you sort of need it. But yeah, this is their CI's new model, Happy Every Day, and it seems super springy and kind of perfect for these conditions. So.
Any birthday shout-outs?
Oh yeah, happy birthday to my friend Kai Warner. He's been my best mate for a long time, and just like to wish him a happy birthday.
Still going to the comp, so a couple of lemonades for you, Jordy.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Jordy Lawler came away with a win here back in 2019 over the Brazilian Storm member in Jadson Andre. It's great to see him making it through the rounds here, and it seems to be just a big birthday week. We've had a few staff members with it. There's been plenty of cake going around, Bugs.
Yeah, it's been a big week of celebration for birthdays.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock. Jet Schilling with a score to come through to see if he can improve on his situation. We'll update you that on just a moment. And it's been a big day of surfing with 14 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring you back with more action right after this. If you're around, come down. Sally Fitzgibbons is on the ground.
It's just sign a true champion right there. Really stand with the Kiwi.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
We're back and the sun has finally shone here in Manly Beach for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We had some really great days of competition as we kicked off the World Longboard Series earlier this week, then ran into the opening day for the Men's Challenger Series. A few showers yesterday had us all soaking wet through most of it, but now we've got that sun out again as Billy Stearman is racing down the line, got a couple of nice whips on the backhand to start off with, and then tagged that section. Scores through for his last wave. It falls short at just a 4.2, with Maxime Huchenot out of France still sitting in the lead bugs.
Yeah, it seems like Billy just hasn't quite been able to break out of that 4 bracket. He needs something a little bit more dynamic, probably to finish his rides, and it hasn't been a high-scoring heat by any means, but you've got to edge your way into that 5 bracket or 6 bracket. In the early heats, we saw even higher.
Yeah, it's a really important point, though, as we take a look at Jet tagging the lip. Big wrap, unleashes the tail. Nice, powerful turn, True.
Yeah, really nice surfing from Jet. He's just looking really fired up out there. You know, he's not at all fazed by the experience of the other competitors in the lineup. He is the young gun here. So, you know, he's trying to make his mark. He's trying to show that he deserves to be in this heat and be in this competition. Really great float to start. Beautiful carve there to slide as he puts it up there for a nice little hit to finish. And we'll have a look at last of Maxime Huchenot. Just really nice climb up the top of the wave. One huge turn from the Frenchman. Wow, that was a great turn for Maxime.
Billy with the chance now. He's going to need an end section like what we just saw from Maxime to really put himself in the equation. He's doing well to connect those sections together. Like you said, True, he's such a good small wave surfer, but wave selection maybe, Bugs, not working in his favor.
Yeah, he was on a wave that had another wave in front of it. So the end was, what happens is that those waves catch up to each other and then the end ends up like it did. It's sort of, it's more the demise of the wave than the surfer.
Yeah, definitely. And Manly's a really tricky wave as well. You know, finding those double ups like we saw yesterday come through. I feel like they're starting to be a little bit more consistent today. We'll have a look at last of Billy's. What do you like about it, Bugs?
Yeah, I like, well, he starts out with a really good, crisp first snap. Really good. And then this wave gets, see how it's got that little wave in front of it. And it gets all funky now and it, boom, yeah, there's nothing there. The timing can't be right.
Scores coming through. Jet Schilling sitting in that second place position still hasn't increased on his with his last score of a 3.9. Keanu Kamiyama currently sitting in 4th position with priority. He's chasing a 5.57 to get the advancing position. Billy Stearman now with a score to drop through to see if he can get himself out of those 4-point rides. He is only chasing, though, a 4.58 to move from that 3rd position into 2nd.
Which is amazing because he's had a 4.4, he's had a 4.2. We'll see what this wave offers him before, but here we go now.
Keanu makes it past that first section, then goes vertical on the 2nd, but it softens out as well.
Yeah, Keanu just hasn't been able to even break out of the 3s, and it's because of that is probably the wave choice. He hasn't given even that open face with nice pocket. His surfing is really sharp, but he just has to find something to allow him to cut loose on.
It's really exciting to see Keanu in the mix here for the Challenger Series because that Asia region is extremely strong. He's come through as one of the top seeds out of it, qualifying via those qualifying series events. Rio Waida, Katut Agus, Hiroto Ohara, Taichi Wakita, and Reo Inaba are some of those standout surfers. I think Taichi Wakita and Keanu Kamiyama probably being the newest to that conversation coming out of Asia on this big international stage. We've known them from that Japanese and then the Hawaiian region, even for Taichi growing up on the North Shore. But now for them to be in that pack with Rio, with Katut, with Hiroto and Reo, who have had really solid performances in the past, it's exciting to see the growth of that region coming alive, Bugs.
Yeah, well, it might be a young region from the competitive point of view and seeing them, you know, converging from different nations in that region into the Challenger Series. Surfing's been around a long time in those countries.
A very, very long time. They've got two of the richest surfing cultures, thinking of those surfers all coming between Japan and Indonesia, and just really incredible surfing cultures. 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to cross down to catch up with Stace Galbraith out the back with Dometic.
Oh, I am out the back with Dometic, and I have a very, very special guest here. Victoria, I've caught you by surprise because I know this isn't your favourite thing to do. However, Maxime's doing all right out there, Victoria.
Yeah, he's doing great. The wave doesn't look so easy, so it looks tricky, but if he got the good ones and did some solid turns, so I'm stoked for him right now. Yeah.
It must have felt nice for him to be supporting you earlier in the week, and it must feel good to be, kind of on the same tour together at the moment, supporting each other.
Yeah, it's really nice to be with him on the tour and having his support during my hits as well, so it's really fun. Like, I'm his community manager right now, and he was my coach, so we just had fun, and it's nice to see it live because like we normally don't compete on the same like beach and stuff. So no, it's pretty cool to be out there with all those guys.
And you've been enjoying your time in Manly?
I did. I mean, we had incredible waves the last 2 days. Well, not today, but no, I'm having so much fun here. Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go and be nervous by yourself. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, bye.
I was so happy to see Victoria Vergara back in a contest jersey. It's been a number of years since we've seen her competing on the Longboard World Tour. She was a real standout between events in Papua New Guinea, China, and Taiwan for a number of years, and then took a break to pursue other things within her career, and now she's back in that jersey. Great to see that French camaraderie as well, coming together with her backing Maxime on the shortboard and the longboard side, and just getting to kind of feed off of each other's energy throughout this week. I think it's been the same story for many of those longboarders and shortboarders backing each other from the same nations.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's really cool that the nations are supporting each other through the surfing industry. And it's amazing to see, especially at this event, the longboarders coming down to support the shortboarders and vice versa. And I feel like it's really new territory for each of them to be live watching all of this go on.
Maxime with the opportunity now. Just gets stuck behind that section. It doesn't translate for him into something you'd be looking for. He is out in front with a 5.77 and a 5.60. Victoria there supporting. She went down in round 4 for the World Longboard Tour on the women's side on Tuesday afternoon to the 3-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield, but put up some great scores regardless within the draw this week. It was really exciting to see her in the jersey. And down to 5 minutes on the clock, Bugs. We've got small scores on the board. It's been interesting to see for both Billy and Keanu. They haven't been able to chip away at the requirements, so they're sitting just below that 5-point range for Billy.
Well, the Billy Stanman story is unbelievable because he's needed a 4.58. He got a 4.53, and we saw that wave. It just had that crumbly little demise at the end. All he needed was like half a turn more. Him and Jet Schilling are having a ding-dong battle for second and third, and Keanu just a little bit behind the 8 ball here. He needs to get probably something in the 5 range. Well, he needs a 5.57. He can do it in one shot.
4 minutes on the clock for Billy. He had a really strong season for the Australian Regional QS, coming over from home, and walked away with a victory at the QS 1000 in Maroubra, but that semi-final finish in Avoca would have been his best result points-wise, Drew.
Yeah, definitely, and he was looking really strong as well going into Avoca. The waves were super fun. There was a really fun left and right rip bowl, kind of more towards the pines down at Avoca there. So, you know, he is always one of the strongest competitors going into each event. When it's smaller, it makes him more of a standout, but when it is bigger, he does also put huge turns in pretty crazy sections as well.
He's definitely a threat regardless of the conditions. You can see how challenging it is right now, Bugs, to just read the lineup and know what wave's going to break and actually roll.
Yeah, there definitely looks like there's a current running through the rip bowl again.
Keanu, straight up into the lip, goes very 12 o'clock on that second turn.
And that's the thing. This guy's surfing is right on the... It is so crisp, but he just hasn't picked a good wave to allow him to go on. I like that one, though. That might have got him up there.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Jet Schilling got that air to start with the big finish.
Yeah, really nice start for Jet Schilling. The young gun is just coming out firing for this one. And Maxime Husino is just putting on an absolute clinic out there, just timing everything perfectly.
Doing really well to negotiate those sections. He's currently sitting in that leading position. We've got scores, though, to come through for that last of Keanu, Bugs, and you like the look of it.
Yeah, well, I did like the look of it. I mean, he just had a really vertical second turn, and he squeezed that one in.
He's chasing a 5.57 to move from 4th into the advancing position. We haven't seen a score drop through yet from any of the judges in the panel. So just waiting for it to roll in. Scores in for last of Billy Stearman, just those throwaways he hasn't been able to build. And at the moment, it's just looking like it's going to be shy of the requirement. Comes through a near full point below at a 4.60, but it chips away at the requirement. He's now chasing a 4.91.
Yeah, I mean, I actually didn't believe he'd get it in one go, but I liked it because he's in the heat now.
Billy having a look at this one, just paddling against a bit of a rip that's rolled through. And having another go, you can really sense the hunger within their surfing for both Billy and for Keanu. That was a nice looking gouge for Billy on the first section, but just doesn't get another opportunity, True.
Yeah, that was a bummer for Billy. You know, as you mentioned, you can see that hunger and maybe even a little bit of frustration there for Billy and Keanu, but they're both really wanting to, you know, progress through this one. If I was Jet Schilling, I would be doing exactly that. You know, it kind of looks like he was having the time of his life down there by himself, but he really needs to be on Billy and potentially Keanu at the same time if he can, if they're on the same bank.
Well, he can't be on both, I don't think, but he's picked Billy. But,
Yes.
I mean, Jet's got priority, and he's actually been sitting out there waiting for a wave, but he's just had a big shift in his attitude.
Maxime just continues to find those nuggets. It's very difficult today to find those waves that actually stand up and offer a steep enough wall to connect those two turns together, and he's been on so many waves like that.
It's funny, we saw Emrod do it a few heats ago. He was just on every single wave that was just offering 2 to 3 turns. And I feel like throughout the day today, we're going to see people on really good waves, and the more good waves they're on, the more good waves they're going to catch, and I think it's always going to be the people who are doing that.
Massive sell job by Billy Stearman on that one, and Jet didn't want a bar of it. I mean, Jet would have surfed a lot of these beach break conditions in California as well. You know, sort of a mid-arvo session.
Oh, so much of it. Either like little T Street onshore days at home for him in San Clemente, or even Huntington Beach, south side of the pier, runs so many events. Obviously, we know the U.S. Open every year, but like every round of juniors runs out there. He would have surfed so many heats in conditions like this. He's now going to take this opportunity to keep Billy off of it, and this is a wave that 100% would have given Billy the score if he'd been able to connect a couple turns together on it. Jet now finishing off on the inside. He was keeping Billy off, who was chasing that 4.58, and Billy just doesn't get another opportunity. It's the young one making it through. This is a big one for his pack, because on the Gold Coast, we saw Jet, Schilling, Cade Matson, Crosby Colapinto, that little pack from San Clemente all go down in those opening rounds, which was surprising. They've now advanced through at least this far. We'll see if the other two can advance through the rest of the rounds. And a great performance, specifically by Maxime Huchenote.
Yeah, and Billy Welke, who didn't get through his heat earlier today, so that's the New Zealand continues just taking a bit of a battering.
Stay tuned for more action right after this. Collie Vast, Ada Mason-Camp, Kate Matson, and Edgard Grosjean.
pick a winner at Manly, throw a dart at the heat draw, and go with whoever it lands on. Traditionally, this is one of the most combative arenas that pro surfing has. Anyone who pulls on the Rashi at this event has the potential to win it. We have seen everyone from world champs to CT warriors to QS grinders to local legends to child prodigies take the silverware at this event. Manly is a surf town that gives it up for the spectacular, and in 2022, the winners will be bringing fireworks.
Great bit of information there from Vaughn Blakey, breaking down some previous successes that we've seen here at Manly Beach. Now out in the lineup, Collie Vost, Aiden Mason-Camp, Cade Matson, and Edgard Grosjean. Hitting the lineup and looking for some big scores and already finding one. It's the Brazilian powerhouse in Edgard that's opened up with a 7.00. Would have been right on the buzzer bugs.
Yeah, that is such a brilliant opening. And yesterday he got through a bit of a close one. And that is a mighty first punt.
Answering back, Cade Matson, who got the score to come through for this true.
Yeah, really nice first wave for Cade. I mean, Edgard just really setting the tone for this heat. But Cade Matson, a really nice two-turner there, so we'll have to wait for those scores to lock in. And here we go, Corley up and riding.
He's also looking for that punt into the sky. Rides out complete. And matching back what we saw from Edgard Grosjean. We've got three surfers younger in their competitive years, all three between Collie, Aiden, and Cade making a name for themselves in their home regions, starting to tap into those international conversations. But all young in age still. Edgard Grosjean, on the other hand, mid-20s, has just begun competing on the WSL qualifying series and finds himself in a good position. As Aiden now just digs the rail, he's a big surfer with small waves on offer. It's going to be difficult to find that flow.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, sometimes the bigger surfers tend to actually just throw lots of spray, and sometimes they can really show their power in the smaller conditions. And Aiden yesterday, he was one to watch. He had a really great heat and was just kind of on point with everything out there. And sometimes it's a little bit daunting to hear that your competitor has a 7.00 to start, you know, but you just got to keep yourself composed and hopefully hope that another wave comes through for you to really get an excellent score on.
I actually think that's what happened in your heat yesterday, Trev, because we were commentating and two of your opponents got 7s and 8s within the first couple of minutes. And it's just, we go, wow, that makes it so hard. You're in that rip bowl situation and there wasn't much on offer, and they got off to that early start, and it really can rattle you, can't it?
Yeah, it's hard to stay in that composed position, especially mentally, and you're kind of going, okay, well, there's only really 2 excellent waves that come through, and Nikki was just on point all heat yesterday. I was like, okay, cool. Well, this is all learning.
Yeah, very true. And then this morning we've seen a couple, and today we're right on the buzzer, someone's got a 7. It's happened in a couple of heats, and it just puts them in this luxury of being able to control their own destiny in some respects. They're just immediately looking for like a 6-5 backup somewhere in that 29 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Kira Pinkerton do it, now Edgard's doing it, and he's getting a backup here.
Yeah, he's already on the backup, using priority wisely, sporting the green wetsuit with the green jersey, and he's going to cut through this section, now redirect as he just disappears through the pipe, but I knew he was going to continue with that one and put on a powerful finish in a small section.
You know, Shannon, I was going to touch on, you know, just before actually Vaughn Blakey came on and said that, I was going to touch on that because the whole Manly thing about, you know, getting a dartboard and having all the names out and throwing it, there is that element to it because you need a bit of lady luck out there to go your way and things happen. But then you get, and contrasting that, then you get a situation like Michael Rodriguez, who goes out there in these conditions and gets 6 waves in the 6 to 8 point range. So, you know, you've got that contrast between, you know, you need something going your way, and others go out there and they, I wouldn't say they're specialists at this, but they look right at home.
Yeah, sometimes they just seem to just be in rhythm. It's like something special just touches them for that 30 minutes, and it's just unlike anyone else is sensing in the lineup. And whether it's just that they kicked off in the right moment with priority early on, or that their first wave selection then set them up on the paddle back out to really just be in that right rhythm when the ones are coming through, but it's really something special to witness someone like that, like Imrad's heat, to just find himself in that position with throwaway scores that no one else could even touch while trying.
Yeah, I tend to call that being a wave magnet. There's so many people, and especially Macy Callahan coming through her junior career, she was a wave magnet in every single heat. She just had sets upon sets come to her, and I feel like there's been so many people where if you need a score, you go sit with Macy because you know that a set is going to come through, and quite a few people just have that magic touch out there this morning. Edgard at the moment, Emrod before as well. So when you're kind of in that rhythm and have that magnet on, it's really hard to get rid of it.
Yeah, really impressive to see Macy through her junior career. In 2016, when she won her World Junior title, she entered 10 events on the junior tour and she won 6 of them.
Yeah.
That is definitely the wave magnet season for her bugs.
Yeah, but also this year through the regional series and other events around it, Macy's just been this unbelievable consistency, and you know, she's really, I think she's really back to her best. Not that she had departed it, but in competition. You know, she's looking really, really spicy.
Yeah, she's got a really great team around her as well, Bugs. Traveling with Sheldon, also Dimity Stoyle as well. Dimity took out the 5,000 in Cabarita. Macy took out the 3,000 and then the 5,000 at Newcastle. So, you know, they're just really rolling off each other's results, and it's really cool to see.
Cade Matson, really whippy on the backhand, connects 3 powerful turns together, gives the stare back towards that judging tower. Kali Voss now with an opportunity in front of him, tags that first section, goes up into the second, and he'll kick out clean. At the moment, Edgard did well to back up his 7. He's got that 3.9 on the scoreboard, which gives a big enough requirement to the 6-point range, 6.77 for Cade Matson to take the lead away. But between third, fourth, and second at the moment, it's just a tight battle. It's going to be whoever gets the best of this last exchange that really makes that breakaway moment to set the tone of the heat.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cade Matson, he makes something out of absolutely nothing on that wave. It was a weak-looking wave, but first of all, we'll see Carly on his third wave.
So 2 turns connected together, waiting for scores for that one. But yeah, it was Cade Matson, just unbelievable.
Well, it was a really weak-looking wave, and just how vertical he got his board is phenomenal. It looked like a very small weekday at T Street.
That's at T Street Huntington practice, just really paying off right now.
Definitely needing some very strong legs. True, I know you pay a lot of attention to workouts and preparation behind the scenes before getting into the competitive jersey. Let's take a look at this one here from Cade and break it down for us, True.
Yeah, he gets a really nice jam there in the pocket, and again here for another one. He's just showing how strong his legs are. I mean, it's hard to do that on a wave that doesn't have much power, but that's a technique really shining through as well. You know, if you surf small waves, you have to have exceptional technique to really be able to do that. And he was just absolutely tearing that wave to bits.
That is small wave brilliance. You know, and look at the score he got. He got a big one.
Scores dropping through. It's a 6.93 for Cade Matson. Jumps him into the lead. Gets the requirement he needed to take the win, or to take the lead at least for a little while here. Kali Voss drops in a 5.17, which does well for his campaign. He's now chasing a 5.77, and Edgard into second is chasing a 4.10. And I feel like for Cade, it's that sort of fast twitch approach of really getting those workouts on land that then help you to be really explosive and compact in the moment in small waves.
Yeah, definitely. That's that explosive training, you know, the jumping with whether you're holding a weight and you're smashing it on the floor or whatever that is. It's those fast twitch movements and those exercises to get those muscles working. It's actually surprising how much it will kind of transition into competing and into surfing in the water. If you're just jumping and not really putting any effort into it, but if you're jumping on a beat, constantly trying to match that, that's when you start to get those muscles working.
You know, it's that whole, you know, the sports science, the available training, and just that sports-specific training for surfing. I mean, back in my day, I used to get the fast switch by playing pinball. But I get 2 machines going at once, and so I would jump between them.
Even that's so good. Bugs, it's crazy to think of your career within surfing. Obviously, growing up competing, being a frothy Grom, to winning a world championship and being runner-up in other years, then to coming into kind of helping to found what our sport currently looks like. Has it been exciting for you to see that approach, more that athletic approach coming through from surfers, and then starting to tap into what we are seeing in other sports and the training outside of things to really help progress the sport in where maybe the structure is trying to take it as well?
It's been amazing. It's really been an amazing journey to watch the whole evolution in every facet of it, you know, from equipment to cross-training to sport-specific training to diet. I mean, it's wonderful, you know, and that's why these athletes are so amazing, as we just saw there.
There we go, answering back. This is a guy that pays close attention to those things. He's come out of a childhood of some good success, but he's had to work hard for it in a tough pack of South African Groms. And for Aiden now, as he's hit his years into his 20s, he's really focused hard on putting himself in the best space, being surrounded by the best team down at home in Cape Town, and really being able to focus on becoming the best competitive surfer and athlete that he can. And he found a couple of really solid turns there. Wow. Beautiful bottom to top turn on that second section, Bugs.
That is connecting with the wave. That was really good, solid connection.
Scores to come through. Aiden waited a long time for that wave. He opened up, just had a 2.37 on the scoreboard, True.
Yeah, it's hard when you're hearing everyone get 6s and 7s to not retreat back, but wow, best wave of the heat so far.
A 7.77 for Aiden Mason Camp, and for me that also speaks a lot to where he grew up surfing. He's from the Strand in Cape Town, which is just kind of on that northeast side of it, and he grew up surfing sloppy beach breaks down a spot called the Pipe, and this will be just like what he learned how to find speed and momentum with. Edgard now on a small size wave, but also just pushing that power, doing a couple of foam climbs to finish.
Yeah, Edgard, you know, he started out with that unbelievable 7. He really hasn't been able to properly back it up. He's left himself a little bit vulnerable. Cade Matson jumped into the lead. Aiden Mason with that 7.77 looms large as a challenger now.
Edgard comes through to the inside here, True.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for Edgard. It was a smaller wave. It may increase that 393. We'll have to see. He was surfing really strong on it. I think the score will just be capped due to the size of the wave. But Bugs, I tell you what, if you want more pinball action, the Rip Curl Narrabeen store actually has a pinball machine.
That's amazing.
Look out, I'm getting twitchy.
Yeah, you should challenge Damien to a pinball heat.
Yeah, Mr. Competitive, good one. Yeah, I love it.
That's so good. Work on that mental sharpness as well for those heat moments.
Yeah, it's your both hemispheres of your mind, maybe not your body.
Bugs, when was the last time that you put a jersey on for heat?
Let's see now. Oh, well, I'm part of this, my charity group. We do it right here at Manly called Wipeout Dementia. It's a huge charity thing we do, and it's a surfing element. We raise about $200,000 for research into Alzheimer's disease and dementia.
Incredible.
And I put a jersey on for that every year.
That's great.
That's
amazing. I love it. The 78 world champ still getting in the water, staying competitive. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. Edgard back into the lead with a 4.30 to increase on his score line. Fellow South African of Aiden Mason Camp, Jose Faulkner. He's heading out in the next heat right after this. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got halfway through heat number 6. love being down on the beach here in Manly, just outside the Sydney Harbor, with so much to adventure and explore. Great active community down here. So many runners, surfers, swimmers out at backline in the middle of heats. You've got crew that are just swimming on past the buoys and getting their morning exercise. It's a really special place to be able to spend some time in, True.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I love that there's a boardwalk pretty much on the beach there, so you can be running and having the best view ever while you're on your run. It's you don't get that anywhere else in the world.
Got some paddleboarders out the back.
Yeah, there's always a lot of activity down here at Manly. I mean, from dawn every morning, there's a whole crew of older surfers that come down and take their sabbatical, surfing all kind of craft. It's amazing.
Got some great food on offer in the area as well. So many cafes dotting the boardwalk here. And heading back towards the harbor, you can jump on a ferry and be to the Sydney Opera House, just around the corner. Edgard now with an opportunity. He's jumped into the lead with that 4.9, and now he's boosting down the line. Throws that tail, doesn't get that full reverse while in the air, that full rotation, but rides out, straightens out, and finds some momentum now into the inside. He really wants to make that connection, nice snap, and drives through on the finish.
Gosh, that is what you call milking the wave till there's nothing left.
Definitely, he's sitting in the lead, but definitely not comfortably. Mason Aiden only really needs a 5, and he's, well, probably less, and he's up in the lead. So Edgard really needs to be able to capitalize on getting a better section, goes to the air. He gets a rotation there, and as you mentioned, just really milks the whole wave through the inside here.
Yeah, he absolutely beats his wave up. And he's just trying to shore up his position, and, you would think that would help.
Scores coming through. It's a 4.9 from his last wave, did increase on his 4.3, which put him up into the lead. We're now waiting to see if he can put that gap even farther between himself and Kali Vast from Tahiti. As we see Aiden now. He's got the biggest score of the heat in that 7.77, but he's been struggling to find a backup score. He's actually just been like crazy patient in this heat.
Yeah, this is a really interesting heat right now, because Edgard, we'll see what he got for that. He just got a 5.1, so just slightly increases his position. But Kali Vast has moved into second place. The thing there, though, he's got that 5.97, the 5.17 two-wave combined total gets him into second. But sitting in third and fourth are two pretty big scores. Cade's got the 6.93, Aiden with the 7.77. 10 minutes to go. This is wide open.
There is so much on the line for that third and fourth place position with small scores. Now, driving down the line, Kali Vast is looking to put a bigger distance between himself. He doesn't execute on that wave. Cade Matson sitting with priority. Aiden sitting with second priority, chasing those small scores. And you can see the surfers just now trying to work out. So Cade making a breakaway from the pack. Aiden picking a slightly different peak at the moment. They're both chasing less than those 5-point range scores to get the advancing position. And Aiden Mason-Camp's just been so selective, True. It paid off with him getting a 7.77. He could be doing the same thing again.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really hard one because the last few waves that he's had, well, the last wave that he got, he fell, and he could have really capitalized and got that 3.37 he's requiring. But even then, he's still not safe. There's no one safe in this heat. Edgard is in the lead, but not by a whole lot. Corley's in second, but again, not by a lot, So the door is wide open for Cade and Aiden to move up. Here we go, Corley up and riding.
Corley with another similar opportunity there, just drives down the line. I just feel like he's looking for an air. He's trying to find that ramp, trying to bring something progressive in to try and increase that scoreline, Bugs.
Yeah, he realizes there's an air of vulnerability about where he sits in this heat, because the guys are breathing down his neck, and it's going to come down to wave choice now. Cade Matson's got priority. Aiden was second priority. They're the two guys in the threatening position, but they're outside the progression.
8.5 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white sitting patiently with priority, and Surfer in green he opened up so strong for Edgard. He's caught the most waves in the heat. He's been able to build on that scoreline with his last 3 opportunities, up to that 5.1 for his backup score for our Surfer from Brazil in Edgard. Edgard's a really interesting story. We've obviously got 3 of these surfers in the lineup, Callie, Cade, and Aiden, who were in the jersey from a very young age. Competitive surfers, young, started competing on the QS as well at a young age. They've really spent a lot of time in the jersey. Edgar Grogi, on the other hand, competed on a local level at home in Brazil, but didn't put a QS jersey on until 2020. He's in his mid-20s. He's 25 years old. Wow. Out of that, he's won 2 events out of like the 5 events that he's ever entered into.
Wow.
He's done incredibly well, and now just pushing his performance on the inside. And it's just incredible to see that and to kind of think of maybe that competitive advantage. At least he's bringing a case for that, I think, Bugs, and waiting till a little bit older in life to start putting that jersey on while really perfecting the meat and potatoes of surfing before having to push to this.
Yeah, it really raises an interesting thing, because it's something that is very dear to my heart, simply because, you know, when I was coming through, the guys that were my heroes won their Nat Young midget failure. They won their world titles when they were 18, 19. Surfing was more like swimming, where it was like when you're 24-year-old. That was the mindset. And then, you know, guys like, you know, Sean Thompson and myself, we hung in there. We were going for the world title. I mean, when I was 30, I was challenging for it with Tommy Carroll. I mean, he ran me down at the home stretch, but the mindset then was, I'll rabbit at 32 old, you know. And when I came to the ASP, I said, no, I'm getting rid of that mindset. And I mean, anything goes. And that's why, you know, Sonny Garcia and Oki and, well, Kelly's Kelly, but, you know, we're able to win their world titles in their 30s. And it's a change of the mindset. And now it's recognised that, you know, between 25 and 35, you can easily have a great career. You know, it's not just a teenage thing. It's you run your own race.
Yeah, it's been really amazing to just witness that, and that what Edgard has been able to do within that space. We've got 6 minutes on the clock. We're going to go down quickly to catch up with the winner of that last heat, Maxime Huchino.
You know better than anyone, the Challenger Series is all about consistency, Maxime, and you're starting to find some here at Manly.
Yeah, I just stay calm and try to use the priority well, and it's tough out there, and the tide was pushing in, and I didn't know if it was going to move to the bank that we used to surf the days before. So we are on a different bank like right now, and it was looking really nice on the low tide, but now it looks super weak and slow with the high tide. So I knew I had a few grommets in my hits, that I was the older, so I needed to use this wisely and my experience, and it just paid off.
You had a really good PU surfboard up at Snapper Rocks. What are you riding today?
Yeah, it's the epoxy with the Macrofoam blank that worked really well, and I've been using it even at Snapper, and it's been working good for me the last 3 years. I feel like my surfing has stepped forward since I changed this board, so it's been really good. So hopefully it can bring me to the end and to the CT now.
I think it's about midnight back at home, but did you want to say hello?
Yeah, well, I know everyone is sleeping probably, but maybe a few guys are watching it. So thanks for watching. Merci beaucoup tout le monde, et un gros bisou à tout le monde en France, tout le monde à La Réunion, et on essaye d'aller jusqu'au bout. Allez.
Thanks, Maxime.
Found that rhythm in the last heat, that bit of experience taking him through, and a little bit of that age and experience taking Edgar Grogia to the lead at the moment. Bugs, I just love those stories you were telling about the years when you were in those world title races, and now seeing how you and your generation were able to embrace and encourage surfers to continue pursuing those great accolades a little bit later in life than those teen years.
Yeah, well, you know, and a big influence is me. My friend in Hawaii, Derek Dorner, came to me this day. He said, Bugs, the good news is we don't peak until we're 32 to 34. And I went, that's right. And now you're seeing guys coming to their best surfing from 28 on, because they've got all that experience of beach break, point break, reef break, years in the competitive jersey. You know, and as I said, you run your own race. Some people hit it early, some people hit it when they're 38.
Kalivas going huge on that finishing section. He can't ride out of it. He's really trying to increase that backup score at the moment of the 5.17, because that situation, true, it remains the same. Cade Matson's chasing a 4.21 to get the lead over him. He's been sitting quiet with priority for such a long time, waiting to take off on another wave. Actually, both him and Aiden, they've only caught 3 waves in this heat. They've got 2 of the highest scores in the 7.77 for Aiden and the 6.93 for Cade, but they haven't been able to find that backup score, or they've just opted not to take off on anything and try yet.
Yeah, I think with the last waves that have been coming through, there hasn't been much on offer. We've seen the last 4 waves for Corley Vast being around the 1 point range, just under. Edgard Grosjean has managed to find actually a couple of good ones, but I feel like he might be on a different bank compared to the rest of the competitors there maybe. So, you know, it's hard because Green is on a completely separate bank, but Aiden using his second priority now.
All right, so he's got the opportunity. He's only chasing a 3.37. It's a very small wave, Bugs.
Oh, it is. I mean, you know, he's sort of frivoling away. I mean, he just needs to... It's nearly like he needs, with that 7.77, he needs such a small one that he's kind of getting a bit desperate. Like, I know there's only a couple of minutes left, but there's got to be something out there a bit better than what he just took then. And as we see now, Carly Vast with paddling down the beach. They're playing that defense now. They're all closing in.
They are all getting very close. Under 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, hang on. Carly's kept going.
Okay, well, it is interesting because Cade's got priority. So Carly could try and do the sell job under second priority. But he may even be more in the mindset to distance himself for the opportunity to try and find a wave to better his score line.
Yeah, I just would have thought with Aiden's the most dangerous one out there. But Cade, yeah, there he is.
Wave. He's only chasing a 4.21.
Yeah, gee whiz, that was a short, snappy ride.
Scores in for Aiden's last attempt. It was a 2.83. It was smooth surfing, but it was a tiny, tiny wave, True.
Wow.
Now Cade with a slightly better opportunity on his hands.
Okay, now Cade's off. No, Carly's off Cade's program. He's on to Aiden's program now.
Okay, now that Carly's got priority, he's going to just go stick like glue on top of where Cade and both Aiden are sitting. We're now waiting for scores to come through for Cade Matson. Chasing a 4.21. It was a smooth surf wave, nice and critical, tight in the pocket, small in size, with not a lot to offer, True.
Yeah, this is a really critical part of the heat. Let's have a look at the replay here. A smaller wave, but he waited a while for it. Really nice two-turn bang, and he just adds that little bit of exclamation there. Really hoping that the judges will put that over the line and just do a callie to take off on a wave and fall. Edgard, he's solid right now. Wow, really great wave there.
Oh, that was such a sick final turn. He's going to really just make sure he sticks with that one.
Oh, what the other guys would have given for that.
Man, so still waiting for scores for Cade Matson. Carly Vast with a throwaway score dropping in now. Edgard possibly just increasing the score line, being that consistent surfer, the wave magnet in the lineup, True.
Yeah, he seriously has been the wave magnet throughout this whole heat. Wow, we have scores to come through for first, second, and third. Looks like Aiden Masonkamp won't be moving on through to the next round.
That's unfortunate. He had a great start here. He'll be looking to build back and look even stronger when he heads home to the Bolito Pro, which is the next stop on the Challenger Series. He took out the win in 2020. Aiden beat Jordy Smith in the finals last year. So he's going to be feeling comfortable heading home for the next event on the Challenger Series. Yeah. But we're still waiting now to find out if Cade Matson is through or Carly Vast.
It's the Cade Matson wave we're waiting for, and he needs a 4.21, and we've got two judges saying yes.
And he gets it. Wow. It's a 4.33. The San Clemente Grom jumps ahead of Carly Vast, one of the strongest competitors coming out of Tahiti. Goes down in the round of 48. Edgard Grosjean through, well, actually, we do have that last score coming through for Carly, but that's going to be a throwaway. There's one score through from a judge at a 2.2. He would now need a 5.3. And as they're running through onto the beach, we are waiting for those official results to drop across the board. Most curious for me, I'm wondering where they're going to go with last of Edgard Grosjean, because it was an incredible section to be able to connect with, True. And it's a 7.9 for Edgard. Solidifies his lead with a 7.9 and a 7. An exciting finish for Cade Matson. We're going to take a quick break. When Ronnie and Richie come back in the booth, they're going to have a very special guest in Sally Fitzgibbons.
Loving our time here on Sydney's northern beaches, in particular Manly. The birthplace of Australian surfing, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett here on the Harvey Norman set. Also joining us, a former winner here at Manly Beach, Sally Fitzgibbons. Great to see you.
Guys, I was missing it too much. I'm back.
Oh, you can't get enough, Sal. Lots of news coming out of WSL in recent weeks. We found out that you got the wild card for 2023, but we've also found out that you're going to be competing at the Roxy Pro G-Land.
Mind blown. I was just like sitting at home, and then yeah, now I'm just calibrating, going to a new wave. It's so exciting, and I'm just so thankful for the opportunity, and hopefully I can push my performance over there.
Oh, most definitely. It's so exciting to be heading there. I know a lot of the competitors that did fall below that cut line. It was tough to see, and the big reason they were so devastated is because we were looking at that next stop. And everyone's excited to get back there to G-Land. No doubt you've been watching footage over the years. It's just such a perfect wave that I think demands a certain brand of surfing. Big opportunities for lots of turns and very deep tubes.
Yeah, I feel like all of the events post-cut, everyone was just so devastated because you're just going, oh my gosh, I just want the opportunity. I think that's the goal for me, to be in the best waves, to be able to push my surfing, learn, train. And over at G-Land, it just has shades of maybe like a Fiji and a few waves mixed together. And I've got a lot of fond memories from over there. And they are waves like Beauty and the Beast, you know. They are really challenging, but when you get them right, I think, just coming from the roots like this here at Manly, like beach break surfer, you just go, oh, what an opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable, but it's also been great to watch your run through these Challenger Series events. We've got the second round of the men's contest unfolding, the round of 48. Already seen some top names drop out of the mix, but out there in the lineup, we've got a great field. Jose Faulkner, the South African, the goofy footer who's thrown some big airs at us on the Challenger Series already, is out there. He's having a look at one at the moment. Faulkner just loading up. Lanky guy, but you know, can get it done in the smaller conditions. Doesn't finish that one off. Also in the lineup, a surfer that's been to the CT before. He dropped off last year, Alex Ribeiro. Mia Manabre is out there in the white, Tahitian competitor, and Timothy Bissot of France is out there in the green, and he is representing France, but from Guadeloupe. Rich, great lineup, all goofies. And looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an exciting heat, quite evenly matched. I know Mickey Mana's had some good results down at Manly in past years, so he's got fond memories here. Timothy Bissot, powerful little goofy footer. He'll be looking to find maybe a couple little running lefts. Had a great first round heat. This is Mickey Mana up and riding. Got a really good air game as well. Sort of honing those skills at little beach break puppera down the road from Chilpoo. And good friend of many of the locals down here. Great surfer.
Sal, we've been touching on just the mindset of the competitors when they're facing different kind of conditions. Obviously, we had a glorious run at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. There's been some quality conditions here too this week, but this is one of the more challenging days we've seen as Timothy looks to get going here. How do you get that positivity? I mean, you're always smiling, but how do you keep your head strong and in the game?
I think it's all about the energy. As you see Minuaha looking here, I believe you show up to a contest, and no matter what the task is, like what the Jenga puzzle you're looking at, it's just like how to optimize that, how to bring, in a sense, like your level of energy, that psyche that makes you want to paddle out, and bringing it to whatever condition you're faced with. And I think when you see these heats, as we see a replay of Faulkner, I was so impressed with his air up at Snapper on the buzzer. He was so tweaked out on the backside, and it really made me stand up and notice that. But yeah, coming into these heats, I don't know, maybe it's my grassroots of competing like every weekend in this style of surf, or coming to Manly. As we see Blue Ridge, Alex is up.
Yeah, Ribeiro up and riding, just streaking down the line. You know he's going to take to the air.
Oh, he had that.
And we've seen in these last few heats that progressive element really coming into play, and it's that onshore breeze. It's been really variable today. It's up to 20 knots, and then it'll die down to calm again. But as soon as it puffs up from that easterly direction, the guys that have the airs in their back pocket, that's when they start to rub their hands together, and Ribeiro's one of them.
Yeah, he's so consistent with this move, Salah. I think you give him this same section another 10 times, he'll stick 9 airs, but just unsuccessful in completing the rotation there.
Yeah, I think what's crazy, as we say, Faulkner finishing a little one here, I don't think that'll factor in, but what's crazy, I feel, is that they have to lift above, like, seeing every heat they're going to surf this week. It's just so stacked, and you wouldn't think it, like, yeah, oh, waves are small, whatnot, but it's just the level of nerves. They know how good their opponents are. As you see, White up and riding for another little one. As you see, they're just trading off these small scores at the moment, but it's trying to find that point of difference or impact, which is what the tour surfers are really bringing this week. But Minimara, actually, like, I took notice of him last time I competed here. He is actually an amazing beach break surfer.
Yeah, he's really, really good. Can take off on a huge nugget on the reef as well. But very well rounded, and props to him for doing the work and getting those skills in the beach break conditions, because it's easy for a Tahitian such as Minimara to just get locked in at surfing these perfect waves all the time, but realizing, you know, I want to chase that dream and I want to do good in these contests, and to do that I need to get up to speed in these smaller, you know, more softer conditions where you're generating all your own speed and really working on the above the lip repertoire.
And just to finish that thought, Richard, getting above the nerves. I don't know what, you know, you've competed here so often throughout your career, but rising above that level of nerves in small waves is quite different, because it's a really finite feel. You know, when you're up, you get like 2 pumps to really set your line or get the wave right. Sometimes I feel like the nerves can play in almost greater in surf like this.
Yeah, it's totally a different style of surfing, and we touched on it earlier this morning. Get back to the point. Here's Timothy.
Yeah, racing down the line. Nice little section, gets the rotation happening. And we knew when this contest kicked off, at some point it would turn into a bit of a rotation fest, especially if the onshore winds kind of picked up. But it was just so clean through the earlier rounds. It kind of lent itself to multiple manoeuvres, clean combinations. But today, limited opportunities, wave shutting down a bit more. We're starting to see these guys take flight.
It's like a bit of a Rubik's Cube, back to your point of trying to just figure out the small wave, and each wave's a little bit different, and you've got to figure it out and get your turns right, get the timing right, because if you don't get it right, it actually looks really bad. But when you get it right and you connect, like Timothy did just on that, I mean, it was just that one foamy little section, and then he did some work on the inside, but did well to just get up off that foamy section. Taking off on an already broken foam section's much harder than actually projecting out of a lip. So he did well.
And I feel as though coming off the back of Gold Coast, a lot of the talk around Biso is that he's built a lot more muscle bulk and he looked really powerful on his backside. I think I just posed the question to you both of, like, I wonder the intricacies of working on his equipment, coming back to this size wave. Like, he probably feels like a little bit of that heaviness and had to probably pump up his boards maybe a little in leaderage to still get that pop.
Great segue into the story I have, because he called me on Monday and the longboarders went into competition, and he was kind of stressing out because he didn't have a board for these conditions, and he went on the hunt. And the boys down at Aloha Manly Style down there, the Aloha Surf Shop, he went and saw Timmy, and he had a brand new JS Sci-Fi that had plenty of volume in it, and it's the Hi-Fi 2.0, I think it is, and just fit him perfectly. He threw it under the arm, and then he walked straight out of the store. So bought one off the racks, and it seems to be working really, really well for him. So the epoxy technology, getting a lot of that pop, and a lot wider, a lot bulkier, just to support his weight and power.
Alex up at the moment. A couple of solid hits there. I mean, with the big rotation earlier on, he could be sitting with a good score already, but he does find himself in 4th place at the moment. This wave's going to help, though. Great timing. And behind him, Jose is going to get a ride as well. A surfer from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, who has the amazing story which we'll get into at some point. But right now, just a flurry of waves being ridden. And Moana does well to hang on to that one. But all surfers sitting with a couple of kind of, you'd have to say, below average scores at the moment. Bar the Tahitian, who's got that 5, 6, 7. But it feels like Alex Ribeiro might be about to drop the biggest number of the heat, Sal.
I feel he has so many shades, like we were talking about that World Tour impact. Obviously, he's been there and he's seen those style of heats, but you see here, he really eyes up. He's always in the right part of the wave, and he always has that extra little sense of, like, timing. Like, I don't know, that composure through the turn that allows the spray to be released. And he's got that light-footed quickness, obviously, from his roots and coming from Brazil, but I wonder, though, as we see this one replay, this is insane. Like, to do that off one pump and get really under lip and land in the flats in a wave that small is really impressive.
Well, Timothy Biso with plenty of speed. Everything looks so good. That was on its way to being a really hefty number. He completed the rotation in the sky. The judges loved that. But it was the speed that he generated, Rich. That board's magic.
Yeah, it's absolutely flying. The JS Hi-Fi 2.0. And I think Julian was also on that technology. There's been a few surfers going to that model.
I'm going to go get one.
Seems to be working. And just have a look at this. Drives down the line. Generates so much speed. That's that pop out of the lip that they can get. And just unfortunately not getting the landing. That would have been a big score if he had nailed that one.
I think for an individual turn, that might have been one of the biggest numbers that we've seen in the event had he stuck it. It just looks so clean in the sky, but the speed's been hard to come by. You know, it's all been self-manufactured, but the wave then provided him just a bit of wall to really launch that thing. He got nothing for it.
Foam ninja.
You've got to stick him.
Foam ninja. That's like right in the section, obviously being in the development of progression and the air game for so long now. Like, I'm always fascinated when watching him. As we see, Jose's up, but no, in the inside section.
He's finding some connections, Jose, but you know, you can start comparing the speed he's moving with to what we saw from Timothy on that last ride, and he might just have to find a bit more momentum out there to really show that spark and get some flair into those turns.
And I'm always interested in the different body types. Obviously, there's an extreme difference between Timothy and obviously Jose, and that more compact, I don't know, you see that when Timothy loads up, he just has to do a little zip, and he already has, like, so much speed. But the elasticity of, like, the really elongated frames, like, looks amazing and frames the turn or the air a lot more. But sometimes they get, like, they have to have that little bit longer or a little more time.
Yeah, Jose, almost like Owen Wright. There's a lot of him. He's got the wingspan of a condor, but he manages to kind of compress and you know, it doesn't look awkward for him. He looks really well balanced on his boards. As you said, he threw one of the airs of the event at us at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and he actually had a nice air in the opening round as well. So he's got those moves. In fact, all four competitors out there are really capable. So, you know, who's going to do the best version of that turn to get themselves the big score and the edge here?
And I'm always amazed at how, like, when they're this developed, as we see Ribeiro looking for this double up, and I'm thinking he's going to the air. Oh, see there, that's the difference. Like, they make it look so effortless, but that one obviously got a little sticky. But the way they can adjust now to land, Rich, don't you think? Like, that's really underestimated. Like, you go to the air and every single one's going to have this different landing. And the more times you do it, and the way they, like, recorrect or autocorrect when you go to, like, a John or a Felipe or someone, if you slow-mo that, you're like, how is that possible to make that?
I know. It's. I think the word you said when you went to autocorrect, and it's at this level, it's so instinctual when it's happening because it's happening so fast. And you get the rotation, and they're so good at it, but it's that landing. That's the anomaly that you've got to figure out on the fly.
And it's like, even if you commit your body, your mind is like, sometimes like, I don't want to go down there. And so it forces you to, like, slightly lean back towards the wave and compromise your landing. But yeah, I don't know. I almost love seeing that when, like, bummer it didn't work out then for Alex, but I kind of like seeing the crash reel or the ones that don't end up, because you're like, okay, they're human. Like, that's what happens like 90% of your surf. So sometimes it's good to see that.
13 and a half minutes to go, and Alex Ribeiro, he dropped the big score on a previous ride, 7.43. And we'll see a replay of this one.
Just
see if it'll take him into a higher heat score tally here, Rich.
Yeah, just it was a little lackluster. I mean, a great turn, but since the level has risen, you know, these guys are taking it above the lip. It's a different vibe than what we had in the last couple of days.
The judges are really looking for that release, the height, and obviously a very clean landing to get the bigger scores. That one didn't even go into the top two. 13 minutes to go here. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
It's very surprising to me that this is your first time to Australia. How are you enjoying it?
So I'm super stoked to be here. My first time in this place. So I'm very happy. And Gold Coast, I'm not so good result. And now I'm feeling good, and I'm super soaked into my heat. So yeah, that's it.
You look very comfortable out here. Brazil obviously well known for its beach break waves.
Oh yes, it's like today is like the same as waves of the Brazil. So I'm staying in my home, just like the same waves from Brazil. So yes, let's go to next year.
Looking very good going into the next round. Would you like to say a quick word in Portuguese?
Thank you. Bom, galerinha, tô amarradão. Felizmente na Gold não fiz bom resultado lá em Snapper, mas me sinto bem aqui. É uma onda que a gente treina bastante, a gente compete bastante, então estou super feliz com a minha performance. Espero seguir no mesmo ritmo e agradecer a todo mundo, a galera que está assistindo, minha família, a galera que está na vibe aqui na Austrália, os patrocinadores. E é isso, vamos com tudo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, I had a look at Ed's Instagram, and it's unbelievable. Really well-rounded surfer, really good above the lip, and well, just like all these competitors out in this heat, capable of sticking big airs in the jersey and getting the job done that way. Just over 11 minutes to go here. Jose heading back out. He needs a score. He's in third position. We'll update you on the situation right after the break.
In 2012, I was fortunate enough to have a win at Manly, and I still hold it like really close to me because it really lifted me for that year, and it was that lift I needed, especially coming out of injury. Just to get the win in front of that crowd, and that's the closest like big event to home, and walk in and have my friends and family around me, like nothing beats it.
Oh, how good, Sal. Reflecting on memories of a win here at Manly Beach, where so much surf history has unfolded, especially competitive surf history.
That was a super cool moment. I think I surfed against Sof Milanovic in that event, but I was coming off a broken wrist. That was the injury. And I was just going, I was really, really nervous because I was like barely getting to my feet, 2 days before the comp. So to get it all together, it felt pretty mad.
How good. And of course, on the same little stretch of sand where Phyllis O'Donnell was crowned world champion. So many great former winners here at Manly Beach. It's always fun looking at the honour roll for major events.
Oh, for sure. And there's just so much history here that when I hosted one of the celebrations in women's surfing history a number of years back, I couldn't really think of a better location. So I was down there at Novotel and I had all those legends in one room, and a good memory of mine.
Who were some of the heroes for you growing up from the generations before yours, so before the Sally, Stephanie Gilmore's, the Carissa Moore's?
Oh, when I cast my mind back, just thinking of some of the Pam Burridge performances, even having a surf with her and just her whole, like, I guess, ocean knowledge, but she's just one with the water. And I remember surfing with her out the front here behind us, and she started paddling out, thought she was going to catch this big set. After this one of Joseph, and he pulls out. Yeah, I thought she was going to catch this big set. She throws it board and just like kind of back swans and starts body surfing into the barrel. And just things like that. You're just like, she's a full ocean woman. And then obviously you can't go past, you know, Queen Lane, LB on the cliff here, and some of her performances and everything she put into like hosting events here of a World Championship to a level. Just all those efforts don't go unnoticed in my books.
Nah, she is such a piece of gold. She cracks me up too. So confident, and also just so sharp. You know, I think a lot of people misinterpret Lane's confidence for arrogance, but she's super humble. But she's got a wicked sense of humour. So you know, she'll pull you up if you forget one of her wins.
Well, she'll call it how she sees it too.
She's got 7 world titles, but these days she references her Masters world titles too, just to keep the edge on Steph Gilmore, which I love.
7.5 or 8?
8, 9. No, wow. She's remarkable, and looking forward to getting her in the booth at some point over the weekend. 7 minutes remaining here though. Alex Ribeiro out in front on the strength of that 7.43, and it's funny, we've seen so many airs laid down in this heat, but the highest number has still come from great timing and just more traditional power moves.
Wow, look at this wave here. Just 2 hammering turns. And we've got some work done on the backhand as well. Streaking down the line. This one ran off. Bit of a floater finish and a fist pump. He is connecting. You can feel it.
Yes, Al, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, around 15 years ago, Taj Burrow, you could probably credit him for bringing air reverses into competition regularly. I mean, Shane Besham was doing airs a long time ago, but the air rotation as a finishing turn just became very common, and these days it's so scrutinised by the judging panel that air isn't necessarily going to win your heats. And of all the air reverses we've seen, and there's been plenty in this heat, it's still just those sort of traditional turns and combinations that are holding Alex Ribeiro out in front.
I actually like what Rich said earlier this morning in the Besham story, where he's backed himself to go out and do the air in the heat and get the confidence. And on the women's side of surfing, I feel like there's such a pool now that are capable of stomping their air reverses and airs in heats, but getting that, like, you know, that backing yourself sort of mentality, and like not waiting until you need a 7 and all you got was a closeout, so you'll try an air. Like, you have to start trying, and when you're on one of your first rides, as we see Joe say, with some speed.
Oh, wow. Great projection, got out on the flats, and these surfers, they don't mind that. It adds to just the critical nature of those manoeuvres, but he wasn't able to reel it in.
I feel like he just went a bit too far out onto the flats and maybe needed a bit more horizontal projection, or vertical projection up and off the lip rather than out to the front of it. Always difficult when you are landing on the flats.
And I feel some of their best ones, Richard, are when their body and chest goes and they know the board's going to catch up to them. Like, they trust it the whole way. As Ribeiro just finishes off this one, but I don't think he'll go into his top 2. And I don't know, you know the ones you see, you just like, you don't even think they're not going to make it.
Yeah.
And I feel like obviously that's the timing and everything and projection, but these ones in competition, like, you have to force it. Jose needs this score, he needs a 5-3, and he's done this there a million times, but with this pressure, with the wind, as you see, it's like the board kind of, he waits for it for a second, and then all of a sudden it's 2, I don't know, he sort of lands in the flats at the same time as his board. See how it's like, and it sort of flutters under his feet too.
He was way up on the nose too. The stance, typically you want it to stay quite wide, and you'll see the shift as they go up towards the nose, but both of Jose's feet went up to the nose then, and it was just, there was no kind of stability with the landing, so unfortunately not sticking that one, but it was, that section was just begging for it.
A remarkable story, Jose, from the townships around Jeffreys Bay. He surfed his way out of extreme poverty to earn his right here, his place on the Challenger Series. His story is well documented in a fantastic book called Afro Surf, the untold story of African surf culture. Beautiful book, visually, and that was put together with the help of Mami Wati. That is the an organisation over there, and one of the co-founders is actually Salema Masakela, who's a co-commentator of ours. Absolute character, but he's got a lot of people just tracking his progress on the Challenger Series at the moment, Jose, because it is such an inspiring story, and no doubt it's going to, you know, pull a whole heap of people out of those townships, get them surfing and chasing this similar dream.
There's so many amazing stories on this tour, and I applaud every single person for getting here and getting their Rashi on. Like, to get here, as we see Ribeiro fighting right to the end, but he's got a pretty cushy lead at the moment. But they just to get here, you guys know it, like to travel halfway around the world, pack that board bag up, everything's uncomfortable. Like, you want it to go to plan once you get to your heat, but they don't realise just to get to the start line, like, I'm already like doing the golfers, like applauding.
Yeah, I made the comment yesterday. Make or Break Season 1 is obviously available now on Apple TV+. It dives in deeper into the stories of the Championship Tour competitors and gets into some of those personal stories. But you could almost have a make or break version of the Challenger Series, because talk about, you know, extreme highs and lows for these competitors. It's such a grind.
And it's just the same commitment, expectation on themselves, and because it's like a much bigger pool of surfers and less treasure, like aka money, like to go around, the hunger and drive to be here, you come all the way here. It's the same cost to get flights and accommodation and training and boards, but you might have bumped out in first or second heat and you sort of licking your wounds going, I don't know how many more I can make it to. So I'm just so impressed that, you know, the passion, they want to be there, and you know, if they just keep at it and they find a way and have that patience, you never know, it could be their year to end up on tour.
Yeah, it's you know, it's cool too that it's 5 events, your top 5 results from the 8 contests, because it gives you an opportunity to find some form or correct things. And I think Alex Ribeiro had a 17th up there at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and the other competitors in this heat really didn't get that big result. So they're looking to turn things around with a minute to go. And the Tahitian is up at the moment. He's got second position, and this one might help him hang on to it. He knows that was an important ride, because Jose only needed a 5.34 prior to this one. Timothy Biso was after a 6.43. Faulkner is up at the moment. Nice hit there. I mean, he's done some good surfing, but he really went all in on the air rotation, Sal.
Yeah, and I do feel that it's a bit of a surprise that Timothy hasn't had that same energy from the Gold Coast. I feel like he's just either waiting for that one super quality wave like we saw Alex on to really display his surfing, but I'm just, yeah, it's sort of like a different shade this time for him here at Manly.
A replay of Bray's last ride. He knows that it was good. And it's starting to roll through now. It's likely going to push the requirement up as we see Jose on the replay. A couple of decent hits from him, but just kind of struggling to get back out in front of that white water there.
Yeah, anytime you're getting that bounce on, you're almost trying to convince the judges that I've made it. I've made this turn. I'm riding out of this way, but I think we're going to see a better number here for Mihi Mana. He may go even further in second place here.
He might even go into the lead. Numbers starting to roll through for him now. It is 6.23, so he hangs on the second spot. Alex Ribeiro has the lead, and Jose, he's after a big number now. He needs a 7.03 out of that last ride. It's not going to happen for him. And Timothy Biso, he showed great speed earlier on, but never really got anything going. His highest number was a 3.77.
And you can see that disappointment.
Oh, man.
So, oh, I can feel it. My heart hurts when I see the disappointment. But then the elation.
That's it. Like we've been saying throughout, it's like musical chairs in these earlier rounds. There's only so many seats in that next round. And Mihi Mana Bray and Alex Ribeiro, they got their bums in one. And they are moving on through. We'll take a quick break. But Sally Fitzgibbons, it's been awesome to have your company and get your insights. I like that autocorrect. We'll be using that from now on.
Thank you, guys. If you need me, I'll be down in the GWM playground with all the kids.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll be prodding.
I'll see you in a heat or so. But thanks for your company.
Cheers,
we'll be
guys.
back in just a moment.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Oh, how good was that to have Sally Fitzgibbons here on the Harvey Norman host set to call that last heat with us. And it's only getting better. Kaipo Guerrero now stepping into the booth. Kaipo, good to see you, mate. Enjoying your time out there?
I am. I'm having a great day. It's a Saturday. The promenade's full of people. And the dog show is incredible right now.
It sure is.
Super highway out the front here.
Yeah, I've got some mad dogs out in the lineup about to do battle, trying to get themselves through this round of 48. And Imai Kalani DeVault's just been in such good form, looking really sharp there at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, but he didn't leave stop one with a fantastic result. Ryan Callanan, he didn't leave the Gold Coast with a great result. In fact, he was bundled out in the first round, but he did look sharp on the opening day of competition here. Mateus Navarro, he's out there in the white. Cody Young, the young surfer from Maui, is out there in the green. Should be a fun one. But Rich, really cool to get Sal's insights on the airs, which we're no doubt going to see more of today with this wind. Here goes Ryan Callanan, this one during the break.
Yeah, Arcal just finding a nice little left-hander, connecting 3. Good turns, solid surfing from the Championship Tour surfer. This is Cody Young. He found a right-hander. Nice snap to open up, but then just running up on him. And then Imai, he got one as well. Oh, just super vertical on that final hit. Very aggressive.
Ryan kept him busy in the opening stages here. So good number for Imai to kick things off here. 6.4, 5.83 for Callanan. And Cody Young just a 2.67. Mateus is out there with priority now. But yeah, really positive stuff. And you know, we got to say it, as much as we kind of want to see the surfers take to the sky in that last heat, the focus on taking to the air didn't work out for Jose Faulkner or Timothy Biso, and it was the combination of clean turns from Mihamana Bray and also Alex Ribeiro that got the win and the second place.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen any of the numbers go really into the excellent zone today, so perhaps the judges thinking, well, we're awarding some good airs, we're awarding some good solid foundation surfing. How about we mix it up, combine the two, and then we'll start dropping the 8s and 9s? Perhaps.
I agree with you, but I look at the start right now. For a 6.4 for Imai Kalani DeVault in the frame of everything that we've seen today as far as the scores. That 6.4 is actually a pretty beefy number because we've seen the scores being semi-suppressed today. So nice start for this young man. We got 2 surfers on the Valley Isle right now, with 2 surfers from Maui, both Cody Young and Imai Kalani DeVault. So that's an interesting story about 2 guys coming up and been surfing around each other for a long time.
Yeah, from we call the same beach, their home break. Ho'okipa?
Yeah, Ho'okipa.
I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they no doubt would have run some heat drills against one another at least.
Ho'okipa, by the way, like one of the world's windiest waves, right? And so these guys can handle any kind of wind. They're used to it because it's open to so much winds getting funneled through the islands right there with that break. But it's also a very consistent break too.
Most definitely. 20.5 minutes to go. Ryan Callanan looks like he might have a decent wall to work with here. Plenty of speed, driving up into the pocket a couple of times. Looked a lot more energised in the opening round here than he did up at Snapper Rocks, I've got to say. And this is a good score to go with the 5.83 opener.
That's a great score. And you could see Ryan just playing the percentages here. This is one of the better rides that we've seen in the last couple of hours. Actually just rifled off down the line, and Ryan just timing those manoeuvres to perfection. Didn't over push it, didn't go for that high risk thing. High risk manoeuvre to start things off, jeopardizing the score. He knew that if he surfed this, he was going to get a good number.
Ryan's been on the championship tour, off the championship tour last year, had a really solid run. The kind of performances he was putting together had everyone saying, you know, this guy might be Australia's best hope at you know, a world title. But things couldn't have started worse for him this year. He broke his wrist prior to the first CT event of the year. As we see Matheus Navarro wanting to get in on the action here. He'll jump right through. Jumped right through to the shore break, I was going to say, but he came undone. But yeah, Ryan missed the first CT stop of the year, and with so many injuries, he kind of thought, wow, I better get back and compete in event number 2. He came back really early and a little underdone.
Yeah, here we go with the replay for Arcal. But his performance at Sunset, you could tell he was hindered a bit with that hand-wrist injury. He had it taped up, but gosh, I mean, getting to your feet with a broken hand is a challenge.
100%, and it's, well, we'll have a look at the replay here of Matheus. 2 good hits on the outside, and then it was looking like he was going to connect up and just caught his hillside rail.
Yeah. Goes down.
I really like that that opening turn, though, of Ryan Callan and that carve to slide, showing us something a little bit different.
You know what? And another thing, guys, it's 11:53 local time. We have a high tide in about an hour from now. So I feel that this right now is kind of the golden hour as far as tide for this bank. But I would lean on you for that opinion, Rich.
No, you got it spot on. We always knew that as there was going to be more water on the banks today, it was going to clean up a little bit, offer more down the line style surfing rather than just the 1-2 punch. So we're seeing some good waves. I went and stood actually down at the northern end of the competition zone. There are still waves down there, believe me. There's really scoreable rides down there, but all the action focused on this southern bank at the moment. I guess our competitors not wanting to really take the risk and break away.
21 minutes to go. Ryan Callan drops a 7.77 on that last ride. That's put him well out in front. Imai Kalani-Devolt, he's after a 7.21 to climb back into the lead. Matheus Navarro just had a ride, and we'll wait for the scores to come through to see if he can get himself up into second position. Right now, though, let's hear from Alex Ribeiro with Stace.
I was just talking with Edgard earlier. He did really well out there. We're talking about how comfortable the Brazilians are in these types of conditions.
Yes, we train a lot on this condition. I'm still with Edgar, all the events, so we live in the same place. So stuck to him and stuck to me now. So yeah, we train so hard that condition, any condition, so we feel comfortable. The boards work so good, so stuck to me one more.
It's always nice when you're making heats with the person that you're staying with.
Yes, luckily we are the different chains, like he's in the top and the down, so yeah, I just meet him on the finals if we made it, so we're gonna try to do just hit by hits, the step by step, to really focus, we are together, so yeah, let's do one more hit.
You've got one PU and one epoxy. What did you ride in your heat today?
I use an epoxy one. It's different, so epoxy does not work really good when the condition like windy, strong, but my epoxy, like I tried before the heat, so was working good, so I just go if something is like coming wrong, so I just change the board, but don't need, so stuck to work the board, and let's see what change for tomorrow.
Thanks so much for your time, well done.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, it's been a good event for the Brazilians, hunting down victories here at Manly Beach. In the last 8 years, they've had 3 winners. De Souza 2014, Jesse Mendes 2017, David Silva 2018. Alex Ribeiro looking sharp at the moment, as is Cody Young. That first turn was strong. Hasn't really got a decent score just yet, so that one couldn't have come at a better time. Just under 19 minutes to go here.
You don't want to be the guy left off the bus, do you? You need to stay in the heat, stay with the scores. Everyone's dropping 6s and 7s. You want to be right there as well, and even surpassing what they're doing. So at the 18-minute mark, good to see Cody get on the board here. It's not a bad wave either. Just a clean snap to open up, and a second one that he sort of ropes back into the power source. It's a nice little foam hit to finish off. Sort of tidied things up over the last few seasons, hasn't he? Looks more like he's going into his maneuvers with a bit more intent.
Yeah, he's a big guy, Cody, and so he's grown into his frame, and he's had to adjust his technique and the mechanics of his surfing to adjust to that. Another thing he's had to adjust to is just mentally. He had a late call for this to get into this comp. So, he didn't get a lot of notice. He was ready to go, and then he switched on. He got through that round of 96 heat candidly, and then so now he's just got to settle into it. But right now, as you know, Ron, every heat, it just gets tougher and tougher as far as the competition.
Most definitely. He had a run at the Challenger Series last season too, and from those 4 events, the best result he was able to manage came in the islands. He got himself a 17th at Haleiwa, but finished 79th. So there's got to be a big shift performance-wise, competitively, for him to get himself to the top end and have a chance at cracking the CT ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to really rise to that level. And just chatting to Geordie Lauder quickly, just to make a point after his heat, he was saying that he thought these second round heats were even more nerve-wracking than the first, because you're getting closer to that sort of 3-man action when we lose a competitor out and we go into that different format. And he was like, yeah, God, I was so nervous before that one. And now he feels like he can relax into the event a bit more. But, here we go. Imai.
Yeah, well, the Challenger Series is no joke. It's the dream of qualifying for the Championship Tour on the line. Imai Kalani de Vault, just the one section, whips the reverse. And it's an interesting turn, the reverse, to me, when you don't get an air, because the comparison is always, oh, well, there wasn't height. He did bust the fins free, but I kind of think that you've got to look at them as different turns, because sometimes I see a reverse with that fin release, and I almost like it more than an air reverse.
Well, and it depends upon the angle of approach when you're doing any kind of reverse, in that you kind of want it corked out. You want it a little bit inverted. Flat reverses, I mean, I'm no spring chicken. I can still do a flat reverse. You know what I mean? There's not the degree of difficulty on a flat reverse isn't very high.
That was
a really good point.
That was really cool. That pop that we were talking about that Imai gets. Here we go, live action.
Ryan Callanan with another nice looking wall, and he's just kind of making it look like, I don't know, a small day at Junkie Cloudbreak out there at the moment. It's sort of just improving the conditions.
Whoa, that was a quick one.
Yeah.
By Imai, just showing, we talked earlier about just some of the equipment coming out of Maui with some of those kids, and that KT, again, that board, so quick. That was
so quick.
That was another gear.
Back to your point on the air rev too, and if we can key up another replay of Imai's little rotator there, if you stop it right at the mark where the board's up and vertical and freeze it there, you could think that he was just going to bring it down and do a normal vertical snap. But he goes the extra mile and kicks that fin. It's unbelievable. So, bang.
That's the point of difference, right?
Right there. So he could have just done a normal vertical re-entry, but he spins the tail out, gets the full fins released, brings it all the way down. So he turned a normal vertical snap into something that was so much harder.
Right.
And he got pretty well rewarded, 5.23. So the judges liked it. There's an unpredictability to the maneuver, as you said, Rich.
Yeah, it's just getting corked out. It's getting that head below your feet and your feet above your head, and just, being able to put yourself in that position, release the fins. I mean, good on the judges for picking up on that and rewarding them.
Well, let's have a look at Cody's wave on the replay. This one came in at this might have been a different ride. He had a 5.5. That was actually a missed opportunity there, because he was after a 6.14. He started pretty strong. 14 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break and get back into heat number 8 in just a moment.
The final with Wayne Lynch and Larry Blair was actually amazing because they got so barreled. Like high level, deep tubes for the day were remarkable. And even right now, if you got those in your heat, you're going to win your heat. That was 44 years ago. Pretty incredible to watch.
Yeah, magic year there. 78, Larry Blair, Wayne Lynch trading off barrels here at Manly Beach. Rich, you were just a grom. I don't know if you'd found the buzz yet. I don't know if you were even surfing at that point, but down there at the round bar at the Stain, it's talked about. That is an iconic event in these parts.
Oh, it was just amazing. And no, I wasn't watching it live. That was a little bit before my time, but have since obviously seen the vision. Incredible day of surfing, and possibly one of the best events we've ever had here.
Yeah, no doubt. Here goes Matheus Navarro, trying to get himself off the bottom of the order here. Just get something decent on the board heading into the final 10 minutes. Been left a little behind. Needs a 6.14 to jump up in a second at the moment, but Imai Kalani DeVault's kind of in a strong position because he's got a 6.4. If he can improve on the 5.23, he can really make life hard for Cody Young and Matheus Navarro. Let's have another look at it here, Kipes.
Oh, here we go. Nice little snap there, but just gets away from him on the heels and just does not give him any opportunity. Cody Young behind him, rapid fire there. So that's more like it as far as tempo in your surfing on the backhand. So we'll see what that number comes in for Cody.
Stace is out there watching the conditions closely. Stace, am I tripping? Is there a bit more energy coming at us at the moment?
Yeah, I think you could be spot on there, Ron. I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and a few of those waves that Ryan and Imai are picking off, they're the smaller waves, but they're cleaner, and you're right, they've got a good bit of energy hitting that bank. We've got a high tide coming up around midday, which is about now, but I don't think we'll be moving off this bank all day. It handled the low tide this morning, so I don't think our little left rip bowl from earlier in the week is going to fire up this afternoon.
How many cups of the Oakberry goodness have you digested during this Australian run of events?
I generally go 2 per day, 2 7-day windows, so yeah, a lot.
I love it.
28.
Don't stop, mates. Get them in while you can.
Oh, yeah.
But,
keeping us going.
Oh.
10 minutes remaining here, and Matheus Navarro still waiting on a score. We'll see if he can get himself in this heat. I mean, he's not far off the pace at the moment, just needs a 6.4 to climb up in a second. But it just feels like with the quality of turns, even on smaller rides that we've seen from Imai Kalani DeVault, that at some stage he's going to dump that 5.23 and replace it with something greater.
Yeah, you feel like it's he's going to go way ahead when he finds a decent wave here. But Matheus just taking to the air, realising that he's going to have to do something special to get out of 4th place here because his other competitors, they're starting to build decent score lines. Ryan Callanan way out in front now, 14.6 points.
Yeah, he's on fire.
He just found 2 gems, didn't he? Found a little magic spot on the sandbar out there and found 2 cracking left-handers.
Really nice runners. Yeah, 5.4 for Cody on that last ride. It goes into his top 2, but he's got to better the 5.5 to narrow the requirement. So he's still got work to do, but you know, Cody's been surfing a long time. Kaipo, how old were you when you entered the lineup and rode your first waves?
How old was geez, my dad was a surfer, so I was probably 5 or 6, kind of forced into it.
Rich?
Right out the back of where we are here right now, commentating. As we see our cow, just a quick in and out on that one. I was about 7. My grandfather pushed me onto my first wave down here.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing it was a tandem ride, but Cody Young had his first surf at 10 months old.
Wow.
So a little nugget that I picked up, and I was kind of imagining a 10-month-old baby
just
riding away, but I guess he was in the arms of either his mum or dad, but that's amazing. But began competing at 9 years of age.
Yeah.
Like most of the surfers now on the Challenger Series, they came to the sport pretty young. They enter those Grom contests over there in Hawaii, a lot of Menahuni events, and the opportunity to rub shoulders with people that you end up traveling with throughout your entire career. And Kaipo, you had that as a Grom, surfing in those Grom events, and mainlanders coming out trying to steal titles away from you.
Well, you end up making friends. You know, I made really good friends early on with guys like Doug Silva and Jeff Booth and even Todd Holland in my generation and stuff. And Kelly and Ross were just one generation, you know, a couple of age groups right behind us. And so I come from working in amateur surfing, and I always told the kids, your friends that you're making right now, these guys are going to be your friends if you continue this journey for your entire life.
And that's one thing that we don't touch on too much. You know, you've got little tight-knit groups that travel together from the same region generally, and these surfers are all battling one another to make the championship tour. But coming onto the scene, the competitive scene at such a young age, they're surfers that you're, you know, experiencing great things with. You're traveling the world, new cultures, out to dinner on different occasions.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty fun.
It was really fun. And I can only speak to my generation. We did it kind of without chaperones. So it was really wild.
Fun.
Yeah, it was, well, like, things could go really bad, things could go really good. But I feel there's a clearer path now for young surfers because of all of the associations as well as the coaching and the mentorship that young surfers have right now. What do you think, Rich?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even a lot of the governments are involved, and all these established centres have been, you know, constructed to just really produce champions out of this sport. And that's not just here in Australia, that's everywhere. And as you're right, the competition, you know, the scholastic sort of pathway all the way through to the national titles and then onto a more international field. All those segments are set up now so that you can just leapfrog through every single one of those.
It's a clear path.
And there's such a clear pathway. Yeah. And a lot of support there, a lot of eyes on the sport.
Let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap here. Emai Kalani to bolt, kicked off with a 6.4. Ryan Callanan, though, he found just some diamonds in amongst the rough out here.
Yeah, some really mature surfing. The experience of Ryan Callanan just shining through here. He's found two absolutely beautiful little left-hand runners that he has milked all the way and just extracted every little point out of them. Big, sort of bringing some big power man turns to these small little waves and making it look great. Almost caught an edge, but fixed it up, got to the finish, and that's why he is way out in front.
He's one of those guys that you could probably look at the Challenger Series schedule and say, well, you wouldn't be surprised if he won any of or all of these events. He's that good, and he's got obviously a lot of hype around him just based on how good he performs. But he's been scratching his head a lot lately when he gets to the beach after heats and just trying to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, but in the Challenger Series, where we look at all the different venues, I mean, he can do it in all places, right? He can do the tap dance over here in Manly. He can do the tap dance in Huntington Beach. Long right point, Ericeira, he can get it done there. We already know what he's been able to do in the south of France in the past at Hossegor, and then we already know what he can do at Haleiwa. So the guy's set for it, you know?
Yeah, he's got to just find that confidence that he had for a couple of years there on the CT, Rich, 2019, 2021, and really start bringing those big performances to this Challenger Series because it's hyper competitive. You know, everyone's as hungry as you are.
Now that's all it is.
A lot of talent in the ranks.
That's all it is, mate. You can tell that Ryan is suffering a little bit from a lack of confidence. Even in his post-heat interview yesterday, you sort of picked up on it. He was like, oh, you know, I've sort of come in and I've, you know, felt all right, but sometimes the scores haven't dropped, and he feels like he's surfing good. The surfing's there, and it's just you can get on these little dips in your confidence, and he'll find it again. And it'll only take a one good result, and then all of a sudden you're back on top, and things are rolling again, and he'll be off and running.
Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, when a surfer is saying that they're feeling good, they're almost trying to sell it to themselves. And I'd say in the opening round here, it's the best I've seen Ryan look in a while.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's interesting because it was small and not like it was firing. Not ideal conditions, but as far as a heat performance goes, it's probably the best I've seen him do in a while.
Yeah, I don't disagree for sure. There was, you know, well, with that lack of confidence, that does, mentally, it does sometimes translate into what you're doing. and obviously coming back from the injury as well. So there's been a few little factors playing against him, but I mean, you know, Ryan's had a lot of heartache too over the last couple of years and been able to really bounce back and get himself in the right frame of mind. So he'll do it again. He'll get back in there, get back into that winning form, and he's too good not to be on the tour.
And a point that you made, Rich, all the surfers that make it through this round today are going to be breathing a sigh of relief and be motivated, because today there is a little bit of luck out there, and then we change into those 3 surfer heats, and that's when there's going to be more opportunity, and then onto the man-on-man. So this is really the crucial round, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Just on 2 minutes to go here, and Cody Young just hasn't been able to improve on that 5.5. So the requirement for him at the moment, it remains the same, and it's similar for Mateus Navarro. Both have a 5.5, both need a 6.14 to get ahead of Imo Kalani de Volt. And it's the battle for second spot, because Ryan Callanan, he's sitting in that first position, and Imo needs an 8.2 just to get ahead of him. So we'll see what unfolds here. Cody's got the priority. He's got his pick of what waves he wants in this lineup. But the surfers, we saw it then on that last shot, they're very spread out at the moment. Got to get in each other's faces.
Yeah, I don't know if I
rip
was,
his head off.
If I was Imo, I'd be just pulling the ripcord on the outboard, mate, and I'd be just putting a little bit of pressure on Cody, just trying
100%.
to fool him into going a wave that potentially won't increase his score, make him ask go. There he is. He's starting to think about it now.
Yeah.
He's so mellow.
I know.
But he's a fiery competitor.
Yeah.
He said that. He said, don't fool my mellow sort of personality for being, you know, shy of ripping into a tough situation in a heat.
So clearly his intent right now is only just to look at the offense, spread out, get a chance at a wave, maybe improve his scoreline. Here he goes. Let's see if he does it. And the answer is no.
No one fading away. Ryan's up just to the north of the contest bank. And this one's not doing much, but it looks like he's going to call it a day, make his way in after a solid performance and dropping some good numbers here.
Yeah, convincing win for Ryan as he makes his way all the way through to shore. Cody has about 25 seconds to find a number here, and he needs that number to be 6.14, so it's a special kind of wave. It looks like he's seen something. He's paddling.
Well, 15 seconds to go here, and he's going to paddle over the top of this one. Is there something on the outside? It doesn't look like there is, so that wave that he paddled over the top of didn't actually even break. And he's going to miss the opportunity to chase down that 6.14, as is Mateus Navarro, both of them with their heads down at the moment. Imo Kalani de Volt, the strong start worked out well for him. He banked the 6.4 on the 5.23 on his first 2 rides. Ryan Callanan, impressive numbers, a heat score total of 14.6, charging on through to the next round.
Leonardo Fioravanti took out a win here back in 2020, and he's in the draw. He's coming up in the next heat. He loves New South Wales, getting to spend some time here in the ocean in Manly. But before we get to him, we've got 4 powerhouse surfers in the lineup for heat number 9 for the round of 48. Crosby Colapinto, Alonso Correa, Lucas Silveira, and John Duru. We've got some championship tour experience out in the lineup in Joan, up against 3 hopefuls who have been working for a while to get there. Shannon Hughes alongside True Starling in the booth. And True, it's been a big day of surfing so far.
It sure has been a big day, and we still have quite a few heats left. Here we go. This is the replay for first of Lucas Silveira. He's the 2016 World Junior Champ, so he's feeling pretty comfortable in conditions like this with a great finish. You can actually hear his support team really cheering from him. And Crosby Colapinto also gets a start. This is a 317. Just 2 turns for Crosby, but he's definitely been one to watch recently.
Alonso Correa got a piece of the action at the start as well.
Yeah, really nice 2-turn jam for Alonso. Wow, he just projected over that last turn, coming down really clean. So incredible surfing for Alonso.
Yeah, really impressive for those surfers who can find that projection today, because it just seems really difficult on most of the sections where it's not offering up that opportunity.
Yeah, definitely, and especially in conditions like this, it's really tricky to find those waves that offer those critical sections. We've seen maybe 5 opportunities, or maybe sometimes a little bit more in each heat, that are offering scores of 6 or above. If you can get that at the start, like Lucas Silveira just did, yeah, you're feeling pretty good.
It's definitely been kind of the pace setter for those surfers that are able to find that 6 to 7 point range early on, and then to be able to secure themselves in that position. I think Aiden Mason-Camp was the only surfer that we saw really lock in that high score. He got that 777, and then just never found the backup score that he was looking for, which was surprising given the trend for everyone else. John Duru going to the air, goes for the reverse on the opening section, paces it out to see if it's going to reform on the inside. It doesn't, and we're now waiting for his opener to roll through. We do have a good-looking score rolling in for the Peruvian in Alonso Correa. It'll be similar to what we have on the scoreboard for Lucas Silveira at the moment as we take another look at this.
Yeah, he gets a projection there and also the spin, so really nice stuff to start for Joan Duru. It was interesting to note that he actually wasn't at Snapper. He was in the draw, didn't show up at Snapper, but he's here for the Manly event. So, you know, I think maybe Alistair may have taken his spot. Oh no, Alistair actually won the trial, so someone did take his spot, which was pretty interesting. It was Shane Sykes who took his spot at the Snapper event, so it's interesting to see him here at Manly.
Yeah, that's a very interesting conversation we'll get back to. Alonso with that quick check to the lip to start off. He dropped in a 6.5 for his opening wave, so he's now got that to build from. John's first score through at a 3.9, and it's quite surprising to see that John would have shown up here at Manly, given that most surfers with the opportunity to surf on the Gold Coast at Snapper would have been just on that plane so quickly. But whatever was going on there, it's great to know that he's keeping himself in this conversation when it comes to wanting to get that qualification back. And there is 8 events on the Challenger Series this year, so there's that to factor in as well, being that their bottom 3 results will fall away. It's just their top 5 that are going to count towards qualification. And I think a lot of the surfers are taking that into consideration, even from a financial perspective. True, I know you've done some research into behind the scenes, just working out the general cost that it takes to get themselves to 8 different events across the world. It's a lot on the line for them.
Yeah, definitely. My sister and I wrote an article on it in our magazine, and I think we definitely undergunned how much it was going to cost. After speaking to a few people here, I was like, oh wow, okay, it's going to cost maybe 20 grand more than what we think, which is pretty crazy, you know. And getting to these events, it's really tricky. Some people are working jobs to try and pay for this, and some are really lucky to have sponsors who will give them a travel budget to get to these events. But, you know, the prize money and just the fact that if you do win an event, it just makes it so worthwhile.
Absolutely. I mean, there's everything on the line. There's that hunger to be a professional surfer, to find that career opportunity out of it with that sacrifice that goes along. And there's that aspect within every sport around the world, the different sacrifices that it takes to then find that achievement. In surfing at the moment, it seems to be a big financial cost, and there's so many different ways that surfers are finding their way to fund their trips, whether it's crowdfunding projects like we saw from India Robinson last year for the Challenger Series. got her championship tour qualification by her hometown community surrounding her with no sponsorship to get into the events for those 4. And then she walked away into her rookie season on the championship tour.
Yeah, she had an incredible start to the season. I think Callum Robson was also crowdfunded throughout his Challenger Series and potentially even CT Rookie Tour as well. And the one thing I love about Cal is he's actually donating half of his prize money to all the flood-affected people in his hometown area. But then we also see people like Kira Seal, who she's now getting into the point where she's like in the longboarding tour where she's going, I can potentially do online coaching. So how amazing is that, where you can actually take your job with you while you're doing your other job, you know? So it's really cool to see.
Alonso Correa driving down the line, straight into the lip. Cuts through that dead section. Now connects with the foam and makes that redirect so easily. Goes for the reverse on the finish. Not that air reverse, but just that kind of spin and connect to bring in that variety. I heard the guys talking about it in the booth just in the previous heat between Richie, Ronnie, and Kaipo, just saying how much they are actually really enjoying maneuvers like that being thrown in on the end sections.
Yeah, definitely. A lot comes with doing those turns on the end sections, and especially today, it feels like those end sections aren't offering a really steep connection to move on through with it. So to go to that variety, maybe a flat reverse, or if you can get that projection into the air, it's exciting to see. But I feel like lately turns have just been the real winners out there today.
Yeah, turns are definitely where the money is. Thinking of that moment yesterday with Sarah Baum, that big roundhouse cutback, which we hadn't seen. I think Richie mentioned that he'd seen Ace Buchan's heat, which I'd missed, and that Ace had done a full proper roundhouse cutback, and that it just takes that commitment to knowing they may be risking not making that completion on the end section, but just really wanting to put it all on rail, and in moments like that, getting really well rewarded. Sarah got a good score for that like kind of single maneuver.
Yeah.
And it's exciting to just see something different brought in, especially in smaller beach break conditions where not every wave is offering that potential.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a huge fan of traditional surfing, that traditional rail work. Don't get me wrong, I love airs, and
I'm in the exact same boat as you.
I'm like myself trying to figure out how to do them, and they're exciting to do them yourself and to watch them. But watching someone lay a really nice rail down and just like really hard carve, or you know, you look at a Steph Gilmore or Carissa Moore or Philippe Toledo or John, and you see them just put their rail on, like it's, yeah, it really gets me excited.
It just brings that connection to the wave too, that kind of like, yeah, it gives me the excitement when I see a maneuver like that. Thinking back to the Margaret River Pro, there were so many moments where I was like, oh, I just want to go surfing now, because it looks so fun. It's such a good feeling to just engage that rail really well, and then to be able to drive through into the next maneuver with it.
It's like watching a surf movie all day.
Yeah, definitely.
And then by the time you're done, it's like, okay, I want to go out there myself. I'm all psyched up.
Alonso Correa now going to the air, throwing that progression. Now he's going to try and make that connection. The wave goes totally flat on him. And it seems to be really the battle of that progressive maneuvers, though, that we're seeing this afternoon with that wind kicked up, a lot of air reverses being thrown out, and we're looking to see who can bring that difference within their airs into the conversation in order to really start asking the judges for big scores.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that projection as well is really important. We've seen the last few years the judges are now being hypercritical of those aerial maneuvers. If you're not getting the height, if you're not getting that clean rotation and that clean ride out, they're going to cap it at a smaller score. And I think the Challenger Series and the QS surfers, as well as the CT surfers, are now realizing, okay, we need to step it up a level to get those bigger scores like we were getting a few years ago, and they need to be exceptionally executed as well, which I think is really exciting, because the judges and the spectators of the sport are seeing a higher level come out of all of the competitors and athletes in the arena.
Oh, it seriously is pushing things. Like thinking of Griffin Colapinto, Crosby's brother, who's currently on the championship tour and looking really strong this season. It's really exciting to see where he's sitting on the rankings and heading into the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. But at the Mayo Pro Portugal, Griffin Colapinto in the quarterfinal matchup against fellow San Clemente local and Kolohe Andino pulled out one of the most impressive aerial maneuvers that we've seen in competition this year on a single huge section. Crazy commitment as we track now with live action from Alonso Correa. Great snap into the pocket on that first turn. connects through for the second, throws a lot of spray, makes that smooth engagement of the rail to redirect onto his forehand for a moment, and he'll kick out. Score is sitting in that low range at the moment, aside from the 2 6s that Alonso and Lucas opened up on. But it was that moment where Griffin Colapinto flew into such a hectic section and he landed in the flats with so much risk. Literally, the head judge, Pratama, was saying that like it's like a leg-breaking section because it's so heavy, it's so flat there, and what he put his body through to do that. They gave him a 10-point ride. It was the first 10-point ride of the championship tour season. And it was so exciting to see that level of progression just getting pushed even at the highest ranks.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have a look at last of Alonso. Really nice first turn there as he brings it around for a nice carve and puts it in the pocket again. And he even gets a little love tap to finish. So really nice stuff from Alonso Correa. His backhand is looking super sharp at the moment. He's been competing for almost 10 years.
Yeah, he's been a real threat coming out of Peru alongside the likes of Luca Messinas, making that championship tour experience for the first time for a male Peruvian. You know, starting to sort of bring that presence in behind Sofia Milanovic in her world title. But Alonso's been a really strong threat on the ISA conversation of things. Like very consistent in making it into those finals day conversations. And now he's really starting to drive off of that Peruvian contingency that we have on the ground here. There's quite a few of them in the draw for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I was surprised to see how many Peruvians there are, and even in the females as well. There's a lot that are coming through, and they're all just exceptionally talented, and they're all very aggressive competitors as well. And here we go. Joan Duru has to kick out because Crosby Colapinto has a priority up and riding.
Waited a long time to catch this wave, connects a couple turns together, made use of that over Joan Duru. Crosby Colapinto opened up with a 3.17, finally catches his backup score nearly halfway through the heat. Joan Duru with a throwaway. And last of Alonso was enough to put him into that leading position. It's a 4.00. He's ahead of Lucas Silveira at the moment. And Joan Duru, nice whip to start off, up into the foam for that second. Really smooth carves, his style coming through. Even in these slower dead sections, he's just cutting through really easily. Now looking for that finish. Taps it into the lip. It's looking like a small onshore day. Home in Hossegor, maybe near Senyos, going up to the other corner there where you get some of those really nice rip bowls that show up on those high tide onshore conditions, and he looks really comfortable out there.
Yeah, he looks pretty much like he's at home, which is awesome to see. Here we go, White up and riding.
Way down the beach, Lucas Silveira, smooth 3-turn combination from the Brazilian. Continues through to the inside section. It begins to steepen up for him, and he puts on a powerful finish. He's feeling it. So hungry. So we got scores now true to come through for Lucas, Joan, and Crosby. Alonso in the lead at the moment is not really safe. He's got that 6.5, but he really needs to build on the backup score. And he waited patiently for this wave. Has a huge section to open up on. Straight into the lip, drifts the fins out the back on the second turn. And now connects it through. Snap back right in front of Lucas Silveira. And he'll tag the finishing turn. Wow. This is a very good exchange.
Yeah, that was exceptional from all four surfers. Alonso Correa, I think, is more than likely going to get the best score. He had a better looking wave, 2 really great looking turns to start in very critical sections. You know, he's surfing like he wants to win it, and he's surfing like he wants to qualify. Let's have a look at the replay here. He just goes straight off the bottom into the top. Great first turn to start, and again, just into the lip for Alonso Correa. Wow, he is just really able to connect with the waves out here, finding the best selection for the waves as well, and gets a finish. You can see the passion there. He loves it. And Lucas Silveira, his last wave, a really nice wave, a little bit of a smaller one, but he actually gets a double up as well, putting it in the lip, throwing so much spray for Lucas Silveira, and he even gets a little double up as well. It seems like earlier today we saw the less coming through, and they kind of like trickled off into a little bit of a gutter, whereas now it's allowing more of an inside connection through. So we've got some pretty decent scores to lock in. I think Crosby just looked his best wave of the heat so far.
Crosby with a 5.27 jumps from fourth into third. Scores to come through now across the board as we wait for those. We're going to go down to catch up with Ryan Callanan after a great victory.
Well, great heat out there, Arcal. Tell us, I want to hear, how do you surf to that level or surf just tiny, crumbly lefts? Give me the secret.
I have no idea. I guess I grew up doing this kind of stuff from a micro grommet, just surfing out there as much as I could. And I get when it's blowing southerly, I actually gets me pretty excited. So it feels like I'm a little kid again, I guess. But I guess just trying to stay light and pick the right waves. It's pretty small today, so you really got to be on the ones that have the good sections, and I seem to find 2 of them.
Board looks good. What are you riding?
I'm riding a JS Monster Box. It's a bit of a Old Faithful, but it feels unbelievable in these kind of tight pockets. But yeah, I can't fault it at the moment. Hopefully it can keep me going.
All right, so next round, 3 surfers in the heat. How does that change your strategy or your approach?
I don't think it changes too much. Obviously, 1 less guy is nice, but yeah, I still got to get my waves and perform on them, and just trying to, put on a show as much as I can, and hopefully I can step it up.
Well, there you go, Arcal on the way to the round of 24.
Yeah.
Feeling it for Ryan Callanan, advancing through some heats. These are important moments for him, looking for requalification, True.
Yeah, he was really unlucky this year. He was injured for the first event at Pipe with that broken wrist, and he just didn't have the greatest year after that. So he's really wanting to requalify and put some really great scores on the board. And I tell you what, he's kind of been the one to beat throughout the event so far.
Time for that midday cup of coffee to take a little break. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with more action and the full situation update right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Less than 10 minutes on the clock. Alonso Correa is now sitting in second. He's dropped in the second highest score of the heat, a 7.23, just behind Lucas Silveira with a 7.67. Those two now sitting out in front with Lucas in the lead. Alonso now with a small score to drop through. He's chasing a 6.78 to take first. Crosby Colapinto and Joan Duru suddenly have a massive requirement on their hands as we track with what Joan Duru got up to during the break.
Yeah, he takes to the air and gets so much projection out of that, literally just flying through that one, and also gets the landing. So wow, really nice start for Joan Duru. He still has that score to lock in as well.
So he's currently sitting on a 3.9 and a 4.53. He's in fourth position, but true, he is chasing a 9.20 to get the advancing position at the moment. Crosby Colapinto with a score to lock in now. It's going to lock in as one of his top 2 scores, but it's also not going to make that requirement in the 8.46 range that he needs to take the advancing position. Curious to see where the judges will go with last of Joan Duru, because like you said, he had a lot of speed, he had good rotation within it, and he really found that projection.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, and we saw them reward something like that a couple of heats ago. I think it might have been for Edgard potentially.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he got a 7 for a wave like that, but it was smaller, and the air, it was really tight, really crisp, but I feel like that wave was a little bit better for Joan Duru.
Well, scores are in. It's right on the dot within that score from Edgar Grogia. It's a 7.07, which has significantly changed his requirement situation, now chasing that mid-range 6 to get the advancing spot over the Peruvian in Alonso Correa. Crosby Colapinto with maybe about a 4.5 point score to drop through at the moment, just waiting for that average to finish out from the judges. He's going to be chasing still that 8.46 to take the advancing position. And really impressive to see in the back half of this heat, these guys figure it out. There's been a lot of waves caught. We're going to take a look now at Last of Red to see what he got up to.
Yeah, really nice start for Crosby. Unfortunately, that wave kind of just petering out in front of him, just crumbling and not allowing him to go up for another clean turn. I think that if he had another clean face, he would have been able to really jam it, and that score would have gone from about a 4 or a 5 up to the 6s range. So Crosby really needs to use his priority wisely, make sure he's selecting a wave where he's able to go, okay, you know, I need 2 good critical turns here to allow me to get in that 7+ range.
Drops in as a 5.17, so still that same requirement on him. Crosby sitting with priority now. He's kind of the new king of the WSL Tours and Competitions wildcard opportunities. That's how he's in the draw right now. He had a few of those call-ups last year as well for the Men's Championship Tour during this Australia season, which was exciting to see. Kind of a similar story to Mikey Wright. Of course, Mikey was then able to really capitalize on some crazy results, which was just unbelievable in those wildcard opportunities. But for Crosby, he's actually struggled to find that regional qualification out of the QS this year, which is really interesting to see because he's such a phenomenal surfer. We would be expecting him to make it through heats all day long.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We'll track with Joanne DeRue for that last air that he got. This is a 7.07, just goes straight to the sky. Wow, you can see him just projecting towards the beach there and gets that clean landing. That just shows his experience, and now he only needs a 6.67, which is well within his arsenal to get. Back to Crosby though, yeah, I agree. He's such an exceptional surfer. It is very surprising that he isn't in that top tier level on the Challenger Series to potentially qualify to the CT. We see so many great clips being dropped by him, whether he's, you know, in Hawaii at Pipe. I know he spends a lot of time there, or down at home. It's really surprising that he isn't getting further in the events, but that's just competitive surfing. You know, you can be a great free surfer, but if you stick a rashi on, especially with people like Joanne DeRue, Alonso Correa and Lucas Silveira, sometimes the shine comes off a little bit because you're going, oh wow, I'm against some veterans of the sport at the moment, you know, and Joanne DeRue's a CT surfer trying to find his way back onto the CT, and Lucas and Alonso are trying to get their spot, you know, so there's so many people pushing for that, and Crosby just really needs to find his spark and find his fire in this heat.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Leo doing a little run on the beach, some jumps, getting ready, getting those fast switch movements going for some small conditions here at Manly.
Yes, love the mountain climbers there.
Love it, love it. He's coming off of the victory the last time that this event ran at in 2020, in March of 2020. He took out the win over Matt Banting in finals day. It was the last event to finish out as the world was kind of going into shutdown mode with the pandemic. It was quite a wild day here at Manly, really pushing to just actually call finals day on a day early and push through all of those heats to crown the champions on dark. And for Leo, it was a really amazing opportunity and memory for him to take out an event win at that level. It was the first time that the Challenger Series actually was kicking off. It was the very first CS event, and it was a shame not to see it get its kind of run and really strength within the tour. Now we're getting that experience this year with 8 events on the calendar. 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we're gonna go check out Kaipo.
I'm right here at the Havaianas Beach Club, and things are going on down here. And you know what? When you guys spread your toes out, there's no better way to do it than in a pair of Havaianas. They're comfortable, they're grippy, and here on the Beach Club, the coconuts are free.
Leave it to the Hawaiian to always find a coconut to drink out of.
I love that. We should go down there now. Let's just move everything down to the Havaianas Beach Club.
Perfect. We'll just call the rest of the day from there. That'll be where you can find True and I on our next break. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and pretty exceptional surfing that's come through within this heat. It started out a little bit slow. We had those couple of 6s for Alonso and Lucas on the opening rides, which was really good, and then it took a bit for them to build for it. Lucas still out in front. He's only caught 3 waves. 2 of them have been 2 of the highest scores of the heat, with that 7.67 as his highest scoring wave. And then Alonso Correa doing really well to build from that 6.5 and then get himself into that 7.23. One of the judges threw him an excellent score on that one. Joao Chianca as well, building back with that 7.07, tapping into just that aerial game that he knew he needed to bring on really the only kind of different perspective he could bring to a section like that. He's chasing now that 6.67, but he's been unable to find it, and he's now sitting down in 4th priority, Drew.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer for Joao Chianca because he's got the last pick of the lineup out there. So he just really needs to maybe break away from the pack, see if there's a bank further down the beach or further up the beach, depending on where they're at. It looks like they're at the Carlton Street bank right now, if I just look behind my shoulder there. So he could probably race down to that right. He has a really great backhand attack. But Crosby, he's sitting in a decent position. We've seen him get huge scores like the one he's requiring at the moment. He just needs the wave to really offer him that.
Yeah, he's certainly capable of getting that 8.46 to advance. But it's going to take the right sort of wave. It's been a few and far between to find those excellent scores today.
Definitely. We've seen lots of 7s be dropped today, but we haven't seen too much in the 8-point range. Very little, actually, all day today. So he really needs, to be honest, he probably needs to get the best wave of the day and do the best surfing that he can do, and then just hope that the judges will like it as much as he can, which is the worst feeling ever when it's out of your control. And he only has a minute to do that, so it's a really tight one. Lucas Silveira looks like he's sitting pretty comfortably in the lead, and Alonso Correa, it's real touch and go at the moment.
Having a look at the scores we've had come through today, as we see Crosby Colapinto, he's chasing that 8.46. Now Emrod just has to hit the jacket on that section. Joao Chianca linking it together. He's got an opportunity to advance, a 6.67.
Wow. I'm wondering if he got a turn out the back, because if he did, it might be close.
Beautiful, strong surfing coming through from the Frenchman. And it was the only excellent score of the day this morning went to Michael Rodriguez with an 8.33.
That's right, yeah.
Sitting as that benchmark for the judges, looking into that excellent range. But let's break down this of Joao Chianca chasing that 6.67.
Yeah, so one nice slash, puts it up there in the lip, or just the 3 turns there, okay. It could be close. I'm not too sure if it'll go in the 6.67 range.
And scores are in. It's a 4.70 for Joao Chianca. It's not enough to take him into the advancing position. It's Lucas Silveira and Alonso Correa advancing through, representing for South America. Peruvian and the Brazilian making it into the next round. An impressive surfed heat for those two. Joao Chianca, unfortunately, unable to just find the backup score he required. Crosby Colapinto put together a few fun waves, but just not quite getting there. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap with Lucas Silveira walking away with victory.
Yeah, Lucas was just on point out there again, just finding those incredible waves. I loved this one from Alonso Correa, though. Huge turn to start and puts it straight up in the lip for another one. He even gets a little bit of a slide there. And I do not even know how he was able to get through to this inside connection there, but really well surfed wave from Alonso Correa. And Lucas just once again finding his groove. That backhand attack is so lethal, especially on days like today. So he's really putting on some big performances throughout the event so far.
He's certainly going to be one to keep the eyes on as we see the team members coming through. Stoked for Lucas Silveira with a victory. We'll hear from him shortly. Before that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then Leonardo Fioravanti, the 2022 champ for the Sydney Surf Pro, is in the lineup.
Cabeça, né? Uhul! Valeu, Lucas!
the 2020 Sydney Surf Pro, the Italian Leonardo Fioravanti found some rhythm early in the draw in some early morning heats and walked his way through to the final true. On the way to that final, he took out names like Vasco Ribeiro, Nat Young, Liam O'Brien, Ethan Ewing. And in a challenging conditions on finals day, he walked away with the win over Matt Banting.
Yeah, pretty incredible finals day. He was just absolutely on fire throughout the whole event, and he was definitely one to win it. And yeah, you can just see the team so proud of him there to take the win. And wow, what an incredible event it was for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Oh, huge, especially to win at an event of that magnitude with that many points on the line. Such a stacked field of competitors to make it through as well, going down as one of his biggest event wins within his career. And now he's got that memory every time he comes back onto the beach here. We've heard Jordy Lawler saying it as well, taking that victory in 2019, that every time he walks back here, and Jordy's just from, you know, this area, grew up just down the road. Every time he walks back on the beach, he has that little memory, that feeling, those butterflies that come back to finding that victory. And I'm sure it's exactly the same for Leo.
Yeah, definitely. I feel once you have that connection with the beach, whether it's a win or a really good placing in an event, it's hard to let that connection go. So for Leonardo Fioravanti and someone like Jordy Lawler, you know, you're definitely wanting to be moving through to the finals. I hope we see a Leo and Jordy final, because there'll be two finalists taking it out. But here we go, Tiago Camarera.
Tiago going huge on that opening turn, can't stick the landing. He's up against Leo, Ketut Agus, and Santiago Muniz. Indonesia, Brazil, and Argentina in the lineup up against the Italian. It is a very, very international field, all coming from just such a variety of waves that they would have grown up surfing in. And Leo got off to this quick start with a 5-point ride.
Yeah, really nice surfing for Leonardo Fioravanti. He'll even get a little bonus section here. So he's just hopping his way through this one, and that's where he gets a more critical connection. Puts it up there for a finish. So really nice surfing for Leonardo Fioravanti, and Manly is one of those waves where it's going to offer a lot of fives. You just have to connect them all the way through and be really adaptable to what the wave is going to do as well, because you can see it and be like, oh cool, 2 critical turns to start, and it might back off to start the wave, or it might back off for that second turn. So, you know, if you can get a good strong hit and then maybe a carve and a nice critical third connection, that's when you're going to get in those 5 to 6 point range.
That's exactly what they're looking for, and then something even better to try and really put themselves apart. It's those surfers that have been able to find themselves something in that 7-point range. At least in the last heat, we saw 3 7s across the board, and it was the battle of the backup score, which is even more tough to get sometimes than just finding that one moment that's really good. Scores through. It's a 5-point ride for that opener for Leo Fioravanti. Ketut Agus sitting with a 2.33. And Ketut's had an incredible run within his career as well, as we track with Santiago Muniz. Straight into the lip for that opening turn. A bumpy section out in front of him. Opting to go on his forehand on the right. Connecting with the sections, hasn't found anything super critical yet though, and now this wave starts to connect through for that speedy double up on the inside. He's gonna go big on that finishing section and really aggressively attack it.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen too many rights coming through throughout the morning so far. We saw a few people opting to sit on the rights, like Zeke Lau a little bit earlier, but then he moved to the left as well. So yeah, we'll see where that one comes through as. I really like the way he surfed that wave though. You know, he read every section pretty nicely. Just goes for a quick speed float, and he'll put it up there again a little bit more vertically, throwing a heap of spray, brings it around for a nice slash. And this is where he'll just kind of be patient with this wave, staying nice and close to the pocket. And this one's going to start to offer more as he puts it up there for another turn and getting the finish. You can hear the crowd just cheering for Santiago Muniz there.
It's been great to see the Muniz brothers traveling together again on tour. Santiago getting that qualification through the South American Regionals, and Alejo getting up that CT replacement qualification. As we track now with Tiago, he's been putting together some really strong heats, just goes down on that finishing section, but he'll be a tough one to take out in these kind of conditions. For Santi, he was down here early yesterday morning with the men's heat to watch his brother Alejo walk away with a victory. I think for those two, it's just a really fun thing to be on the road and get to travel together.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be traveling with your family. whether it's your parents or your siblings, and to be able to compete with them is really amazing as well. So it's great to see them both still in the draw. Hopefully they don't match up until later on, but it's always never fun.
Yeah, you do a lot of competing and traveling with your sister Jessie. It was pretty incredible then to witness her make it into the finals for the Pro Junior here.
Yeah, she did incredibly. I was so proud of her. She dropped some pretty big numbers leading up to the final. So yeah, a final finish, I was regardless going to be proud anyway. So it was a bummer she didn't get any good ones in the final, but that's the way of the sport sometimes.
Stoked to see the two of you though, and everything that you have going on behind the scenes in creating Murmur Mag, traveling together, pushing your surfing and conversation around it. As we see Katut, nice attack on the backhand, doesn't quite connect for projection out of that finishing section. Tiago now answering back, gets that nice tail slide. And now a bit of rail to go down, and a little bit scatsy there on the finish. Can't quite ride out of it.
Yeah, it kind of looked like his fins grabbed there, or something weird happened. Maybe he just didn't time it right with the wave there, but still really early stages of this heat.
Yeah, there's so much time on the clock. It's been a big day of surfing today. We're going to finish through the men's round of 48. We've got 12 heats on the draw for that, and then we're going to end out the day with the first 4 heats of the next women's round as we take a look at this last of Tiago.
Yeah, flying down the line, really nice first jam there, goes for a quick float, and this is where he'll get another turn. Loses the fins for a hot second and puts it up there, but unfortunately, it just seemed like his board bounced back, maybe hit a bit of a boil in the wave there, so he'll get back out there, but I still think that was a pretty decent ride for Tiago. Some 2 really nice turns. I think the judges will still love it.
Leo, really strong paddle to get into this one. Starts out with speed, continues with speed down the line, hitting those sections. It's gone a little bit soft for him, and it's now going to get that little reform as it pulls up on the sand. He'll catch his breath as he starts to paddle back out and to back up that 5-point ride.
Yeah, Leo's been a part of that Quicksilver young guns generation for a really long time. He's kind of led the way with that, him and Kanoa and a couple of others as well. Here's the replay, really nice first turn as he puts it straight up in the lip for another one. And how he made this section, I mean, this wave just looks like it was going to back off, but he was just able to see that it was going to offer one more critical section, which it did. Really nice slow-mo replay there. He gets so low to the board. You can see that back knee drop as he goes into the turn and then coming out of it as well, just staying really low so that he can make those sections. He's surfing incredibly. Of course, he was on tour, but unfortunately fell off. And he broke his back a few years ago at Pipeline as well. So coming back from that injury and surfing the way that he is, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's got a pretty crazy story all around. Speaking of that young guns generation that he grew up with, and mostly with Kanoa Igarashi and with Jack Robinson, it's really trailed well in the new series Make or Break that's now streaming on Apple TV+. They just break down. They've got such cool footage of those 3 growing up together alongside the likes of Kelly Slater, pushing them in their competitive careers when they were young. As we see, Totogus got a really good attack there on the backhand. He'll be looking to build on his score line with those 2-point rides at the moment. But really cool to kind of see Leo's journey from childhood into his professional career. It was Kanoa that found that opportunity to get onto the CT first out of that pack, and then Leo followed, and finally Jack Robinson. And to see them kind of as sparring partners now, Leo's the one in that pack that didn't make it past the midseason cut, and he'll be really hungry to get that Challenger Series qualification again this year. As we see Santi driving through the turn on that second one, he really went up hard into that first section, and now he needs to time it well on the finish, straight up into the lip. Starts to line up for him for one last hit. On the end, he can't ride out of that one complete, and now Tiago waving his arms to try and find out that situation update. He did drop in a 4.5 for his last wave, which has him sitting in the lead at the moment, but he only has that 2.07 as the backup score. Santiago, Leo, and Katut all have scores to come through true, and I think we're going to see a big situation change.
I couldn't agree more there, Shannon. They've got some pretty nice numbers to lock in, so Thiago is going to have to just tame that frustration there. You can see him splashing the water. He needs to just reel it back in, stay present, and lock in a 6 or above if he wants to stay in this heat. We've got some scores to come through. We'll see where they kind of land at. Really interesting to see, you know, everyone's probably struggling to hear. They are sitting a little bit further down at the Carlton Street bank, so they may not be able to hear the beach commentators who are doing their very best to update the surfers with the situations. Let's have a look at the replay here for Santiago Muniz. Really nice first jam, bringing it around for another one here. So Santiago just staying in front of this wave as he puts it up there for a vertical turn and taking this one all the way through as we see him just finish it, but unfortunately unable to ride out completely in front of that whitewash.
Down to 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Leo's back into the lead with a 4.87. Thiago down into second, but we're still waiting for waves of Santi and Katut to factor into the equation. And it's great to see Katut August back in the competitive jersey. We haven't seen him competing much since 2019. He put in a strong go on the qualifying series between 2018 and 2019. He took out his very first qualifying series win at the NIAS Pro back in 2018 at QS 1000 while still competing in the juniors. And now into 2022, we haven't seen him in a WSL jersey aside from the regional events out of Bali this year in about 3 years. So it's great to see him back with this run, and I'll be curious to see how he goes through this year's Challenger Series because he hasn't been competing for a while.
Yeah, he's kind of been in the same realm as Rio Wada in the sense that, you know, he's one of the best up-and-coming surfers coming from Indonesia. So he's in that realm of progressing through heats. He hasn't had a great breakthrough through the Challenger Series yet. He got knocked out in the first round at Snapper, which was a bit of a bummer for Katut because that is somewhere where I thought he was going to really shine because his forehand carves and his forehand snaps are just really exceptional and just so easy to watch.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We've got scores that are through. He's now up into that second place position, Katut, because he built on his 2-point rides and dropped in a 5.47. Thiago down into third. Still waiting for a score for last of Santi Muniz. If it's above a 2.84, he'll be into that advancing position as we're down to 15 minutes on the clock. We got Kaipo Guerrero catching up with Lucas Silveira, winner of that last heat.
Lucas, that's got to be a really good feeling coming in, knowing you got a couple of good waves in a heat win in this, like, I mean, honestly, very challenging conditions.
Yeah, to be honest, the waves are really bad right now. Like, you can't come out and say the waves are fun just because you won the heat, right? It's tricky, but it's the job to do. Like, someone who got the best waves, and I'm really stoked it was me on that heat. Felt good.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, you have to have a strong mind when conditions are this way to control yourself and to make sure that you're on the good ones and perform on the good ones.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually not feeling too confident before I pedaled out, but once like I did the first duck dive, I started feeling good again. You know, I'm so used to this kind of waves. On the last couple of years, I've been surfing a lot of waves exactly like this back home. Like sometimes there's no one on the beach, no one in the water, just me and my brother comes with me. He's like my best pusher, you know, to surf every day, and it's paying off. The board is perfect for this kind of waves, and you know, little wedgy, little lefts. I think it matches my back end for this with the epoxy and everything. I don't know, I'm feeling good, and the judges are liking too. There's some power hacks, and I don't know. I think I'm feeling good. After the first wave, I started feeling really good and in tune with the waves, and then I got another good one, and the waves kind of went flat. So for me and Alonso, that was first and second was good.
Well, that was a really good, great performance. We'll see you in the round of 24. Oh, yeah, say Portuguese?
Yeah, beijo para meus pais, devem estar vendo, meus irmãos. Valen, Enzo, Aurora, que tá na barriga. Beijo, gente. Até a próxima.
Parabéns, parabéns.
Lucas got so close to qualification last year at Haleiwa. It was really disappointing to see him not get it because he was just right there knocking on the door. Just needed a couple more good waves. It's one of those conversations where it's like kind of coming into the end of an event where you realize, okay, you're in the semifinals. It only takes four more waves, to win the event. those sort of things for Lucas. It was just a couple more good waves and he would have been on the championship tour.
That's the hardest thing as well, because you kind of look back and you go, okay, what could I have controlled here? And you can't control the waves coming through. So when you are left missing out on a dream like that and it's completely out of your control, it leaves you going, okay, well, I'm just going to try and focus on everything I can control coming into the next season and go from there. And it's really interesting to see his honesty there about the conditions, but also how he's feeling good on the board. This is a replay for Thiago Camarera. Really nice backhand surfing in the pocket for a finish. And he might even get a little inside connection here. So he'll stick with this one, taking it honestly all the way through to the shore pretty much, and finishing it off. So really nice surfing for Thiago. He liked it there. And Ketut Agus putting it straight up in the lip. A better looking wave there. Gets a great connection to finish. He's also feeling it out there. And wow, we've had an absolute array of waves here. Huge turn to start for Santiago Muniz, getting the release on it as well. And this one is going to have to push it all the way through because his other two competitors have had some really nice scores as he finishes that one off. So very aggressive surfing from Thiago, Ketut and Santiago Muniz there.
Wow, that was a really cool exchange to see. I love that they all got that opportunity with waves of a little bit more consequence to them. Ketut's score already through. It's a 7.43. It's jumped him up into the lead. I loved that two-turn combination. It was really sharp, really well on rail. We've got scores in for the rest of the surfers. Thiago Camaros staying in second position. Santiago in third now with a 5.90. Leo Furivanti, former championship tour surfer, just fell off below the mid-season cut. He's sitting in fourth. We're going to take a Bon Soy brew break and we'll be back with more action right after this. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro is underway. We are currently in the men's round of 48, heat number 10. We've got 12 heats in the round, and then we're going to be running into the first 4 heats for the women's round this afternoon. It'll be great to see the ladies hitting the lineup. At the moment, Ketut Agus is sitting in the lead because he dropped that 7.43 true for his last wave, and it's put him in a leading position.
Yeah, I really like that wave from Ketut Agus. Just super aggressive surfing there, and a really nice wave allowing him 2 super critical connections. It goes to show that you only really need to do 2 turns to get a good score.
That's exactly it. Thiago going to the air, gets a little reverse. He'll kick out because that wave offers nothing else. He's looking to increase that 4.00. He's already got a 7.5 on the scoreboard. Now you can see a little peak starting to roll through. Our surfer in red sitting with priority. He's going to be selective because he knows he needs a big score at the moment of a 7.01. Down to 8 minutes on the clock. And it's been quite an active heat with everyone sort of scrapping to get into the right waves, trying to find something to unleash. And it's really been in this back half that we've seen those better scores starting to roll through into the 7-point range. Ketut Agus, as I was saying before, hasn't competed on the WSL QS too often in recent years, but last year, heading into the Olympic conversation, he came extremely close to qualifying and being another Indonesian alongside Rio Waida at the ISA World Surfing Games in El Salvador. He was so close to qualification that he was then added on to the alternates list, and he actually went with Team Indonesia to Tokyo. He was there as an alternate and nearly got the call-up when Frederico Moraes had to pull out of the event. Unfortunately, just before flying over, tested positive, and Freddie had to pull out, and that opened up a spot on the alternates list. First spot went to Carlos Munoz, who was in Costa Rica at the time. Second spot then, if Carlos wasn't going to make it, was going to go to Ketut Agus. And Carlos at home in Costa Rica had all this support behind him to try and get him there. So he hopped in the car, had these floods, literally drove through the craziest of a storm in Costa Rica, got himself to the airport, headed to Tokyo, and unfortunately he didn't get there in time to paddle out for his heat, but it was enough for them to give him the spot, and so Ketut didn't actually get to paddle out as an Olympic athlete. But it was a pretty crazy year to see a few of those surfers who haven't found that success on the WSL side of things get into a great conversation when it came to the Olympics and really be right there to set themselves up in a brand new world stage of surfing.
Yeah, it's huge, and the Olympics, for the first time ever, to have surfing in it, it's a big deal. And we'll get back to that with Leo up and riding.
Leo driving into that first turn, looking really good here as this wave continues to build down the line, offering him that critical section. Throws the tail around on the finish, but can't pull it out. True, what are your thoughts on that ending exchange?
He needed to go for it. He needs at 7.01 if he wants to get something in that range. He needs to go for something big if he wants to do it in just one score. If not, he could break it down to 2 and get 2 6-point rides. But here we go. Leo, just one really nice turn there and bringing it around again here for another one. I love that he just went for it and almost had it. Unfortunately, just catching his rail to come down, it looked like. So gets the reverse there, does everything right, and then just catching his rail there and unfortunately coming down. Santiago up and out.
He'll kick out. Scores come through now. It's just a 4.4 for Leo. It's not going to be enough to meet that 7-point requirement or to increase the situation in any way. Santi with a throwaway score to drop in as well. And now it's Ketut that's sitting with priority, down to 5 minutes on the clock. And Leo is chasing down a score to take it through into an advancing position. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap with Ketut Agus, finding a couple of good scores to walk himself into the lead.
Yeah, Ketut has just been on the right waves out there, and Tiago Camarero is just absolutely unloading on his backhand. Really impressive surfing, and the fact that he's able to find these inside connections as well when they're so fat and so weak, and get some really good turns out of it and just milk these waves. It's pretty incredible, and you can just see the passion from all of the surfers out there. Ketut Agus just goes straight up into the lip. Beautiful turn. That's what banked in that 7.43.
Such an impressive combination, putting him up into the lead against a really stacked field. Now down to 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And the official Olympian in the lineup, Leo Fioravanti, is sitting in a knockout position right now. And he really needs to get things going because he's going to need those big results in order to get himself into that qualification conversation coming up at the end of this season. He started out really good with that 5th place at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Ketut Agus throws it up into the section, shakes his head, wanting maybe even more than what that wave had on offer. So for Leo, he's got a really good result from his opening event here on the Challenger Series, but he will not be wanting a throwaway right now.
No, I feel like, especially since he is the reigning champ of this event, you know, you don't want to go out in round 2 in the early rounds of this event. I feel like he still has enough time to get that 7.01, especially seeing it as he has priority. He just needs to make sure he's on the best wave. Looks like he's having a hunt here.
Maybe an opportunity. He's going to look at the left. He kind of checks back and forth, decides not to go. The wave goes really soft, and Tiago kicks through. Gets just a quick in and out.
Yeah, that was a great decision from Leonardo. Tiago just getting a few waves under his belt there. I feel like the last few waves he's had have been in that 3-point range and under. He could probably afford to sit and better that 4.5, make it harder for Santiago and Leonardo to move up into second because they are both so capable of getting those scores, you know, in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they really are. Down to the final couple of minutes here. And it's been a challenging day. I like the honesty that Lucas Silveira came through with that opening question within his post-it of just saying, it's pretty bad out there. But at the end of the day, they all are dealing with the exact same conditions, and somebody has to come out on top, so you may as well try and do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's, you know, when you're going out there, sometimes you can be like, oh, it's really bad. But everyone's in the same boat. You know, you're not the only one having those not so great conditions. It definitely could be worse as well, so we got to look on the bright side of things. I know that all of these surfers have surfed in waves that are a lot smaller than this. I know I definitely have, so it's important to look on the positive things, keep yourself mentally in check, especially coming into heats. This round is such an important round, and the next round as well, moving on through, because that's where the points are really going to lie.
Yeah, that's so true. Heading through the round of 48, it's straight into the round of 24, which also takes one surfer out of the jersey within those heats. It's down to 3 men in the lineup, 3 women in the lineup against each other. So it does just change that dynamic slightly, opens up maybe a few more waves on offer when those good sets roll through for less surfers to need to capitalize on them.
Yeah, definitely. And with surfers of this level, they can just capitalize on anything. But if you're needing a score, like in the 7-point range, like Leonardo does, he needs to wait for those good waves to come through. Time is just the enemy for him here. So he has to hope that another wave is going to come through, and maybe pray to Huey that he'll send a set.
Definitely. Down to the final 60 seconds, and it's in his court right now. Something comes through for Leo. He's got the right away, he's got priority, and he's starting to have a little bit of a look, just paddling himself into a different position. Coming up in the next heat, Taichi Wakita, Sheldon Simkis, Mateus Herde, and Thomas Debier. It's going to be a great looking heat, but with an opportunity now, 45 seconds on the clock, chasing a 7.01. Nice 2 turns to start off. Really strong, throws a bit of spray. Now he's going to fight with this to find the inside connection. Will it actually reform? It's hitting the bank, it's standing up, it's giving him that depth, that steepness to tag the lip on the finish. And he's really doing everything he can to take this thing into the sand. He worked very hard for it. We can't fault him for that. Now Kutut Agus with another opportunity, but he's already out in the lead, so even if he drops in a bigger score, it's not going to increase the requirement on Leo for that second place position. And true, 5 seconds on the clock. Any thoughts on that last wave of Leo?
It's real touch and go. I don't think it's going to be the score. If it is, it'll come quite close to it. I think, you know, if we look back at Kutut's 7.43 or even Tiago's 7.5, you know, they were really in exceptional waves, and Leo just didn't really get that vertical section for him to really draw hard off the bottom and get that vertical turn in the lip. But you can just see Kutut. He's having the time of his life out there. That was a really hard heat, and he just really stood out in that one.
He is frothing. He strung together such a good combination of waves. Played it a bit more patient, too, than some of the other surfers in the lineup. Found that 5.47, backed it up with that 7.43. And he'll have his crew there to cheer him on. Leo already straight into autograph mode, hanging with the Groms, getting selfies, which are maybe the new autograph, as we see another look at this for Leo.
Yeah, really nice first turn, and putting it again for a second and a third. Looking back on the replay, those first 3 turns were really nice. This is just where, unfortunately, the wave just died out. But the fact that he was able to get this one all the way through and get a couple of little wiggles here was really impressive surfing for Leonardo Fioravanti. He's really, you can see how much he wants to score. You know, I love that he wasn't trying to oversell it there. He was just trying to do his best surfing. It's all in the judges' hands now.
We still haven't seen a single score drop through. They'd be comparing it at the moment. It's going to have to come in just lower than what we've seen for the high scores of Tiago Camaro at a 7.5 and Kutut Agus at a 7.43, whose waves possibly had a little bit more steepness to them and real critical pocket to connect with, true?
Yeah, definitely, but still, you know, on first look, I was thinking, oh, it'll be close, but now yeah, it's really touch and go for Leo there. I think he's thinking maybe no way, but I think the judges are really enjoying that score.
All right, it's starting to come through. It's looking favorable for Leo. He could be jumping from 4th into the advancing position, and he does it. All of that power, that aggression coming through with a strong backhand attack, feeling relieved. He takes it out over Thiago Camaro with a 7.4 to get the requirement. We're going to be right back with more action after this. 2 more heats in the men's round, and then we'll be into the women.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
The show rolls on here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl, and we're coming to the end of the round of 48. Just a couple more heats to get through. To Aichi Wakita, the surfer who lives on Oahu, is out there at the moment representing Japan. He's in the red jersey. Sheldon Simka second on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment. Out there in the blue, Matheus Hurdy, the exciting young Brazilian, will be in the white. And the Frenchman, who looked great in the opening round, Thomas Debier, will be out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey on the Harvey Norman set with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, so good to have you here in Sydney, mate.
Mate, what a great day. Sydney at its best.
Not quite at its best, but up there. It's always kind of providing at least a canvas for some fun competition out here. We saw the conditions deteriorate a little bit in that wind, but there's still some opportunity out there. That last heat was such a close one. Leonardo Fioravanti, one of the favourites in the contest, the last winner here at Manly. He saved himself in the end.
Yeah, it was a last gasp effort, and he sat out there very calmly in those as those last few minutes ticked by, and that left came up, and he made the most of it. Then got the connection through the shore, and he was rewarded.
Massive result for Ketut Augusto, along with Rio Ueda, who progressed through it earlier today. He's through to that next round, so that's huge for Indonesia. As we see Wakita on screen, this is a young kid with a great small wave approach, really nimble. There were some comparisons made by Richie Lovett to the great Rob Machado, one of my favourite surfers of all time. Wakita has that, that whippy, fast approach, so light-footed. But his dad, just such a renowned pipeline charger.
Yeah, he's just been like such a hardcore, one of the hardcore pipe guys.
Absolute core lord. Takayuki Wakita is who we're talking about. But have a look at this turn from Matheus Hurdy. Just a great extension as he pops that board out of a section which he arrived to pretty late, but he still found a a ramp to get off.
It was amazing. He was able to surf out of that one.
And this was his second ride. Big props on this guy. Former World Junior champ, won that title in 2018. Got a wildcard opportunity at Mexico, the last event of the regular season in 2021, and surfed his way to the semi-finals. Lost out to the eventual contest winner, Jack Robinson. But on the Challenger Series last year, it was surprising to see him only really have one strong result. He fell out of the mix early in 3 contests. He did make the semi-finals in France, though.
Yeah, well, look, he's a leading edge of Generation Next, and perhaps last year it was packed with anticipation and expectation. It's sometimes you can get in patterns where they're good patterns and they're rotten patterns.
Yeah, he had a 25th place finish at Snapper Rocks. And I felt like it was quarterfinals or better for Matthias Herdy up there, but you know, these earlier rounds, they're just so difficult. 4 surfers out there, opportunities are limited. If you think about his surfing going up against just about anyone in this draw in a head-to-head situation, I really almost like his chances of getting to those quarters, but you've got to grind your way through these 4-man heats, as we see there. The Frenchman, Thomas Debier, just getting started. Matthias wasting no time here. 5.5 on his first wave, 6.1 on his second, and then looking for more out of this one, but it's going to fade away into deep water.
And I think Matthias has recognised what I'm recognising as the Challenger Series unfolds, and that is, this is the round of 48. We had 24 heats in round 1, 96 surfers. The best 2 in every heat come together in the round of 48. It's a 4-man round. This is every heat. There's not a struck match between them. And then from here on in, they go into a round where there's a 60, suddenly goes to 3-man heats. 25% less surfers in the water, 66% chance of advancement. It's a much better deal.
Yeah, well, you can speak to that better than just about anyone, Bugs, because you've seen so many changes in the sport. At a point in time, there was 6 surfers in a heat, maybe even more sometimes. But how was it for you when, that number was divided, when you got down to head-to-head competition eventually at the Stubbies on the Gold Coast? Did it become easier to just manage your strategy out there?
Well, first of all, Ronnie, there's a couple of misperceptions about our era. First of all, we did come from 6-man heats, and it went from 6-man heats to suddenly man-on-man at the Stubbies Classic when Peter Druin introduced that system that still stands to this day. And even though they say it was all hassle and that, in actual fact, when we got to man-on-man, it was so unbelievable to be out there with just one other person, and you could completely work out your strategy of just surfing. It was brilliant.
And I guess you're really only adapting to the numbers that are dropping if you're not having that spectacular heat where you're so far ahead. But you're able to adapt then just based on what one individual is doing, rather than there being 5 people to worry about who can maybe overtake you in the final stages of a heat.
Like, the 6-man heats was so ruthless, it was unbelievable. And, we'd go to Australian titles and things like that, and you're against 5 gnarly surfers from all over. And, you're watching. If you haven't got a great heat, you're going, I've got to get myself in the third, And
who was the master of the 6-man heat back then?
Guys like, Mark Warren and, MP, Michael Peterson was the master of pretty much any system you threw at him.
Sheldon looking sharp. He's just been so on. He looked good in the opening round too, when he had a round 1 win. But yeah, I love just picking your brain about those times. But it does kind of relate to what we're facing in a single event draw at this contest. Multiple heats. You get through this one, you get yourself in that situation, one less competitor to worry about. You get to share that opportunity between 3 of you. And then if you progress through that, that's when we see the real stories unfolding, those head-to-head battles.
And that's why I think this one, Matthias up in Burley, he went out in this round. And I think, look at the attention and the care he's taken to this heat right now. This is, you've got to get out there, and particularly in these kind of conditions, do you either just sit there and wait with priority and do a Leo and get it in the last 30 seconds, or do you go for it? Like, Matthias in this one and make sure you get through to that round, because that next round, you'd back yourself all day long. You know, 2 out of 3 getting through, you'd back yourself.
Yeah, I guess in a 4-man heat too, you don't get many opportunities to correct mistakes, to get back out there and make up for errors. With 2 people in the lineup, you get a few more waves probably, and you can be a bit more patient and selective.
Even going to 3, that 25% less competitors in the water, it's a massive difference.
We've seen some really interesting situations though today. Earlier in the women's event, we saw BettyLou Sakura Johnson just have an incredible start to the heat, but then Nadia Aristabe, she had a 3-minute heat in the final stages to get herself above one of the contest favourites.
Yeah, that was a really amazing get out of jar. We've seen a couple of 2 and 3 minute heats throughout this event where someone's just looking completely out of it, and then they just they get a really good one, and then on the way back out snaggle one on the rip bank and back it up.
Well, Matthias off to a great start here. He's been the busiest surfer in this lineup. His best numbers are 6.1, a 5.67, and Sheldon Simkus is kind of the next in line with the high scores. Thomas has been relatively quiet, but Wakita, we've seen nothing of him just yet.
Yeah, well, Thomas and Wakita haven't yet entered this heat. There's already 11 minutes have passed. So then you get to the point of going, well, now I am committed to the priority game and waiting for a better wave, or do I hit the trigger and go on a whatever happens, and then the good ones come? I mean, that's the other trap you fall into in a heat where you just wait and wait and wait.
Sheldon, you've watched his rise. How was it for you, for the local community, seeing him get to the final and surf the way he did against Callum Robson?
Yeah, well, seeing him surf throughout the whole event, I mean, he really knew behind the rock. You know, pulling into those waves, backdooring behind the rock, there's a lot more to it than pulling into a barrel. There's a lot of other variables out there. He mastered, he's one of the absolute top grid masters out there on that break.
He's just used priority in this instance. Nice section standing up here, whipping turn off the top. Yeah, I felt like it was the best I've seen him surf with the jersey on. Really put up a great fight. It was an incredible final up there at stop 1 of the Challenger Series, as we see Purdy again launching into the sky. Not sure they'll give him credit for the completion there. Well, but 18 minutes to go, and he'll have plenty of time to get rid of the 5, 6, 7 here.
Yeah, well, Sheldon had a similar year to Matthias last year. He just didn't fire a shot. He got into a bad pattern, and he couldn't dig his way out of it.
Yeah, barely made a heat on the Challenger Series last year, and been a massive turnaround for him. 17.5 minutes to go. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Ketut Agus is with Kaipo.
Saw the big smile on your face coming in. Big heat win in some challenging conditions. How you feel?
Feel really happy. And yeah, in one hit with Leonardo Frafanti, is the superstar of the Italy. So excited to compete with all the boys here, with all like older on me, like good surfer too, good surfing. Yeah, it's so challenging for me. So excited for next round.
How important is it for you and for your country for your success here?
Well, it's really important to next going to the city comp, like World Tour comp. So yeah, make it the future of our Indonesian future, make it strong, surfing good, you know, because in our country, there are a lot of surfer, like good surfer, you know. So I want to show to them, and let's do it. Let's do all of Indo surfer. Let's go.
Let's go, Indo!
Yeah, get to it. What a champion effort. As he said, you know, you got one of the superstars of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro out there in your heat, and big opportunity for him to make a statement. His backhands looked unbelievable through the first 2 rounds. We'll see if he can keep that roll going. But Ketut Agus, I think everyone's happy to see the young Indonesian getting through some heats, as Sheldon just continues this polished form. Been a real noticeable shift in the size of Sheldon surfing this year, Bugs. Bigger moves, and I think that's been the key to the success so far this year.
He's always had the speed in his surfing, but it was the bigger moves. He had to develop that really strong carving part of his manoeuvre. He's got good air game. He's a brilliant tube rider, but it was, you're right, it's that power game and then the timing with it, is it? Yeah, he's really lifted his game.
Yeah, he's one of the greyhounds, I guess, campaigning to get on the championship tour. And, well, he must have caught the bunny and eaten it, because he's filled out a little bit, and he's looking big, and the turns are starting to, you know, warrant a bigger number. You know, there's some real size and risk to his surfing, but yeah, it's all working out pretty well for him at the moment, as we see a guy that definitely lays that board over with some conviction. Thomas Debier, haven't seen too much of him over the years, but I was impressed with what I saw in the opening round. He looked strong.
No, really strong. He had one of the stronger heats, and that's what the guys, Mateus, Sheldon, would have known, that this guy in the heat is a absolute bit of a dark horse within the draw, actually.
Yeah, I always think too, you know, it's interesting when you see someone on a board that's not just, you know, glaringly bright white. He looks like he's on an old favourite. It certainly looks sharp. In the opening round, he surfed against 3 competitors that had moved on to epoxy equipment. They had that light, fast twitch feel about their boards. He went out there, still generated plenty of speed, but just had a depth to his rail turns and a real power on display.
He's a power surfer, and his timing's so good on his backhand.
Well, just on 14 minutes remaining here, waiting on numbers to come through. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. We'll update you on the situation right after this. Welcome back. Just over 12 minutes remaining here in Heat 11, and Mateus Harvey got busy early, and he's had almost twice the number of rides as his rivals out here. He's hanging on to the lead, but Sheldon Simkus is in hot pursuit at the moment. He's had a couple of decent rides, unfortunately just falling on the finish there. Missed opportunity for him. It looked like the surfer representing France via Guadeloupe, Thomas Debier, is looking to get himself right in this heat. He's got a 6.6, and he doesn't need a whole lot to get to second. And Wakita's making his move. That was a strong turn on the outside then.
One huge turn, and Thomas has definitely made his mark felt in this heat now with that 6.6. Sheldon had a building performance. He started with a 3.73, then he went to a 4.67, then a 5, and I feel that wave was probably on his way to a 6 before, and here we see this could be interesting.
Yeah, let's have another look at what Taichi got done on the outside there. Great first turn. Unfortunately, the wave kind of shut down before he could get his board back up there.
Yeah, this was going to be a pretty big score for Sheldon. It still could be. He's banked some points already. Depends how they go on this, whether they go, well, it's a pretty bad fall, but he had banked some points. I think that was going to be the best score of the heat so far. It was heading towards that way. Mateus has started out with those 2 great scores, but they're not huge scores, Ronnie.
Oh, what a shame for Wakita that he wasn't able to get a second turn in too, because he's going to get decent points for that single manoeuvre.
It'll get him in the heat. It'll be a backup score.
And he's going again, the 22-year-old. There's some of that flair that we were talking about earlier on, can be so light-footed. Nice style, great technique as he whips that tail around. And manages to generate enough speed for a really cool little tail kick on the inside.
Oh, we like that.
Little karate kick finish to this one. I think that'll be better than his last. Even though the section wasn't as big, he let go of some quality turns there.
He sure did. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see that one go in the mid-5s. It's a smaller wave, but this turn here, he just bogs it a little bit, but then really recovers quickly, and love that tail slide. And this, you think it's done. This last turn's pretty nifty.
Yeah, really cool. I think he loved the feel of it too.
Yeah, well, there's Sheldon. He did get a better score. He got a 5.83 on the wave that he pearled up to his neck on.
Yeah, he's hanging on to second, but he's not safe there. Thomas Debier's got the 6.6. He needs just a 4.23, and his last ride actually came through at a 4.5, so he is up in the second place now. Sheldon's after a 5.28, and Wakita's just dropped a 4.6 and still has another score on the way. He needs a 6.51 out of that last ride to get himself up in a second position.
Yeah, where do they go on a small wave like that? Because he just surfed that so well. He did have that little bog on his second turn, so that'll be kind of eliminated from scoring potential, but then he really picked up the pace. And the variety is what I liked about it.
It's felt throughout the day. I mean, the surfing improved, conditions seem to get a little bit better, but it seems the judges are just using a bit more of that scale now. Getting up into that 6-point range for, you know, rides that you'd still probably call just average. So there is room when someone does something spectacular, but it was really compressed earlier on.
Well, Mateus has just got another dud. He's had a whole bunch of little, that's his 5th like dud wave after he got those first 2. So it took him a while to get onto that one. He wasn't able to get that clean entry.
Yeah, we were touching on the scale earlier on, Bugs, and you were watching the show. You heard that conversation.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was interesting because I don't think that the judges are wrong in throwing 4-point rides at some of these waves, but when they do that, they have to be so brutal with the truly average rides, and that sometimes seems to be a difficult thing to do.
Look, when I first came on board, one of the real areas I focused on was the credibility of the judges, and that really I felt we had to build the image up, and I had a really tough head judge in Perry Hatchett, needed him. You know, on one side we had Peter Whitaker and Renato Hickel, we were working on the Dream Tour, but on this side was the nuts and bolts, and it was all about, I said, the message is give a clear definition to the surfers on what within the criteria is going to dominate on any given day, which is really cool. And then the other one was really, the test is to strictly adhere to the scale. It doesn't matter what the scores are in the morning compared to the afternoon. That 30-minute compartmentalisation, if you're going to be stingy at the start of the heat, you've got to be stingy at the end of the heat. The scale is everything in surfing, and then it's, you know, Ronnie, you've got to bring your A game when you commentate. You can't just doze off and tell jokes. Every time, every heat that's judged, it's A game. You know, it's like the examination of a judge is to be able to really be able to stick to the scale, and you know, I just think that's where it's all at.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling some pressure now to really perform through these next 2 heats.
You can tell jokes in between, okay?
Okay, perfect. Just over 6 minutes to go here, and Mateus Hurdy's out in front. And the surfer from Guadeloupe, Thomas Debier, is sitting in second spot with priority. He's in a good place. Also climbing a ladder out here at the moment is Kaipo. He's out there in the field.
I'm high up on my Bailey's ladder, and it's time to go over the Bailey's ladder brackets. Round of 48, 4-man heats. Then when we get to the round of 24, we only have 3 surfers in the water. From then on, it's just one-on-one all the way to the final, and this is where you want to be at the end of the comp, right here.
Bring it on. Yeah, I like that. It's cool for the crowd to be able to look up and see what's been unfolding through these opening days of competition. I know the competitors really want to get themselves to those head-to-head matchups, because that's when you're really starting to bank keeper results. As we see Thomas up again, trying to go after the lead now after a 5.17. This is a big guy, 21 years of age, stands 6'2".
Yeah, he felt he got it there, you know, Ronnie. He really felt he got that. It was a pretty solid ride. And, you know, just to finish my point there, the only request I made to Pez, the head judge, international head judge, I said, Pez, look, all I'm asking is that you get the right result 100% of the time.
I like it.
I don't care who wins.
There you go. So we saw Wakita there launch into the sky, but this guy's just got a great flow. For beach break conditions, he's reading these smaller waves really nicely.
Sure is. He's a big guy, and look at what he can do on a small wave. It's just timing out of the lip.
He knows that it's good too. Sheldon just hit a bump there on his way to launch. So he jumps out of this one.
Now Thomas, he's trying to eliminating that 4.5 to put himself further ahead. And here we go. Here's Matthias.
Well, Matthias was so busy early on, and then he got the priority. He wanted to use it wisely, so he waited a while for that wave. I'm not sure it turned into anything for him.
That left, the previous one, we're still waiting for that score, I guess.
So yeah, just on 4 minutes to go here, and it's feeling like Thomas is going to jump up into the lead at some point here. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Let's talk about Matthias Harvey and just his surfing pedigree. His dad Alexander will be watching, but his uncle is Guilherme Harvey, who Bugs you watch compete. And I was talking about it earlier on. One of his, I think his best performances came at the Quicksilver Pro in G-Land, Guilherme.
Oh yeah, he was such a good surfer, and he was a real power surfer. You know, he was, in a way, kind of like one of the first Brazilians to bring power surfing to the game. And, you know, really is such a cool guy. Yeah. You're watching Guilherme, the hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah, he had 10 years on the championship tour, finished 12th in the world 1 year, and, yeah, popular guy. And Matthias is up at the moment, representing the family name beautifully. Nice rotation there. He likes the feel of that. Just under 3 minutes to go, and he's been pushed back into second spot, Matthias. But he did take the early lead, Bugs, as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Yeah, he took the early lead. Will it be enough to hold this rampaging Thomas on? But this is his first two waves. We don't know what his last score is yet.
Yeah, at this point he was just busy catching wave after wave. Thomas Debier really took his time with his wave selection, and he picked off a couple of gems, 6.6, 5.67 out in front. Matthias now needs a 6.18 to get back to that first position. Sheldon is an interesting one to keep an eye on here, sitting really on top of the Challenger Series rankings. Wakita, though, he's got a decent score. He started this ride off beautifully. He needed a 6.44 to get himself up into a top 2 position.
Oh, he was on his way.
That was a dream wave on a day like today.
On his way to a big score. It was a bigger wave. First maneuver, solid.
Yeah, I guess, you know, all you can really hope for today is a solid section on the outside. That's going to give you a good start to potentially a huge score. That was a great transition snap.
And that would have been too. Yeah, so there's an opportunity missed.
Yeah, and he needed that number. He was after a 6.44. I think just the way he surfed his 5.33 earlier, where he was really generating his own speed, if he was able to make that link through to the shore break, I think there's a good chance that he gets himself maybe up into the lead.
This has been a really, really hard-fought heat. Apart from Toshi, he nearly got himself right in the mix there, but the other three have kind of leapfrogged each other. Matthias Harvey started out brilliantly. He's been knocked back to second. He hasn't added to his score. in the last 7 waves. He has not been able to increase his position.
Wakita making a move here. Excuse me, Bugs, as he moves through the inside. Nice belt there, but he does need a 6.44. He's not done with this ride. He just has that amazing flow.
Yeah, he wouldn't be happy. He'd be kicking himself on that last wave. Who knows where that could have gone.
So,
now, look at the time now. There's Sheldon down the beach. He's got to double up to get over. Yes, he's over it. He'll do...
Well,
he's down.
It was an ugly section there, and Sheldon tried to throw everything at it. This is a massive upset. I said before, when you look at the ratings, Sheldon's sitting in second, but really with Callum Robson focusing on the championship tour through the back half of this year, Sheldon's the #1 guy campaigning. So this is a huge result. Mateus Hurdy's going to hang on the second spot here. And what about this guy?
You mean, talk about the sleeping giant.
Yeah, Thomas Debier, very strong, the 21-year-old.
But I think it came down to both Taichi and Sheldon sort of taking falls at inappropriate times. Sheldon, if he'd finished that wave, could have definitely gone up into the 7 range, I felt.
Yeah, well, Sheldon definitely has that incredible keeper result, but he's going to have to rebound as Mateus just takes the results in. Waiting on numbers to come through. I don't think we're going to see a change in the standings here. Wakita has a score on the way, but he needs a 6.44 out of that ride, and it didn't look as good as his first scoring ride, did it?
No, it's in that 5-point range.
Well, the numbers rolling through now. Wakita gets a 5.2. Sheldon falling short. An incompletion on his last ride. Mateus Hurdy hangs on to second spot. Thomas Debier moving on through with the win. We're going to take a quick break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Back with more in just a moment.
Here comes Molly Picklum. Big swing, big front side hook.
The drive down the road to qualification is well and truly underway on the Challenger Series. Stop number 2 continues here, heat 12. The last heat, the round of 48 for the men, and we've got a great heat here. Jorgen Cousinet of France is out there against Justin Becret. Also a Frenchman, Liam O'Brien, making his competitive return after breaking his leg prior to the Championship Tour season getting underway. David Silva, who cracked his first CT final at the end of last year, finds himself back on the Challenger Series. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a surfing Hall of Famer here on the Harvey Norman set. And Bugs, we've got Liam O'Brien up and he's getting a couple of decent turns off.
Yeah, it's a small wave, but he's decided to take a leaf out of Mateus Hurdy's book and get going early.
Yeah, it worked out well for the Brazilian. We'll see how it works out for Liam. But, you know, what a devastating start to 2022 for Liam O'Brien. Fighting so hard to get into the championship tour ranks, and then he just missed the opportunity through those first 5 events. And unfortunately, with all the injuries that have happened, he's going to have to battle away on the Challenger Series, it seems.
And hark back to Rottnest Island last year, where he got that wild card and got in there and actually just powered his way through. As we see David Silva, he's going to be hungry. You know that for sure.
Ravenous. Yeah, former winner here. He got the contest win at Manly Beach in 2018. Unbelievable small wave surfer. Incredible backhand, great air game when he gets going.
Yeah, he got in a bit of trouble over there at Margaret River. But going back to Liam, he showed that last year at Rottnest Island that he was a kid who went, he belongs. And I've seen him work on his game. He's very well rounded. There's nothing sort of missing in his repertoire. There's no doubt about that. But that injury really laid bare the fact that surfing, as we see this wave here, as you said, he's just a master of small wave surfing.
Yeah, really strong. You know, the height-wise, he's not too tall, but he's so stocky and strong. You can see those calf muscles just flexing as he works that board right through to the inside. So waiting on those numbers to come through. But yeah, the Liam O'Brien story, interesting character, super bright kid. Just smashed out the A grades on his move through school, and aside from competition, just has really varied interests. He actually edits all his own clips and puts them out there. He does a fantastic job.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Liam. He's an outstanding young man, and you know, it's good to see him back in the jersey and full recovery. I know that Bottle was, has been working with him.
Yeah, there was a classic situation where Liam O'Brien is playing Scrabble in Make or Break with J. Bottle Thompson and Morgan Siblick, and he used a word, and Bottle says, "What's that?" And he said, "Oh, it's a component in a proton." And I was scratching my head. Bottle must have been tripping out. But yeah, he's really well read.
And it really shows in Scrabble.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not too many 3-letter words for Liam O'Brien. Well, just under 24 and a half minutes to go here. Those first scores starting to drop now. 5.33 for David Silva. 5-point ride for Liam O'Brien, and Justin looking to get in on the mix. Had a solid first round win, but don't think he's going to get too many points out of that ride.
Well, that's a pretty fair indication. Liam O'Brien, he got a small wave, but he got a 5. He eked a 5 out of it. Then David Silva, 5.33, just really milked that one all the way to the beach.
Now, Jorgen Kuzene has been campaigning on the qualifying series, now the Challenger Series, for a long time. He's 28 years of age. Another one of those, heavy hitters, big, tall guy. But he has come so agonisingly close to qualifying before. 2017, when he was trying to make the top 10, he finished 18th. And with some double qualifiers, he would have been very close to getting himself into the elite ranks. 2018, he was strong again, really consistent, and finished 16th. And then 2019, he got to 15th and only missed out by a spot or two. He has had some wildcard opportunities and replacement opportunities to surf in CT events in France, Jeffreys Bay. Hasn't gotten himself past the third round of a CT contest, but I know he dropped some reasonable numbers when he did pull the jersey on at a championship tour contest. So, this is a guy that's been knocking on the door for a long time. I wonder if this is going to be the year.
Well, he's a journeyman, and you got to be thinking, Ronnie, that strong European contingent must be rubbing their hands to know that there's 2 Challenger Series events on the continent in good waves.
As we see Liam up again, so a 5 on his first ride. Love the way he's able to just whip that board up vertically on the backhand. 22 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Kaipo.
You must be thrilled, a big victory in some challenging conditions.
Yeah, I'm very happy, very stoked to get the win. You know, it's my first challenger. I didn't get through the qualifying series. I finished 11th, so you know, I came here like last minute, so it's just like bonus, you know. So pretty happy to make it, yeah.
How good is it to take advantage when you're given that opportunity and execute on that?
It's really good because you came here without stress, you know, no really expectations, just, you know, getting experience and have fun, and that's what I came to do here, and for now it's working, so yeah, I'm stoked.
The next round, the round of 24, 3 surfers in the water. Are you going to change your strategy with that other format?
I think I'm going to stick to the same strategy. I know what the judges want. The condition's going to be pretty similar, so just getting that 2-turn combo, getting vertical, and yeah, just relax and have fun.
Congratulations seeing the round 24.
You love to see it, Bugs. You talk about the commitment of these competitors and the big schedule that's ahead of them. If you've got your spot locked in on the Challenger Series for this year, you're going to be fully committed. It's a massive mission to try and crack the Championship Tour ranks. But if you just missed out on qualifying and for the Challenger Series, and you're making the trip on the off chance that maybe there'll be room for you in an event on this schedule, you know, that just shows how bad Thomas wants it, and it's awesome to see him getting this kind of momentum through the early rounds.
It's amazing commitment to come from the other side of the world to come here on the off chance. But I thought it was a good insight to know that he came with no expectation. There was no stress, so therefore there's no nerves. And you know, it speaks for itself. He was surfing nerveless. He was surfing very loose and hitting his points, and it didn't look like faltering.
I guess too there's a real desire, if you get a call up as a replacement, to make great use of it. Often people say, look, I'm here, I'm a replacement surfer, I've got nothing to lose, so I don't need to feel the nerves. Well, you don't have anything to lose. You've got so much to gain by getting on a roll in these contests. And if Thomas can get some real momentum and get a big finish in this contest, elevate his position, when they're thinking about handing out those opportunities to the replacement surfers, and I know there is there's an order in which those replacement spots are allocated. But if you get to the top end and you've got a chance, I think your chances are better at getting the call or the tap on the shoulder to come and compete if someone, say, drops out of the draw due to injury.
Well, we've seen that's a pattern that's been emerging for a few years now, and you know, momentum puts you on radar with the WSL.
Exactly, the Mikey Wright effect.
Yeah, that's it, and that was how the pattern began then, and they've been consistent with that.
So 19 minutes remaining here, and still we're waiting for Jogan to catch his opening ride. He's got that priority, and he's dropped anchor so long that now it seems that the busy approach is not going to be the one that he takes. He's really going to pick this first ride carefully.
Yeah, this has been a pretty ordinary heat so far. I mean, wave-wise, there has not been a lot on offer.
What would you do to stop the demons creeping in, Bugs, when you'd had limited opportunities, you were waiting for your opportunity to actually ride your first wave? For me, even in a free surf, if the waves are really good and I've been waiting a while and a set comes, my feet start to feel a little bit slippery.
Oh, yeah, I know. That is where it does... it's that decision time, like, you know, if you pull the trigger, you go, oh, is the best wave of the day 2 waves behind this? There's so much, the noise starts to build.
Yeah, but it is one of those things that I think all surfers experience, competition or not. You know, if you sit out there and the pack is kind of aware that it's your turn, God, you can let some really good opportunities go to catch a fun ride. And the same probably applies in a heat. You know, at this point, you just sort of have to ride it out and wait for the biggest wave.
Oh, and that's the thing. I mean, once the heat is underway and it starts to take shape, that's the box you find yourself in, and it's nearly a big hole, because now you are committed to waiting for a very good wave before you even pull the trigger, and we have seen it work. But you know, it becomes a choice of the clock when do I get into this heat? Because then you go, it's not a really high-scoring heat. Do I just get a 4.5?
And maybe on today, on days like today, you know, that sitting and being patient is really a very big gamble, because you might be waiting for a wave that's never going to come, and some of these smaller ones do kind of line up and hit the bank nicely, as we see David Silva just kick the tail free. Nice little runner through the inside section here. Goes to work, gets those legs pumping, won't make it through to the shore break, but he'll get rid of the 1.83 with that, and most likely move into the lead. Only needed a 2.44.
It also seems like a lot of the Brazilian surfers have got their DNA. They've got the scramble built into their DNA. They're just natural scramblers. Their instinct says go. Like, don't wait around, just start surfing.
And this is Justin kicking out a one on the inside. He only had a 2.67. He's just trying to build something in his scoreline that he can really add to through the second half of this heat. Jorgen still waiting for his first opportunity, but you know, when you really look at what's unfolded today and how heats have been turned around in just a very short period of time, there is still plenty of time for him to get himself out of trouble here.
He's not in trouble. Like right now, he's still not in trouble because it is so attainable, you know, to be in that top 50% of progression in this heat.
Here we go. This is the replay of Burke on that last wave. You can see he's just doing his best to work it over, almost loading up for another hit on the end of that ride, but there was just no wall. This was great surfing here. Just smooth, silky, nice little kick on the tail.
He's a small wave maestro.
Oh, well, let's see what Kuzane was able to do on the outside here. This is his first ride. Waited 15 minutes for this opportunity, and he didn't waste it.
No, he's in the heat.
So expecting that he'll put a reasonable score up, comparable to what we've seen so far in this heat. Right on par from what we saw from David Silva on his opening ride. So, yeah. I guess like the bummer for Kuzane would have been if he waited with that priority and turned in a throwaway or just nothing, but he can be positive about that.
We've seen a lot of heats where the you know, guys have been run down in the home stretch.
Well, 14 and a half minutes to go, still waiting on that number to come through for the man in red. We'll update you on the situation right after this.
So we should level up. I know that I said baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, we should level up.
We're loving our time here in New South Wales, and with State of Origin coming up around the corner, make sure you get on the right side of the border, eh, Bugs?
Oh, yeah. It's that's where the battle lines are drawn. I mean, we had a lot of border closures for a couple of years, and we realised there are borders, but we knew that before that because we had State of Origin.
Which is a rugby league game between New South Wales and Queensland. A 3 event series. And it's always massive, but yeah, happy to have you this side of the border, Bugs, for the moment, and enjoying your company, but I won't be watching the game with you, unfortunately.
Oh, that's classic.
I got my tickets, actually. I'm going to the first game.
Yeah, well, I live right on the border, so things really get nasty around where I live.
I bet. Well, out there at the moment, we've got Liam O'Brien in second position, and he's got a score on the way that just might help his chances of getting into the lead, and it's dropped in at a 5.33, so he's moved into first. David Silva's in second place. That last ride for him came through at a 4.3, and we've got the 2 European competitors representing France out there. Jorgen Cousinet out there in the red. He's after a 4.06 to get into second. Justin Becret is looking for a 6.03 to climb up into second place himself. 11.5 minutes to go. Kaipo's out there having some fun. What do you got for us, Kipes?
I'm here at the Rip Curl store. It's right here on site at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. And Rip Curl just bringing radness to surfing since 1969. We have all of the event merchandise available right on site for you to purchase, as well as WSL athlete jersey. Go Pickles.
Molly Picklum coming up a little later today in the second round for the women's event here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. And she has been the highest scoring surfer in the women's draw so far. Looking forward to seeing what she brings to this lineup. Just over 10.5 minutes to go as the current heat leader, Liam O'Brien, gets things going. Nice whip on the tail there. That tail just digging in as he tried to ride out of that turn. But there's been some amazing small wave surfing on show, Bugs. It's got me thinking, who's the best small wave surfer you've ever seen, as we see a replay of David Silva here?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, Ronnie. Well, David, he's got a reform section here. This might be pretty decent. He'll stick with this one forever. Yeah, he's not done with it yet. Wow. Now he's on his forehand. Okay. Well, gee whiz, in my era, you know, Pat Mulhern was a pretty good small wave rider, but anyone who comes from Florida has to be. But then, you know, along came a kid called Shane Bevan. He was an amazing small wave surfer. Tim Curran. Rob Machado, I think, was as unbelievable. I mean, he was great at everything, but he was an incredible small wave surfer.
What about the modern era surfers on the championship tour now? Who blows your mind in the small stuff?
Gosh. Yeah, I'll have to come back on that one. You've got me. You finally stumped me, because, you know, there's not a real lot of like miniature surf breaks that they have them in.
Oh, for me, it's got to be Toledo.
Yeah.
I forget that I'm watching small surf when he's out there, because everything's so big. He just explodes out of the lip. He's still got the ability. That final with Griffin Colapinto over in Portugal earlier this season was unbelievable. Griffin got the win, but there was a couple of waves that Felipe rode that the speed in transition just didn't make sense to me. It was ridiculous.
No, it's a good call. And before him, I would say it was Adriano de Souza. He was amazing in small waves.
Another person that people might be surprised to hear, but Andy Irons was ridiculously good in small waves. I saw him take off on a knee-high closeout, at Durango one time. He did 4 floaters, a roundhouse cutback, and a fin ditch on the shore break.
Yeah, I mean,
there was no face on that wave.
I mean, small wave riding is purely a dance. You know, you got to generate your own rhythm and style, and it's twisting and turning, and you know, you got to make your board sing.
How's the dance floor out there at the moment?
Yeah, it's a bit slippery.
Well, here we go. Justin Becret, he's had a couple of decent rides. This one might be his best as he strings together some good outside work and finishes strong, and the body language suggests that he likes it. He needed a 6.3 though to get himself up into the top 2. Cousinet starting to make his move. Only a couple of rides before that one. He needed just a 4.33 to get ahead of David Silva here.
Whew. Gosh, this is really getting hot now as far as it's tightening right up, because there's no huge scores. Look at that first column. 533, 533, 557.
It's turning into a mosh pit out there, Bugs.
Yeah. Yep, they're very connected, these guys.
Let's see what kind of head banging Justin Becret got done on this ride. First 2 turns were pretty solid. Then he's just sort of adding the extras, more minor manoeuvres on the inside.
There's an interesting ride here. Just 2 smashes. This one, boom. Now he gets his board up to 12 o'clock just for a second.
How's the positivity from these competitors? I mean, it's the winds played a part. There's something happening with the tide at the moment where the energy's being zapped just a little bit from what we've seen in some of the previous heats of this round. And they're still whipping that board so quickly in transition, moving a lot of water and flowing the best they can. Waiting on the number to come through for the man in red. That's the number I'm really surprised to see, because he only needs a 4.33.
And I just thought of another absolute master of small wave surfing.
Hit me.
Armando Doltro.
Oh, Armando. Yeah, he was kind of that Guilherme Hurdy, Pedersen Rosa era.
I saw a final between him and Timmy Curran in Japan one time, and it was 8 inches high, and they put on a master show.
Yeah, I mean, the list could kind of go on forever. There isn't really a surfer that gets to events like this on the Challenger Series or on the Championship Tour that doesn't have what it takes to generate decent numbers on these smaller days. Just some do it better than others. Here goes Justin now. His last score still hasn't dropped. He's not wasting any time or banking that's the score that's going to get him through. Keeps looking for opportunities on the inside here, just under 6 minutes remaining. He's fired up. Yeah, well, I think at this point you're kind of desperate to hear what the requirements are going into the final stages, because, you know, if Justin doesn't get the score with his previous ride, and it looks like he actually has 6.33, but what I was going to say, if he didn't get the score on the previous ride, he might not have taken this wave, just knowing that it didn't have as much juice in it as the ride that he'd taken before.
Yeah, and also Jorgen, you know, he'd like to know what he did for that quick smash and grab, you know, because that was pretty amazing within a very short distance. I think it's going to be a score.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a big shift up here. So Kuzane has jumped from that back end of the order right up into the lead, a 5.93 on his last ride. And Justin Becret, he had a 6.33 on his previous wave, and momentarily jumped into second spot, but Kuzane's numbers pushed him back out of a qualifying position. But his requirement is really slim now. He only needs a 4 to get himself ahead of Liam O'Brien.
What's really amazing is David Silva is back in 4th place. That is kind of mind-blowing when you actually look at what he's doing out there, but it's just that he hasn't had that wow factor.
He hasn't had the work on the outside.
No, that's right.
He's had good turns, but they've kind of been in the mid portion and on the shore break. As we see Kuzane up again, just putting so much into it, just drops that head down, whips that board up into the pocket, and then whips it back down, maybe even faster in transition. And that was ridiculous. This guy is towering at over 6 feet, and his small wave surfing is so on.
Now, the question was about 12 minutes ago, the question was, is he in trouble? And
you said no.
Exactly, because, you know, he just waited for that first wave, but I didn't know he had such a whip down. Look at this.
Yeah, I think sometimes for a bigger surfer, it can be difficult to match the fast twitch reactions of those smaller, whippity competitors, but Kuzane absolutely smoked this wave, and I'm expecting this to be the biggest number of the heat.
He's just got such a swivel in his hips, and then he just rips it down the face in lightning fashion. And this is clearly going to be, you know, a high score.
What kind of dancing is that, Bugs?
Yeah, that's
break dancing.
I'd say it's more South American, but he's French.
He's got the rhythm, that's for sure. As we see David Silva now, just motoring onto the inside, finds a little connection, loads up and smashes it on the shore break, but it's kind of similar to some of his other rides.
That's what I was going to say. This is very similar. He's smashing the shore break, but what's he doing on the outside? Because the Frenchmen are just doing the big work on the outside. Of course, Liam O'Brien hanging on to second place. Justin Becret only needs, oh gosh, he only needs a 4.
it's well within reach, but Kuzane has just dropped a 7.83, and it was always going to go big. If it went into the excellent range, you wouldn't have been surprised.
Yeah, well, for out there, that 7.83 is a massive score, and gosh, he just ripped that right up.
This, I think, is as challenging as we've seen the conditions. The rip on the left that we saw in the earlier rounds at different stages has been tricky, but this has really been the competitors using their fitness, their strength to generate their own speed. And even though Kuzane on that wave, maybe earlier in the rounds on the left-hand rip bowl, might have scored a 6, today that warrants the 7.83.
It sure does. Every decimal point of it. David Silva gets a 4.5. No, that score's yet to come. Okay. Now, we don't know what he did on the outside. We picked that wave up about halfway through.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial number for him. He's on the outside, but he's at the bottom of the order for priority.
Justin Becret has got priority. He's only got a minute left. He only needs a 4. Liam O'Brien in third priority. This is where the battle's going to come down.
Well, this is what happened on the outside. David Silva, wow. Couple of big turns on the outside section. He only needs a 5 to get ahead of Liam O'Brien.
I'll tell you what, we didn't see the outside on this one, but we saw the smashing finish, but this time he did do some stuff on the outside.
You called him a small wave maestro. I think he's climbing the small wave rankings right there. That was, you know, a closeout on the outside. Such commitment to get to that inside section. Just subtly tapping into the very little energy that shore break was serving up to generate speed for that final clout.
Well, this puts a whole new complexion on this heat. It's going to be right there. One judge says yes, 2 judges, 3 judges yes.
It looks like it might get him there. He's after a 5. He needs one more score above the line, and he gets it. 5.43. David Silva jumps up into second place. This one coming to a close. The hoot is going to sound. Justin Becret, he's going to fall short. Liam O'Brien bumped out in the final stages here. And David Silva's going to take second position.
Wow. You know, run down in the home stretch.
What an effort from David Silva. Really strong stuff. Getting through this round of 48, and Kuzane taking the victory with a very impressive small wave performance. More action to come from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, right after this.
The significance of Manly Beach is just so iconic. It's so rich in history. The likes of Isabel Latham back in 1915, she surfed with the Duke. Like, that's absolutely insane. And then Phyllis O'Donnell, like, she won her first world championship at the time there, and it just kept, you know, that momentum of iconic moments, whether it was Pam Burridge or the GOAT Lane Beachley. Every time you walk on that sand, you can feel the weight of history, and you just want to you know, rise your level and surf out of your skin.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. It was really fun to have Sally Fitzgibbons on site today, signing some autographs, connecting with a lot of fans down here at a spot that has a lot of meaning to her and a lot of meaning to you, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to get Sal in the booth and get some insights, not only the technique and what's going on out in the water, but also her fond memories of Manly. Obviously had the win here. I watched her win that event, so that was pretty cool. I think I was actually commentating the event at that point, but yeah, I've obviously, you know, this is my home beach, so I've spent basically my whole life surfing here and seen all the events come and go, and I've seen the progression of surfing through those years as well. Lucky enough to compete in some of those events through the years when I was on tour. Now enjoying my time in the booth, calling it.
Yeah, we get to enjoy it here from the Harvey Norman host set. And out in the lineup, we've got Sawyer Lindblad, Rachel Presti, Paige Harrop, and Mahina Maeda, as Mahina is having a go down the line, looking for that connection through the inside section. And it starts to stand up for her now. Give her something to work with to finish off. To get her opening ride underway, we've got small scores on the board so far. We are into the women's round of 32, heat number 1. We're going to be running 4 heats of this women's round this afternoon. We'll be finishing it off tomorrow morning, taking advantage of the cleaner conditions and the daylight on offer because the sun's going to set in not too long here as we take a look at this opener for Mahina.
Yeah, not a bad way to start things off. That first foam hit was pretty clean actually, and then she does a little bit of cutback work until this final moment, streaking down the line. Another nice foam hit. And I really like that last turn on such a small little wave. She was able to get a little bit of fin release here. And that was opening right there for Sawyer Lindblad. She had a good opening turn as well.
Nice spicy turn to start things off for Sawyer. Mahina starts out with a great score of a 5.17 to build from now.
Yeah, that's not a bad opener. Mid-range score. Obviously, there's room to move there. And she'll be looking for a bigger, better wave. But always good in those first few minutes to get a score that is a potential keeper. And today we've seen, you know, 5s and 6s. They are on the scoreboard. We have seen heats 1 with 10 and 11 points. But obviously it's those excellent scores. That's what they're after. And they're out there. I actually snuck out and jumped in the ocean just quickly just to wet the gills and the break. And I'm still just blown away by how warm the water actually is still. This onshore wind flow that's been just whipping up all day, and then it totally calms off again and then switches around. It's kind of been a bit crazy how variable it's been through the day, but it's making our competitors adjust and really hone in on conditions, make sure they're concentrating before their heat.
Yeah, they really need to pay attention that 30 minutes or so before they pedal out just to figure out where they're braking, what peak is actually working. And great to hear that water staying warm. It is quite nice here in Sydney. We're not too far away from some colder water down in Victoria, but it seems to stay pretty mild even through the winters here.
Yeah, 3-2 full suit is pretty much all you need. Maybe a 4-3 for the early mornings.
Rachel Presti into the first section. She'll be feeling comfortable out in the lineup today, growing up in Melbourne Beach, Florida, representing Germany, and tags the lip on the finish. Sets it up for one last opportunity for the foam climb to build from that 2.40. And she's been one of those surfers that we've seen kind of change that flag in order to get into the Olympic qualification. And it's been a really exciting journey to watch her in that process as we take a look at this last wave.
Yeah, and predominantly the focus is on these little left-handers on the southern bank. Coming through to the inside. It's a nice little foam hammer and a little bonus foam hit as well. Through the inside to finish off. Good energy, good intent for that ride.
Waiting for scores now for a last of Rachel. And this last season competing in the European qualifying series, she got to spend some time in Germany with the Olympic training facilities on offer, which was really great for her to just prepare for a lot of heats like this up against really strong competitors like Mahina Maeda. Connects with that first turn, sinks it smoothly through to the second. And within this heat, we've got Paige Harrop as well, now up and riding. We'll track with her. We're not sure what happened in the beginning of that wave, but she couldn't find anything strong to finish off with. The 8-year CT veteran looking for that opportunity to requalify.
Yeah, just wanting to really get her position back on tour. There's not many of them. A lot of work to do between now and the end of the year. And the second of 8 events down here at the Sydney Surf Pro. It's been a bit of a pinnacle event for a lot of competitors over the years. Some big names winning the event on both the men and the women's side. And Malia Manuel's had a win here. As we were mentioning before, Sally Fitzgibbons. I remember Nikki Van Dyke taking the win one year as well.
Yeah, Nikki's got it twice. Incredibly consistent. Malia's made the final another time, past her win. Carissa Moore won the event back in 2020 during her sabbatical from surfing. Came into the first event of the year and took out a win.
Take a year off and then come and win all the points. Take all the Challenger Series event wins. But yeah, she had another win early on too, in 2014. So there's some real who's who in the world of professional surfing on the women's side there. So prestigious event to win and a lot of points on offer here. You know, it's sort of, you know, it doesn't. I was thinking, does it mean nothing if you kind of lose out? No, it's at the start, you know, but it sort of does. It means everything because it puts that pressure on you. If you don't get those points early on this tour, then you're going to really feel that pressure coming into the home straight.
Yeah, and with the next 6 events, it's that pressure is just going to mount more and more with every passing day. Mahina Maeda up into the lead. She dropped in a 3.17 to back up the 5.17. Rachel Presti increased her scoreline with a 5.23 for her last wave, puts her up into second. Paige into third, and Sawyer sitting in fourth with priority as we see a little corner popping up. Mahina's going to have a look at this one. The 2014 World Junior Champ tags the lip and goes down. Small score to come through for Mahina. And as we wait for the next set to roll in, we're going to go down to check in with Jordan Cousineau and True Starling.
You're sitting with 6 minutes to go. You lock in a 5.93, back it up with a 7.83. Talk to me about how you're feeling coming into literally the very back end of that heat.
You know, this heat was so slow. So I was like, come on, Jordan, wake up. You gotta, you know, in my head, it's like, it's clear. I made some heat, you know, the last 5 minutes, needed some scores. And I was like, okay, you already did it, like getting 2 scores at the end. And luckily I got this little left and I was able to do a couple moves on it and yeah, got the scores.
Do you have any waves at home that are similar to the waves out here at Manly? It looks kind of tricky today, so what kind of practice did you prepare for coming into this event?
Yeah, definitely. We have a bunch of waves like this, you know, in Senyos. We always serve those kind of small little left. So yeah, I have a good board. My mind is really good at the moment. So yeah, I feel like at home and yeah, ready to keep going.
Well, you're feeling comfortable. Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yeah, I wanted to say some words in French. Merci à tous pour le soutien encore, vous êtes incroyables. Je reçois beaucoup de messages de votre part et ça fait plaisir, ça motive et voilà, j'espère que c'est pas la fin et puis voilà, let's go, hein, c'est parti mon kiki. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Jorgen. Feeling comfortable after some warm-up laps in Senyos.
Yeah, the amount of surfs I've had around Senyos, Le Penon, all the way through that stretch at Hossegor. Very similar to this.
Nice opening snap from Mahina. Looking really comfortable in these smaller conditions, putting all the power on that front foot to gain a little speed around that section, but it flattens out for her. A smaller size wave, but she's looking to replace that 3.17.
Yeah, question mark over that one, whether it's actually going to go into her top 2, but I like the way she's surfing. This is White, quick one.
Paige just tags under the lip.
Yeah, Paige is trying to get into this heat now. As we see Rachel and Mahina, they've started to build on their scores. They've got that first mid-range score, and it's putting them in the bank, and you want to put 2 in the bank, and then you can start building. And Paige doesn't want to get left behind. She's probably she is the most experienced competitor in this heat for sure. So she's had a lot of heat time, a lot of time in the jersey, and management of pressure should be well within her wheelhouse.
Yeah, she had an incredible start to her rookie season on the championship tour, which was all the way back in 2009. She qualified, and in her very first event, she made it into the semifinals as we track with Rachel Presti. Nice rail work on that first turn, gets a little caught on the second one, and now regains a little bit of speed to hit that finishing section. She's doing well to stay busy, to keep engaging with those little open pockets. And for Paige, it was a really exciting start to her championship tour, which is what we're looking for from Sawyer Lindblad, from Rachel Presti, and from Mahina Maeda to get those opportunities eventually. But Paige walked away with that semifinal finish at the Roxy Pro Gold Coast to Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, that's a big one to make it that deep into an event in your rookie season, to make a final, you know, but to make it so early on in your championship tour career, that's a big one. That's a lasting memory and a good confidence boost for sure. And great that, you know, the aspiring championship tour surfers are getting a chance to surf against current and former surfers of that caliber, because that really is a bit of a benchmark.
It's a pretty great thing coming into that conversation around the restructures for this year's Challenger Series, giving it that 3-tier system between the qualifying series, even almost 4 tiers, the juniors, the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, now the championship tour. That there's those kind of stepping stones to graduating onto the CT, and that it's bringing those surfers from the championship tour down into that conversation with those graduating up from the Challenger or from the qualifying series to get to battle it out with some real pressure on the line here, with some good prize money, with a lot of points on offer to graduate to that next level.
Yeah, it's a really good restructure of the tours. I think it's been well received. All the feedback that certainly I've received off viewers are liking it, you know, and even the mid-year cup, where it really brought some intensity into the mid-range events on the World Championship Tour. So hats off to the WSL for the restructure, and it was almost a necessity just by sheer numbers as well, the amount of people trying to qualify.
Paige Harrop drives hard off the bottom up into the lip, but just gets that one opportunity. It was an interesting thing, Richie, I think, for both of us to be on the ground at both Bells and Margaret River to witness the impact of that happening. I think from my perspective, it's been a really positive thing to see that restructure come from the ground up, but it's a challenging one to watch those surfers not make it past the midseason cut and now have to adjust in that uncomfortable space of just a changing year. It's always going to be uncomfortable, and it was really interesting to witness kind of the fallout and sort of the surfers having to just grapple with what was happening after Margaret River, now jumping into the Challenger Series. And I think being into the second event of that, things are starting to smooth out a little bit.
Yeah.
As we see Sawyer just go up and tag the lip on her backhand.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, but the way it's structured, you know, it's not a full year off. You fall off, you just go and do the work again, and you can be back on the next year. And you know, we saw some of the surfers do that at the end of 2021. They went on that four event tour at the end of last year, made their way back on tour.
Yeah, that was really exciting to see. Nice opener from Mahina. Now redirects on the inside section. She's been looking for these connections to try and build from that opener of a 5.17. She did increase her 3.17 to a 3.8. And now we've got scores to come through for her and for Sawyer Lindblad. 14 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a Bon Soy brew break, and we'll bring back more action right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
And we're back for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Sawyer Lindblad still with a score to drop, but last time Mahina Maeda increased her scoreline and solidified her position out in first with a 5.77.
Yeah, she's been surfing really good in these opening rounds, staying super busy. I just love how sort of intense and her focus, and just how active she's staying on the waves. It's really starting to show with some good scores. She's got that platform now, almost 11 points. She can start to get a little bit more selective and really put some pressure on the other competitors.
Yeah, I really love her style and her approach in these small waves, being a product of North Shore surfing, but being of Japanese heritage and representing that. It took her all the way to that Olympic stage alongside teammate and Amuro Suzuki, who went on to win the bronze medal, Kanoa Igarashi, who went on to win the silver medal. So exciting for Team Japan to bring that home there in Japan, in Tokyo for the Olympics, and for Mahina to be a part of that process.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a few surfers do that hard, just kind of tap back into their heritage and their family tree, and perhaps, you know, living in another location in the world, but really aligning with the sort of the lineage of their family to make the Olympics now that it is an Olympic sport. Exciting times, and yeah, more of it in the future.
And she's been just tapping on that door to qualification back in 2018, 2019, and then into that 2020 season. She's been in that top 20 conversation on the qualifying series year after year, hitting that peak in 2018 where she was number 14. She's really been super close, and I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps herself running that mix coming into the Challenger Series this year. As we track with Sawyer Lindblad, she's now driving down the line. Nice bowley section opening up in front of her. That's the sort of corner you can see the release that she got out of that tail as well to really extend through that turn just from that back angle. And now she's connecting through to the inside section, looking comfortable at home in these beach breaks, similar to be back in Southern California. Little snap goes down on the finish, but that first turn seemed to really be a good one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the front on angle of that, because she really lent into that first turn. So much commitment. Paddle here, that was Paige Harrop just trying to maybe find something here. Identified that she's down to 10 minutes to go with nothing really on the board. She needs to get moving in this heat.
Scores to come through for Sawyer Lindblad, and while we wait for that, we're going to go out the back with Dometic and True Starling.
I'm down here with Sophie McCulloch. So if you had a heat this morning and you've just watched Liam O'Brien, how are you feeling after that one?
Well, yeah, it was always good to come down and watch Lob and kind of get a feel for this bank. I haven't surfed it yet. Unfortunately, I had a bit of a tricky one, didn't get through, but yeah, it's always good to kind of support the Aussies, and then at the same time, you're getting a read on the bank as well. So yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow morning, and yeah, hopefully there's still plenty of waves coming through.
You obviously, as you mentioned, don't have a heat this afternoon. Will you stick around and watch the girls and kind of feel out the vibe throughout the rest of the heats?
Probably not. I'm going to go for a free surf. Yeah, just get a couple of waves, get my feet in the wax, and yeah, I'll check in on how the Aussies are going, and yeah, if someone's coming up in a heat, try and support. But yeah, I'll just kind of cruise for the afternoon, maybe go home, cook some dinner, and so I'm feeling fresh for tomorrow.
Well, have a good surf this afternoon and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Mahina sitting in the lead. And great to hear from Sophie McCulloch. She had a great run on the Australian Regional Qualifying Series this year, and is another one of those that's just within that pack coming up, like a Molly Picklums, who's just got such a strong repertoire of rail work and progressive maneuvers as well. We'll track now with Rachel Presti, makes it around the section, goes hard and drifts that tail on the finish.
Yeah, showing a bit of progression on that turn. Just the one maneuver on that wave, but it was a good one. And yeah, just back to your point about Soph, she feels destined to be on tour in the next couple of years. Great heat this morning, and doing a little bit of work with Jay Bottle Thompson as well. Another one of the coaches featured in Make or Break. This is Rachel Presti. Real drifting backhand snap on that one. Gets some tail release. And this is a replay of Sawyer Lindblad. And she got this little chip shot in here. And this first turn there where she just really extended that carve. And then a bunch of bounce work just to get through to the inside. Kind of emulating the Huntington Hop right here at Manly Beach. Unfortunately, just slips over the handlebars. Here's the front on angle. We're wanting to see this. She really leans onto that heelside rail, gets the release. Beautiful carve on such a small little wave. And oh, she got some points on it as well, huh?
Up
4.73 for that one single turn. Good signs.
That was a really sick turn. Had she been able to back it up, even just with a second turn straight away, she would have been looking at a really solid score.
Yeah, that feels good when you connect with a turn like that. Really, that was the first time we've seen someone really take to the rail and lean into it. And then she added a bit of spice with the tail release at the end of the carve. So, yeah, if she can get a couple of those, then she is going to drop an excellent score.
She was one of those surfers coming into last year's Challenger Series that was right on the brink of qualifying out of Haleiwa. She was actually above that number 6 line coming into the event. And then in a free surf before competition got underway, she took the rail of her board to her head and she busted her eardrum. Doctors told her not even to surf, not to get her head wet, but she decided she's sitting above the cut line. If she can somehow make it through a couple of heats, she would get her qualification spot. Or sorry, she was sitting within that top 6, about number 4. She needed to be maybe a couple heats down the line to solidify that qualification as we take a look at the strong backhand attack from her here. But it was unfortunately just too much for her. She did paddle out in the first heat there at Haleiwa, but couldn't find the right waves, and with a massive ear injury, similar to Sally Fitzgibbons with what she went through in Fiji.
Yeah.
And just missed qualification because of it.
It's always tough, you know, when you're dealing with an ear injury. There's the whole balance effect that comes into play as well. She's bounced back here because the surfing is back on point. Great snap to start off, and she just had to negotiate a little bit of backwash there, timed it well, just waited that millisecond for that backwash to come through, and then she attacked that final maneuver.
She's growing up in that same pack as the Katie Simmers and the Bella Kenworthys and Zoe Benedettos coming out of Southern California that are all just pushing each other. Every single event, every QS 1000. Sawyer managed to take out a win just a few weeks ago at the Jack Surfboards Pro, which is in Southern California. It runs there at Huntington Beach. That event, in Katie Simmers' equation, she went out and won last year before the Challenger Series kicked off. It was her first ever QS victory for Katie early in 2021. Then she backed it up with a win at the US Open later this season on the Challenger Series and found herself in that qualification conversation. So it's cool to think of Sawyer Lindblad coming in, getting that victory this season. She's looking strong. She's still competing in those juniors as well, and she just continues to make finals. She's made finals, first or second, out of 3 QSs this season and 2 Pro Juniors.
Wow, that's such a good stat there. She's obviously, I think the readout of that is that she's on an absolute roll, and she's very, very consistent with her performances.
Mahina, nice snap to start, just engages that rail too much and goes down. And for Sawyer, it'll be exciting to track with her through this Challenger Series to see if she can keep herself in that conversation, same as last year. And I think for her, it was a lot of that being so close. She's so hungry, and she's proven to herself that she can do it. Like literally without the eardrum blowout, she would have qualified for the championship tour, I'm sure, without a doubt.
Yeah, and that's it's kind of hard to take sometimes when you earn your spot and then something happens. So we watch the replay here. This is Mahina Maeda. She started really, really strong, picking up a couple of mid-range scores, and it's with some good, solid surfing that she's been able to do it. Just look at the intent and power, the conviction, the commitment to each turn here. Bang, just throws that one up high, just the one maneuver, but it was a solid one. And this is Sawyer Lindblad. She's found her way up into second place, and it was off the strength of that backhand surfing there. That last wave, that's, well, she's overtaken Rachel Presti, and it's time for Paige Harrod with just under 4 minutes. She's got to get moving in this heat.
Oh, it's such a surprising one. So Sawyer dropped in a 5.87 for her last wave, takes her above Rachel Presti. Mahina staying active, but she's already in that leading position. And Paige is being patient now. She's sitting with priority. She's got a 3.07 as her high score at the moment. She's had great results in similar sort of conditions. She's made it into that finals day equation at waves like Trestles. At some of those big beach breaks, obviously Trestles having those nice cobblestone A-frames, but in waves that aren't those big point breaks, aren't heavy and consequential. For Paige, this is kind of a walk in the park. It's surprising to see her not finding the momentum to connect with the right wave.
Yeah, she just hasn't been able to find that rhythm with the sets at the moment. There's been so many waves ridden. in the heat. Each one of our competitors, multiple opportunities and chances to ride waves, but she just hasn't been able to find those ones that have allowed her to do the surfing that we know she can do.
Down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. Rachel Presti sort of had a look at that one, decided not to go. She had a pretty incredible finish to her round 1 heat. She was sitting in that knockout position. In the last few minutes, she found 2 big scores to take her through to an advancing spot, not only just to advance, but to actually take out the heat win. She played it really, like she kind of messed up the heat in the first half of it and then knew she needed to really just sit it out and wait for those right waves, and they came to her in the end. She just trusted in the process and kind of she said she felt she knew the waves were going to come to her and she just needed to wait it out, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's nice when you can switch your heat around and things aren't really going your way, not going to plan, but then you just click into gear. You find it, start to get the rhythm.
Down to that final minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad does hold priority. She's sitting in that second place position, and she's not going to let Rachel Presti out of her sight coming down to this final minute.
Yeah, she's going to stay on her here because she knows that it's not a big score. Only that 5.38, she can get that. But we saw Paige Harrop just taking a small wave. She was in first priority, and then she just really didn't find a wave that was going to give her any scoring opportunity. So it's going to make it really hard for her. She's needing a 7.53, which would clearly be the highest wave of this heat, but it's all down to these two. This is the battle for second place.
Down to the final 60 seconds.
And it is possible that if these two both get a wave here, and 2 good waves, they could actually push Mahina down into third place. She's not out of trouble, only with the 2 5s, 5.77 and 5.17. So, well, she might increase her lead right now, though.
Yeah, she knows she needs to keep working at it. She goes down, so her situation will not change for scores. Sawyer chasing a 5.07, Rachel chasing a 5.38 to take the advancing position. And just a throwaway score on the board for Rachel Presti, so she had a quick opportunity there. She's had a look at this one as well, and it's just not going to form enough for her to get a turn in.
Yeah, these two, the two ladies have gone to that northern left rip bowl bank, and it's just doesn't look like it's going to happen here. You can see a little bit of frustration, splash of the water for Rachel Presti as this thing counts down.
She's got that little rip that she's sort of stuck in at the moment. That wave doesn't peak up enough for her to ride. Impressive heat from Mahina Maeda, holding strong for the Gymnastica trainer out of the North Shore of Oahu, alongside Sawyer Lindblad from Southern California, making it look like she's just surfing at home on a fun fun onshore afternoon after school. And they're through into the women's round of 16. We'll be back with a special guest calling in right after this.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have.
Hi, this is Coco. If you think the boys are ripping, check out the girls.
That you can't learn from mom and dad, and you gotta go out and have these crazy experiences. And for me, it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
It's been 2 years since we've seen Coco Ho in a jersey.
She wants to get back in there for 2022, and she can do that through this Challenger Series.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
They're like, why are you even competing still? And wasn't that good enough? No, it wasn't good enough. I know I'm stronger than ever, and I love surfing more than ever. We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We've got women's heats underway for the afternoon to close out a big day of competition. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Richie Levitt, the local. How's it feel to have some great heats running in your backyard?
Feels great. I love it. It's great to have the event here back at Manly. It's an iconic beach, and it's an iconic event, and it's gone through so many iterations back in the Coke Classic days, and it's moved to Narrabeen and back to Manly, and I do like it when it's here because it's my home beach, and I've got great memories here, and I think it's really spawning a new generation of surfers. All the grommets have been waiting for the circus to come to town, and they've been stoked.
It's been so cool to see so many of the kids down here getting autographs, getting to rub shoulders with the up-and-coming generation, as well as some of the greats that have been around, like Sally Fitzgibbons this afternoon. And talking of one of those greats, we just got to see that little highlights package from Coco Ho, her new series trailing her journey to get back onto the championship tour. There's another episode that's going to be dropping just tomorrow, and we're going to get to hear a little bit from her during this heat as well, as awesome. We will have her calling in. It'll be really exciting to get a little chat with her and get her thoughts on how things are going coming into this season.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can't wait for the chat. It's been great to track Coco's career over the years, and the tour was, it just didn't seem right without Coco on it. So hopefully, we're going to see her back on tour. But yeah, looking forward to that chat coming up.
Well, let's get her in right now. Coco calling in on the Boost Mobile call of the day. Hey, girl, how's it going?
Hi, Shannon. Hi, Richie.
So good to have you joining in on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Coco, I know there's a new episode dropping, episode 2 for your new series. What does it highlight on?
There is. Episode 2 is really special. It's kind of all about Portugal, the Portugal event last year, and just a very honest journey, I lost first round, and it's still a fabulous episode because Lane just did such a great job documenting it, and just this very honest, real journey.
Amazing. It's just so special that you allow that insight for a team to travel around with you and really get to pick up on your journey, because you had so many years uninterrupted on the championship tour that it's really strange for us, I think, as fans of the sport to not see Coco on tour. And I just love that you've allowed us that insight behind the scenes to know that you're still really keen to be qualifying and get back in that conversation.
Yeah, totally. I think it was, last year was super unique to have the 4 events kind of right away, and it seemed like the right idea. And this year I'm actually just as excited and kind of just going to pick my battles as they come. That's why I'm not there today, but yeah, there's a lot of events this year, so there's I get to definitely pick and choose. But I'm excited to watch the girls today.
Coco, the last couple of years, I feel like have been a bit of a journey of discovery for you, spending time with your brother down in Mexico, jumping on different equipment and, really exploring who you are as a surfer. At what point did you start going, hang on a minute, that competitive fire is still burning away, I want back on?
Yeah, it definitely took some time, and actually being away from the scene, and if I was checking results or watching heats as I am tonight, it's 9 at night here where I am, so yeah, just to make sure I still have that fire, and that's kind of what this series documents as well. And yeah, just at 30, it's a weird transition year for athletes my age, and to kind of like show that there are options, but kind of just listen to your heart, and yeah.
so exciting. I can't wait to see more of those episodes coming out. Taking a look at who's in the lineup right now, we've got Keala Tomata Bernat up against Luana Silva, Sam Sibley, and Sofia Medina. It's pretty exciting to see, you know, thinking about a North Shore local in yourself, seeing Luana Silva get that jump onto the championship tour this last year. She's obviously fallen out prior to the midseason cut, unfortunately, but she's coming out strong on the Challenger Series this year. How exciting is it for you, Coco, to see the younger generation from your hometown now starting to perform and succeed?
No, it's awesome. It's been a long time coming. I felt like I was watching Sakura and Luana for a long time, and to finally be traveling and then like seeing them next to me in a jersey, I'm like, oh shit. But no, it's been really exciting to see them qualify, and I think they've inspired me, you know, watching their energy and seeing how excited they are to be at each event. It's just kind of making me check myself. It's awesome.
Coco, how's the surfing feeling? You know, you've obviously been away from it for a little while, and have you done any different training, or have you been working on anything?
Snapper was a beautiful reminder of why we love what we do, and just getting those really good waves and being able to perform and get good scores. I think everything felt kind of perfect, you know, just missing that one backup score, as you do when you lose. But no, everything's feeling really on, and I'm excited, and I'm really just going to try and take it event by event. The ones that I choose to do, be all there, because there is, after you do it for so long, you've seen Gabriel Medina, Sophia's brother, take time off, you know. It's like at this stage in our lives, I feel like you do need to like really choose where you're going to put your energy, so.
Well, let's take a look now at some replays. Currently, we've got Luana Silva, the North Shore local, sitting out in front, Richie, with a couple of sixes.
Yeah, well, she's picked up where she left off yesterday. Some incredible backhand surfing. And this is Keala, on the inside in red, just coming through, bouncing, trying to connect this little wave and find something more on the inside. And she gets it, little foam hit. As we get caught up on some more replays, but have a look at Luana Silva, just surfing so confidently with a lot of power and a lot of aggression. And for me, one of the standouts yesterday, and she's really brought that form straight into today as well.
She's currently sitting out in front, Coco, with a couple of sixes. We've got Keala sitting in second with a 5.87, which was a great place for her to build from after that 3.5. Then Sam Sibley, the young Californian, with a 4.07 and a 3.7. And Sofia Medina, little sister to Gabriel Medina, gets a quick kick in and out and hits that section really strong on her backhand. It's been exciting to see a name like Sofia in the draw here, Richie.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Gabby's little sister, and there's actually some similar elements to even the board spray there. So, you know, trying to channel a little bit of Big Brother's form. Great up-and-coming surfer, and she'll be relishing in this experience here down at Manly. And again, you know, the Brazilians saying that this is pretty similar to those beach break conditions we get down here in Brazil. As we watch a replay of Sofia there, a nice backhand hook up and over the section. Tricky one too, because it had so much foam on it. You can see there, just up, gets the tail release, but then perfectly controlled finish.
Yeah, Coco, tuning in to watch some of the competition today. Are you enjoying seeing the women and the men earlier in the rounds capitalize on some difficult conditions, but really making the most of it out here?
Yeah, absolutely. We know this is going to be expected on the Challenger Series and even on the World Tour. You know, it's not, you don't always get the best waves. So to kind of be able to shine and everything is obviously the goal. And yeah, I love Manly. I feel like it's very similar to Huntington in the sense that the bank is like somewhat similar year after year, and you can kind of have your little lucky peak, and you know it's going to be this left ripple or the left into the pier or whatever peak it is. But it does look really fun. The bank looks great.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun to find them, kind of find the little treasure. It's like a treasure hunt, I think, paddling out at a wave like this or a wave like Huntington, where sometimes you get that right little pocket that shows up and it really gives you that critical section to meet with. Is that the event that you're maybe looking forward to the most outside of the event in your hometown in Haleiwa?
Yeah, absolutely. I will most certainly be at US Open. Pretty comfortable there. That was a nice ride from Keala. it's always fun to see when you can find the right, like the against the grain good right. I feel like Manly has been a dominant left in the past few years. So yeah, that was really refreshing to see Keala on a good right.
Yeah, we've got a quick kick in and out for Sam Sibley. And some scores trickling through at the moment. Luana is still sitting in that lead. Keala now looking for that 6.87. Richie, your thoughts on that last wave for her?
I liked it. I liked the little mix up there and showing something different. And I think it's going to, well, it probably will definitely go into her top 2. I think she'll better the 3.7. So we'll see her potentially move up the order here. She's going to need to because Luana's really starting to establish herself out in front. And Sophia Medina with another really good, high impact snap, as we saw Charles on the beach there. You know that he's one of the most enthusiastic figures in surfing.
That is the best way to describe it. A lot of passion coming through from Charlie all the time. It's cool to see Sophia. That was a pretty sick looking turn from her last wave, Coco.
I love that. I did talk to her quite a bit on the Gold Coast, and she was looking forward to this event, a lot more comfortable in the beach breaks and just getting a lot of opportunities and single turns or big turns. So yeah, hopefully this one gets rewarded. It's pretty huge.
Great extension through this turn. Watch the bottom turn, just leans on it for an extended amount of time. Now she gets the body torque happening and really getting that expression between the upper and lower body. Great technique there. Coco, just looking at all these young women coming onto the tour, but then you've still got some of your best buddies on tour like Steph. It's a really interesting time in surfing for the women. Your thoughts?
No, it's great. That's how I came onto the tour. It was still, I think it was Megan Abubo's last year, the year I qualified, and that was my mentor growing up, her and Rochelle. So yeah, it's kind of coming into that similar territory where it's like we are the old dogs, but it's quite enjoyable. We have a lot of experience and we're just enjoying the ride at this point. And yeah, I think Steph's missing us quite a bit. So one of us have to do the job, and hopefully it'll be me.
I absolutely love it. What are you doing in this off time? So you're obviously not here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. What's it looking like? We'll get back to that in a conversation in a second because we'll just track with live action. Keala with a powerful hit on her backhand. So scores through Keala's last wave, that right, dropped through as a 5.67. The judges really liked it. It's put her in that second place position. And then straight into the lip, Luana Silva, coming off of her championship tour rookie season, is still sitting in that leading position, finishes off on the inside. And we're waiting for scores to come through now for Keala, but Sophia dropped in a 5-point ride, Richie, for that single turn.
Yeah, that was a big single score. And to get that number for just such a one move wave is good signs for Sophia. She can kind of take that and go, well, I can find a little pockety wave that maybe lets me do 2 or 3 turns and keep that intensity, then I'm going to drop a huge score.
Well, 15 minutes on the clock, waiting for scores to filter through. And Coco, I'd love to know what you're doing in preparation for that next event, whether it be Bolito or the US Open that we're going to see you out here on the Challenger Series. What's that going to be looking like as we take one last look at Last of Sophia? What are you doing to prep and keep yourself in that competitive mindset?
I'm definitely going to take the next couple of months to just focus on my surfing, kind of enjoy and get like that crazy confidence of just, I love surfing and I don't need to worry once I have the jersey on. I am always playing with fins and equipment and trying to switch it up. And yeah, it's been really fun actually to have that freedom. And that's the one thing we kind of don't have when you're on tour for so long is like time to let go and put your like comp boards away, or you're just like, okay, my board's for Huntington now. It's like I have 2 months and I'm gonna go crazy. Surf a lot of trips, lots of quivers, everything.
That's so fun. I'm quite jealous of that because it sounds like a pretty good lifestyle.
Dreamy. Sounds unreal. Where can we sign up?
Seriously. Well, thank you so much, Coco, for joining us on the call. Can't wait to see the episode dropping tomorrow for the new episode of Coco, May 22nd, coming out around the world to trail your journey through Irasira. And thanks so much for the chat.
Of course. Thank you, guys. See you next time.
See you, Coco.
And out in live action, we've got Sophia Medina tag the lip on that first turn. I'm still just blown away. She got a 5-point ride for that last one, which was just an unbelievable drift to the tail.
Yeah, big hit. And I think she's she's learnt from Big Brother there, because Gabriel Medina, well, he can do huge turns, huge manoeuvres, massive airs, and perhaps just, you know, telling Sophia, just get those big turns done, those big dominant turns. It's undeniable when you lay something down like that the judges have to pay it off. So looking good in this heat. Let's see what happened on this right-hander. Just like the timing, you know, how she doesn't look like she's desperate for speed. It always looks controlled. Just comes off the bottom with conviction, holds the rail, and that's allowing her to really get that energy through the top turn.
Down to 12 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Situation, Luana Silva in the lead. Keala Tomata Bernat sitting in second. Sophia Medina in third. And Sam Sibley sitting down in fourth. We're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back all the action right after this. We love being in New South Wales, specifically in Sydney, here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. There's been more sunshine than rain today, which is not what we were expecting, and I'm pretty grateful for it because my hair's still dry.
Yeah, absolutely. We copped a bit of rain yesterday, but no, New South Wales, well, it's almost shining today, but it's definitely shining down here at Manly. Lots of people on the promenade coming to check out the action, and just so much to do in this great state. And we're lucky enough to be at the gateway of the Northern Beaches down at Manly.
Sam Sibley with a quick kick in and out, and a mistake in the priority equation.
Yeah, whenever you have that that little P next to your name and you're in the #1 position for priority, or even if you're in #2, you need to make that count. You know, that you've worked your way up the order, and you need to make sure you convert. And unfortunately for Sam Sibley, just wasn't able to pick a good wave there, so she'll go back to the 4th place on the order. And she's sitting down in 4th place on the order here too in terms of results. So with 9 minutes to go, she needs to get to work.
I will say though, one surfer who converted very well was Keala on her last opportunity. She got a 7.17. It's moved her up into the lead, where Luana Silva has just sat in control for the majority of this heat. Keala now sitting in 1st. Luana chasing a 6.48 to get that lead back again. Sophia Medina and Sam Sibley with big requirements in the 7 to 8 point range. And we'll see what happens as the next sets roll through in just a moment. 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Mahina Maeda had a well-structured heat in that last one, walked away with a victory.
Mahina, that was a really tough heat. Talk to me about your nerves right now.
I feel really great, to be honest. It's funny because I'm not really great surfing Manly or like crappy beach breaks, so it was definitely like a confidence booster. The past 6 months, I definitely been having a really tough time like trying to break through some heats and stuff. So especially right after the Olympics, I've been having a really bad slump. So just to make heats and stuff and just kind of building a house and hopefully gaining more momentum until the final day.
And talk to me about getting yourself out of that slump from the Olympics. Was that tricky to kind of find your groove again?
Oh, for sure. I've been through a lot of like similar situations where I've wanted to quit surfing, and to be honest, like because of COVID and because of like the slump that I was going through, I really was contemplating of quitting surfing. And for me to like make finally 2 heats, I'm just really happy and really stoked to be here. And Snapper had a really tough one too, and I do love my backhand and stuff, but I think just the overthinking really got to me. And a lot of my close friends and staying with Kira in the last event at Snapper really helped me like just stay grounded and just find my groove and just be thinking really just one thing.
Hopefully the groove stays with you. Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home?
Hi to everyone back home in Hawaii and also back in Japan. みんなありがとうございます。応援してくれて本当にありがたいで、次のヒートも頑張ります。
Great to hear from Mahina with a huge victory as we see Sam Sibley go in with a great Rio on the finish.
Yeah, that was a better turn. There was a little bit more flair, a bit more commitment to it, a bit more high risk. And that's what she's going to need to do. You feel like she's just building her way back into the heat now. And she's going to need something, Shannon, around that 6-point mark if she wants to really get back in this, because there's a bit of distance now between our 2 competitors at the top. Kiala and Luana, they've both they're in the double digits and starting to build as well. So it's time to get moving. Sophia and Sam need to stay with them here.
Yeah, they've really locked in some solid scores, and thinking back to that interview with Mahina, I just love how sharp and how honest she was within that of
Don't quit.
Don't
quit. Surfing amazing.
She's so good. She's been so close to qualifying. It's crazy. Coming down, I mean, before the Challenger Series was introduced for the women, we had about a decade of not having any women's competitions happening on the North Shore of Oahu, so that Haleiwa coming in last year was a huge refreshment to getting the women back there. Before that, it was usually coming down to Port Stevens, up the coast here in New South Wales.
Yep.
And Mahina was in that conversation many years in a row to get that qualification.
Yeah, well, it's good that she's kind of getting a groove back, because she's surfing really well, and you know, if there was any doubt about the small wave surfing, she's certainly proving, well, to us and to herself, that she's definitely got it. She's been one of the ones that has impressed me over the last couple of days, for sure. And with each heat, she'll be taking away some confidence there. And just hitting the 6-minute mark. So time to move. Sophia with priority. And she will need a good score. 7-7-1. Is she going to do it in one wave, or maybe roll the dice and think, okay, 2 chances here. Try and get a half 6 and then another decent score after that.
Heat leader Keala in the red jersey, flying down the line, connects with the lip, gets that second turn in, and she'll kick out. She's got already a 7.17 and a 5.93 on the scoreboard. As we wait for scores to come through with 5.5 minutes on the clock, we're going to go out the back with Dometic and True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. We're down here with the conditions report. We've got a falling tide. We've got low tide around 6:07 this morning. It's a little bit of a cross-shore wind. The conditions are pretty much offering about 1 to 2 turners, so same as earlier. I feel like this afternoon we're going to see, for the next heat and the last heat of the day, we'll see a couple of really nice waves coming through, but the ladies in the lineup really need to capitalize on those 1-turners.
Now, True, talking about that tide draining out, are you noticing more of those rips pulling through, and is that your thought on how the conditions are going to change? It might be even a little bit more difficult for the women to stay in position?
Yeah, I do think that rip will start to kick in a little bit. It may push them a little bit further north, so they'll just need to try and stay on the bank as much as they can. But they seem to be doing a really great job of it at the moment.
Absolutely. Down to 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Richie, there's been a lot going on in this heat. We had a great chat with Coco Ho. Excited to see that new series the WSL is backing on, just trailing an older competitor on their journey back to qualification. And we've had so much action coming through from young competitors like Sofia Medina within this heat. Great re-entry for her there. So she's getting these moments, these flares of a single turn, but she hasn't been able to connect it together. As we see her dad there on the beach. To get that two-turn combination she's searching for.
I know, Charles has obviously seen something. He wants the 2-turn combination as well, but he can't be too unhappy with the way that Sophia's surfing. And I'm certainly impressed. Those big, she's really only had those 3 waves, but on each one of them, she's done the big, you know, hammer hook on it, and made a statement with each of the single turns. So watch the replay here. I just love how patient she is off the bottom, and really driving off the bottom turn. It's allowing her to make those turns look really big. And looking to build on, well, her lowest scores are 4.40, but what she really does need is something up in the 6 range. And it looks like she's going to make a move down the beach here.
Yep, she's listening to Dad. She's moving herself down the beach. And speaking of that, I mean, her surfing is so strong now. She's a young competitor just coming out of the qualifying series for her first couple of seasons. She hasn't even had like a whole year of competing in that space out of the South American region. But she's walked into this year's Challenger Series as that #1 seed. Behind her, it's Daniela Rosas, Laura Rupp, and Arena Rodriguez representing that South American contingency, and she's that front runner within it. It's going to be an interesting equation to see if she can keep herself in the mix here coming down to the final couple of minutes, or if she's going to be out of that conversation.
Well, it looks like she's gotten away from the other ladies in this heat because she wants some of this little left rip bowl that potentially still has these inside runners, a lot of water. It looks like she's just jumped into a river here. And, well, not that one. She needs to go out a little bit further, in my opinion, and get one of those outside ones that doubles up.
She's going to have a go on this smaller sized wave.
No. That's a little bit of inexperience there, just coming in. A bigger wave is what she needs.
Just looking.
Yeah, just having eyes to the beach there just to check on what Charles is perhaps signaling. I'm sure he's signaling out the back. Get out further, out further.
Get out the back with Dometic. Go catch a good bomb. Get a couple of those turns connected together. Two of them, I mean, that 5-point ride that dropped through earlier when we were on the call with Coco was really one of my favorite turns that I've seen of the women's draw. She puts in that strong paddle, and now it's even a question of that energy. Now she's moved herself up the bank. She's having those few paddles, struggles to get into something where that section just pulling against her.
Okay, so see here, Luana Silva, whoa, just nearly. Luana was back on the peak there, so she was on the takeoff zone. She's made the move down onto the rip bowl as well. So that's the sort of wave she needs, one that she can do a couple of turns. Well, she's having a go at it now.
All right, she's found that corner. Nice, smooth connection for that first turn, but can't make that jump into the double up on the inside. Luana also looking to increase that score line, but it is a big requirement. Sophia's chasing a 7.74. Sam is chasing an 8.24. And it is those two surfers with more experience heading out in front within this equation. We've seen Keala on the QS for a long time. She's had great runs on the World Junior Championship side of things, and now she's looking back stronger than ever. She actually got really sick on the Gold Coast. Didn't surf for a few days before paddling out for her first heat and had an unlucky loss because she just wasn't feeling 100%. I ran into her first day here at Manly, and she said she was finally feeling healthy after a couple of weeks and feeling like that strength is back to start performing, and it's really paying off for her now in the lead.
Yeah, difficult when you travel so far. You could go halfway around the world and then not, get a little flu, get sick and not feel like you're in top form.
Luana Silva sitting at second place position. She's looking for that opportunity to re-qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour. She took out a win on the Challenger Series last year at the Mayo Visla Pro in Irasira. Took out Gabriella Bryan as Sam just tags the lip on that one. And this heat is over, Richie. It's been the experience has taken Keala and Luana through to victory. And both Sophia and Sam will have those learning opportunities to reset heading into the rest of the Challenger Series.
Absolutely. They'll take away from this and go in and break down what went wrong. Just for Sophia, it was perhaps just a little unsettled toward the back end of that heat. She should have just been a little bit more selective with her wave choice, and unfortunately not through that one. But some great surfing nonetheless from Keala and Luana there.
Incredible performances from the two Hawaiians advancing through into the next round. We're going to take a quick break, bringing you back more action right after this. The boys will be in the booth.
Here comes Molly Picklum. Big sweep. Big front side hook.
Who is going to charge their way through the Challenger Series schedule, get themselves a top 5 finish on the women's side and get themselves onto the CT for 2023? Well, I think we're going to have to wait a while to find out, because this is only stop number 2, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. And there is just so much talent in the ranks. And here at Manly, we get to see young Ann Dos Santos, who's living here on the northern beaches, Brazilian-born, but frequents this zone quite often, spends a lot of time chasing waves up and down the northern beaches on those days just like this, but also when the swell really jacks. We're going to talk more about that throughout this heat, but this is a great one. We've got Moana Jones-Wong, one of the star performers of the opening round, won a CT event as a wild card. It had been over 10 years since we'd seen that happen on the Women's Championship Tour, going all the way back to Tyler Wright's victory as a wild card at Sunset in 2010. Zoe McDougall, another young Hawaiian out there in the white. And Rena Matsunaga will be surfing in the green jersey. She was the surfer that survived that really difficult heat. Molly Picklum took it out. She had the benefit of Leilani McGonigal suffering an interference. It improved her chances. But Moana Jones-Wong getting started nicely here, Bugs.
Yeah, that was a really neat ride, that. She got that first snap in and then a really good last finishing kind of Rio float, and using a lot of power.
Oh, she's been so impressive already in this contest. I mean, you don't want to be a one-heat wonder. And she's making sure that she gets some early work done here. Yeah, but yeah, I was blown away by what she did in the first round.
Yeah, so was I. And, you know, because we know what she can do in the most meaningful of waves.
Let's have another look at it here.
I just like how hungry she looks on this wave. And that was an incredible little recovery there from the tail slide. Great finish, power packed, and she just looks so energized. So does this young lady.
Yeah, Ann Dos Santos, great opening move.
Yeah, I thought so. And I was, then when you say that she spent a lot of time here, she looks like she has.
Yeah, well, you'll hear the cheers go up from the crowd on the beach when she finishes off that ride. And the numbers come in at a 6 for Dos Santos, surfing in her first Challenger Series event. But recently, big kick in the swell, a lot of big storm activity on the East Coast in the recent months. And Ann Dos Santos getting herself out to deadmans and throwing herself over the ledge on some of the biggest waves of the day.
Huh.
Had a horrific wipeout out there. There's this horrible step at the trough of the wave, and she negotiated that, wiped out, board broke, got wrapped around a rock. She had to get her leash off. She got swept across the inside, which is right in front of the cliffs there, past Winky Pop and Ferry Bower, and yeah, went and got another board and went back out there.
That is really cool.
Yeah, check it out online if you get the opportunity. Have a look at her Instagram and you'll see just how much just bravado she showed out there. Amazing.
Yeah, because I mean, I haven't surfed that section of the wave since Batty Treloar talked me into going over there in 1974 without a leg rope.
What were you thinking, Batty? The late great Batty Treloar.
Oh yeah, he said, "Come over here." This is, and I went, "Yeah, man, I'll surf with Batty."
You can't say no to Batty.
No.
Oh, he was a Manly legend. Ended up, of course, settling up the coast at Angari, but you know, super celebrated surfer in this area, and a die-hard Manly Sea Eagles fan as well.
Well, it was, you know, back in the day when I first got to know him, it was Goody and Batty. There's Ian Goodacre and David Batty Treloar. It was Goody and Batty from, you know, from Manly, or was it North Stein? I mean, which part of the Manly were they? You know, I better be careful.
Oh, yeah,
here.
you don't want to get that wrong, mate. Just on 23 minutes remaining here. Solid start for Moana Jones-Wong out in front straight away, 5.83 for her. And DeSantos with a 6. Yet to see the other competitors lock in any scores of substance just yet. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with True.
Congratulations on taking that heat out, Kiala. Unfortunately, at Snapper, you didn't have a great run. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to Snapper. I unfortunately got sick before that, and I was sick for a really long time, and I was just stoked to recover before coming here.
And you locked in a 717. Let's talk about that wave. Run me through it. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was just trying to pick up like any of the corners. There's a lot of like peaks, so I was just kind of eyeing down some corners.
And the conditions are really different from here compared to what Snapper was. I saw you free surfing a lot there. How do you kind of change your mindset as well as your equipment coming into this event?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had a good rhythm here in Manly, so I was really stoked coming down here and getting a few heats in here.
Amazing. And would you like to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my friends and family, my boyfriend, of course. Love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, True. Yeah, Kiala's been super strong through the opening 2 rounds. Great backhand approach. Looking forward to seeing how far she can go through this contest. As she said, she unfortunately wasn't able to perform up there at the first stop of the Challenger Series, so she's really aiming up to make up for that at this venue. But out there in the lineup now, Moana Jones Wong just staying busy and backing up that 5.83, just a 2.93 in the early stages here, but well placed. Zoe McDougall out there, great surfer bugs, and we're waiting for her to put in a decent score.
Yeah, really impressed with Zoe in the first round.
Really tough conditions today, but we've been talking about the small wave prowess of these surfers. I mean, they were great up at Snapper Rocks in head high, sometimes, you know, almost double overhead conditions, really clean, long running waves that provided plenty of push and power, but generating their own speed here at North Stain, they've been doing an extremely great job. And yeah, I think as we move towards those head-to-head heats, the performances will only get better and bigger.
Yeah, well, they're really converging now because, you know, we started with 64 top-class surfers. The round of 32 was really solid, and here we are in the round of 16, and out of this we will go to one-on-one surfing, and that's going to be really, we're going to see the top seeds coming against the challengers.
Well, all the competitors, I feel like, you know, obviously got back into the competitive mindset through the later stages of the last year, those surfers attacking the Challenger Series. But the big break, the pandemic, provided a few competitors the opportunity to get away from competition for a bit. And for Zoe McDougall, it was a welcome break. She spent a lot of time in Indonesia. We talked a little bit about that on the Gold Coast. Her dad, Bobby, real core traveller, and him and his mates spent a lot of time exploring the Indonesian archipelago, looking for waves, and even stumbled upon Desert Point.
Oh, what a stumble.
So yeah, there was a cool little return, nice little departure from, you know, life on the road, the usual road for Zoe McDougall, chasing results on the qualifying series and the Challenger Series, to get over there and work on a film project, Never Have I Ever, which was put together by Willie Kessel, great photographer. As we see there, Zoe just trying to get things started. Good sized wave there.
Yeah, she got a big one there, and it just reeled off a bit too quickly. And here's another one. This one's just got one manoeuvre in it, but no go for Rena.
Yeah, so it's going to be the same situation for Zoe and Rena out there. They're going to be looking for those rides. As Anta Santos, who impressed in the first round, gets herself another wave. And listen to the hometown support that she's got here. They are getting right behind her. There's not much of her, Bugs, so the small waves, you know, she doesn't need a whole lot of push from these rides to get going. She's only 5'4".
Yeah, she really likes to get aboard above the lip line, though. This is just one manoeuvre, but it's a nice clean one. Really aboard right up there above that lip line, and she handles it super well. Nothing left to nothing more to go on that one.
20 years of age, and you know, like a lot of competitors in this Challenger Series coming from the different qualifying series regions, or even getting the call up with some space in the draw. We're getting our first look at a lot of them, and De Santos, I like the technique. I like just the positioning of the body when she's midway through those turns. Great control.
And I think that's the big point here, because, you know, you touched on the fact that look, we all know what's happened in the last 2 years. There's been a massive global shutdown, and we came out to play a little bit last year. But this is the first full season, and as it starts to unfold, we are seeing the leading edge of a whole new generation. We've seen little snippets of them in their posts, but now we're seeing them coming together in action, and they're really amazing.
Moana Jones-Wong just trying to get rid of that 2.93. The 23-year-old who, you know, just was so sweet and just so elated after the victory at Pipe. But she's got this fiery competitor within as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the fact that she took Pipe on like she does, and, you know, she was coming from back, you know, backdooring the looping section of Pipeline. She's just got so many good waves in that tournament, and particularly in the semi and the final. She's just outstanding, and I mean, I could see the competitive fire in her right then. It wasn't just the fact that she surfs a bit of Pipeline. She was competitive.
Just I think the comfort factor for me in the takeoff. You know, it's like we've seen from, you know, the greats there over the years, Ronnie Burns and Derek Ho on the, you know, other goofy footers who almost fall into the wave on their toe side rail, but are just comfortable in that weightlessness, and they know that at some point the board's going to kind of grab, and she did that a number of times on big size sets.
And the thing about Pipeline as opposed to Chopu is that, you know, Chopu, you kind of tend to take off underneath the lip, and I mean, which is gnarly in itself. Pipeline, you've got to paddle over the ledge. And as you said, that a lot of the great goofy footers go over on hanging by their toes, but they make it look so easy, and they just land, you know, they really do trust in the board landing, but it just takes a lot of courage to go over that ledge. From, you know, even on like an 8-foot day, an 8-foot Pipeline wave's a lot bigger than a wave everywhere else. It's a long way down.
Well, just over 15 minutes to go, and we're seeing Moana's small wave game here at Manly Beach. It's been impressive so far. She didn't improve her situation with that last ride, but she's still sitting in second spot at the moment. And De Santos is out in front. Right now, though, we're going to hear from Kuiper.
Well, it's not like I need an introduction here. Nikki Van Dyke, new ambassador for Bonsoy. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I just signed with Bonsoy. Yeah, I'm such a genuine fan. I drink Bonsoy. I have for many years now, so I'm stoked to be a part of the team. And yeah, tomorrow morning we're going to take some Grom surfing with Julian and I. So yeah, it's been awesome so far. I'm stoked to be a part of it all.
So tomorrow morning's a soft up session?
Yep, tomorrow morning down here at Manly, soft up session for all the Groms. And Julian and I will take you all through a session and we'll give you some coaching and tips. And yeah, it's going to be a lovely morning.
You're going to have a busy day tomorrow because you're in the first heat of the day tomorrow, potentially, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be the case. Your thoughts on that first heat?
Yes, I'll be first heat tomorrow morning, which I'm really looking forward to. It's yeah, I'm just loving being back, and I've been out with injury for a couple of months now, so it's just nice to be back and making some heats, and yeah, it's just good to be back here in Australia as well, and having internationals here and competing. So yeah, it's been a long time since we had all our international friends here, so I'm stoked.
You're definitely back. I mean, 5th place finish. You already got to keep a result on the Goldie. Your plans for the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I know. I was pleasantly surprised. I've had a pretty long rehab journey the last probably 6 months or so, so it feels really good to be back. And also just kind of, I think when you have an injury, it makes you, appreciate it from a whole new level. And yeah, I'm just enjoying it and appreciating it on a whole new way. So enjoying that process, and yeah, I'm just kind of keen to keep it going and just keep making heats.
Thank you for your time, Nikki Van Dyke.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Nikki Van Dyke, a two-time winner here at Manly Beach. And I hope they got a lot of those softboards down there tomorrow, because I know, being from the Northern Beaches myself, there is going to be so many kids down there now that we've made that announcement, because Julian Wilson, a big draw card as well. And yeah, I know that's going to be a lot of fun. Bonsai have been heavily involved in the events the last couple of years, and they bring a lot of fun to it. Bonsai Man is going to be down there too, Bugs. A real character, that bloke.
What time are we scheduled on?
Oh, we'll be down there, mate.
I was going to say, I'm not missing out on that. Sign me up.
Yeah, it'll be fun, mate. 12.5 minutes to go. Moana Jones Wong back in front now. That last ride came through at a 5.17. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Back with more in just a moment.
Here on the Northern Beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Morgan Siblick, just, you know, one of a cast of over 100 competitors enjoying their time down here at Manly Beach and Sydney. The city's got a lot to offer as well. Bugs, you've been going out every night in the city, hitting the clubs. How's it been?
Well, I've been going down the Corso, you know, selecting a whole bunch of different restaurants. Found a really good Japanese one last night, so that's really enjoyable. After a day working with you, Ronnie, I want to have some Japanese food and go into like a Buddhist monk into silence.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, mate. I'll give you some reprieve. But just a couple of heats to go here. Just over 10 minutes remaining. And Moana Jones Wong, she moved into the lead just before the break. She had a 5.17. And DeSantos hanging on to that second position at the moment. Wants to get rid of the 3.73. Zoe McDougall got a 4.83. Needs it just around a 5-point ride to get herself up into the top two. Rena's back in fourth place at the moment. And she is after a 7.09 now, because Zoe McDougall got a wave during the break, got herself a 5.03. Zoe's had some big results, a couple of QS victories in the past, but she needs to make inroads on the Challenger Series. Last year she finished 39th. Her best result was the 17th. And she's 22 years of age, the surfer from Sunset Beach, and you know, it's time for her to start making this climb towards qualification.
She's certainly got the power in her surfing to really make it at this level for sure. I mean, she wouldn't look out of place. But I think she needs probably a little bit more maturing for the CT level, but certainly got the power.
Yeah, I think, you know, any time you can look at a competitor's history and see if they've been gifted a wild card opportunity, either sponsors or have seen the potential in your surfing, or you've given yourself an opportunity by, you know, rising to the highest level in your region. And Zoe McDougall's been able to do that in the past, competing as a wild card over there on Maui in 2018, losing out to Tatiana Weston-Webb. But yeah, it's always you know, something that must remind these competitors that, you know, the belief is there in their talent.
That's right. I mean, there's no better metric measure than competing, you know, say at Honolulu Bay against the best in the world and getting a feel of where you're at and what you need to do. But certainly, well, she's moved up into second place in this heat. So Anne DeSantos now under a bit of pressure, Ronnie. She's got priority. She's got priority. She only needs a not much.
Yeah, just a 3.86. So it's not a bad position to be in. She's got the single highest score of this heat. So that just means that even the lead is going to be well within reach for Anne DeSantos. Ren is the competitor that's actually got to get something happening soon to narrow the requirement or obviously do something truly mind-blowing to get herself an excellent score and jump into that top 2. When I think about this Challenger Series, Bugs, the 8 stops, your best 5 results counting, and just the level of talent that's in the mix, including this competitor coming up in the next heat, Teresa Bombalot, and just how strong she is. You know, 5 spots is what these competitors are after. There's 5 places on the championship tour for next year from the Challenger Series. It's going to be a very difficult task, and you know, CT level surfers are going to fall short.
It's threading the eye of the needle, and they're really all coming together. You know, the ones that fall out of the CT, the ones that are on the ascent on their WSL pathway, and the journey women, those that have been there for quite a while at this level.
We've spoken about how that we like the new format. You know, it's a very clear pathway to the championship tour. What we haven't touched on too much is we see here Anne DeSantos going after that second place. She needs a 3.86. That's probably not going to do it.
No.
Maybe down the end here we're going to see Zoe McDougall up. She has a look. What I was going to say is it used to be that, you know, those surfers on the championship tour, sometimes they do the double duty and get back on the QS. That was a very difficult thing to do as well. So many events, chasing contests all over the world, CT one moment, qualifying series event the next. Now you surf those first 5 events and you get back on the Challenger Series. You're not being overtaken by competitors who aren't surfing against world champs like you are if you're on the championship tour. So if you fall to the back end of the CT rankings, you're turning up to CT events all year competing against world champions. And, you know, in some aspects, I thought that was a bit rough on those competitors because they were being overtaken or replaced by surfers who were campaigning on the QS, on the Challengers, that hadn't taken on the world champs. They were competing against one another to take your spot from you. So now it's really fair. You want the spot on the CT, you've got to beat surfers that have been there.
No, that's a really good perspective on the picture, Ronnie. So, you know, as brutal as the cut is, at least you know where you are. You know where you are for the rest of the year, because it's true. There was a lot of surfers, unless you're really ensconced in that big 5, 6, 7 in the world, you are hedging your bets. You are chasing both tours, and you know, there's a burnout factor, and you didn't quite know where you stood. And you're right about that other point, going the back enders. They're seated to surf against the top. They're just getting battered, while others haven't had to do that.
Exactly. Yeah. The example is Molly Picklum is having to surf against someone like Tyler Wright in the opening rounds of CT competitions. And in the old format, she was being overtaken or replaced by surfers on the QS that hadn't faced as big a challenge. So now it's very even. And we're seeing now some really close battles unfold through these earlier rounds. Zoe McDougall has pushed Anne DeSantos back into that 3rd position. She's got a score on the way. We'll see if it goes into a top 2. But let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap. It was a great start for the local.
Yeah, she really got going here. Anne DeSantos, she finds herself in 3rd place, but this was her opening wave, and it got a 6. It's still the high point of the heat so far.
Moana Jones-Wong's look really just energetic and fiery on her road to her numbers throughout the contest.
Yeah, I like that ride there. She really made the most of it. Only one manoeuvre on this one. Oh, she gets around this section. And that was super cool how she pulled that off, and that got her the 5.17. And Zoe sitting in second place, that was her 5.03.
Back to live action now, just over 3 minutes to go. Moana Jones-Wong looking to get rid of a 5.17. Wants to just make it very clear that she's got the completion there. Even thinking about making the link through to the shore break. But she heads back out with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, with this tide running out too, there's going to be a lot of walled sections. You know, you've got to look for those corners. Look for the ones that you're going to get two strong manoeuvres is what you're looking for to get above the 5 mark.
Matsunaga is currently in a lot of danger of falling out of the mix here. She needs to make this wave count. Hits that first section, the wave standing up, gets the little floating backside re-entry done, but I wouldn't call that complete.
No, she didn't surf out of that.
So really, I've got my focus on Anta Santos. She's already proven that she's capable of getting those big scores. She doesn't really need a big number. Zoe McDougall's got to be a little anxious here at the moment for sure.
Yeah, well, Anne's got priority and Zoe's got second priority, and that's the big critical factor as we wind down under the 2-minute mark. So Rena, as you said, yeah, she's in a bit of strife because she's going to have to do it in one go. 7.09, they're not easy to find.
Well, there's just been, you know, there's a lot of little waves rolling through, but some of it's just wind slop, and they're, you know, you're still looking for something with some energy in it to turn in a 3.86. You don't need much, but you do need to get at least one decent turn done. A combination will certainly help your chances. Anta Santos probably starting to get a little desperate here at the moment. Just over a minute remaining. Looks like we might have some energy rolling our way.
Yeah, this is good. Looks like it's got a little bit of a peel factor, but she didn't like the look of that one. No, it just sort of goes under, doesn't peak up. You need one to kind of lift up and give you that little shoot, a little run into it, where you get that down the line float, and then the big closeout.
You've been in this situation so many times, Bugs. The clock's winding down. You need a score, and you know it's not a big score.
No,
it must be stressful.
You're kind of willing it into existence, and this could be it.
Well, good looking wave. First turn's okay. Gets the board back up there, trying to hang on for a bit more, but the wave fades away into deep water.
Yeah, you'd have to be.
Oh,
she's claiming something.
She forgot to claim it while she was on her feet. But, you know, I'm not that convinced. Moana Jones-Wong, she's finishing strong here. There was some nerves on show from Anta Santos at the end here.
Now, that would have got it. The Moana's wave would have got it.
Oh, and Zoe McDougall's up again. And a couple of good hits there from Zoe.
Yeah.
I'll be pretty reluctant to say that Anta Santos is going to get herself the #2 spot here at the moment.
Well, we don't know what Zoe did on the outside, but she certainly finished with a clean manoeuvre. She might have got a bit more on that one too, Ron, but Moana's totally safe. She's going to add to a score.
Let's have a look at it. So she had a decent little wall here.
Yeah, she tried to do 2 quick manoeuvres in the space of 1. Yeah, she gets 2 manoeuvres in. See, right there, Zoe outpointed her on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. Anta Santos waiting on the numbers to come through. I think she had the right strategy. Get 2 moves in, combo something up. Unfortunately for her, she kind of got a little stuck on that first move, and it took away from the flow of the combination and also limited what speed she had for the end section.
Yeah, no, Zoe ended up winning, going away. She got a higher score. She got another score in the 5s.
So Moana Jones-Wong with the victory. Zoe moving through in second position. Just one more heat to come this afternoon, and it is an absolute beauty. We'll see you in just a moment. Moving through the round of 32, we're going to get these first 4 heats done. This will be the last heat of the day. Manami Nonaka of Japan will be out there in the red. Teresa Bombalot of Portugal in the blue. Sarah Baum, the South African, who's been living on the east coast of Australia up in the Newcastle area for about 4 years now. She is in the white. And Molly Picklum, who dropped huge numbers on us in the previous round, is out there in the green. Should be a good clash, a spot in the round of 16 up for grabs. And for the women, they'll go into head-to-head competition when we complete the round of 32. And already some head-to-head matchups taking shape in that round of 16. But here we go. Teresa's going to get things started quickly here. A very accomplished surfer. The top seed coming from the European region. And she's going to be hard to stop here. 22 years of age from Cascais. And this is Manami Nonaka. I've been pretty impressed with her compact style.
Yeah.
Has had some good turns already. Looks like she's got a bit of a Carissa Moore style board spray there for some inspiration.
Yeah. Yeah, Carissa's a big inspiration to... She'd be a big inspiration to all of them.
She's a big inspiration to me, Bugs.
Yeah, same here. She's amazing.
And last time she was down here in Manly, she won the contest. That was back in 2020. Let's see the replay here of the young Japanese competitor. Nice hit in the opening round. She was getting that board vertical. Had some great turns. But this is a fantastic heat. You've got Teresa, pretty well established, high achiever. 2 wins on the regional qualifying series to come in as the #1 seed. Had 3 wildcard opportunities over there in Portugal in the Championship Tour event there. Last year on the Challenger Series, though, she had a pretty tough run. Finished 22nd overall. Couple of ninths through that European leg. Got her to that position, but she's capable of much more. It was a big year for her, though, Bugs. I think for a lot of the surfers that competed at the Olympics, a bit of their focus was taken away from the Challenger Series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, gosh, that was a massive, massive commitment and also a massive focus and such an exciting thing, surfing making its debut in the Olympics. Imagine being, you know, in that maiden crew that broke the ice for surfing.
Molly Picklum clicked into gear over there at that last stop at Margaret River to just get herself ready, I think, performance-wise, to tackle this Challenger Series. She did fall below the cut line, but she did some great surfing over there and has continued that momentum through the Challenger Series. Stop 1, getting 2nd, and so far in this event, one of the highest scoring surfers of the men's and women's contest. 24.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look and see what Molly can do on the forehand. This wave fading away. We'll hear from the winner of the last heat.
Great heat, Moana. You're moving on through the next round. How are you feeling? Will your heat strategy change coming through to a 3-person round?
Oh, I didn't know it was 3-person rounds, but yeah, I'm super excited, and I think I'm just going to keep doing the same thing because it's kind of working for now, so yeah, I'm excited.
And is Matt Benrove's given you many tips and spots of where to sit out there? It's a really tricky lineup, so any local knowledge you can get, are you just soaking it in?
Yeah, I'm soaking everything in. I'm like, go up to people after the heats. I'm like, oh, what'd you guys do? Like, what do you think I should do? I'm just asking everybody.
And moving on through the rest of the year, you know, have you got many goals coming through? You won pipe, so are you looking for that CT qualification?
Yeah, that's always been a dream. That'd be really cool if that happens, but I'm just like not going to get ahead of myself and just enjoy everything and take it one day at a time.
Congratulations on the heat win. I'm sure you want to say hi to some friends back home.
Yeah, I think my family's watching, so hi everybody. I miss you guys.
Thank you, True. Starting down there with Moana Jones Wong, and yeah, her family must be just out of this world proud. Her role through this contest has been super impressive, Bugs. She's kind of established herself as one of the surfers to beat.
I think so, and like she's really making good use of what is pretty atrocious conditions. So it's a far cry from surfing on the North Shore.
Yeah, definitely. But the attitude's just been spot on in her performances. You know, you've seen it. There's a real energy and I think determination in the way she's competing at the moment.
Well, on that very first wave, she came out of the gates with just hunger on the waves. She tried to milk every section, but she hit her marks. So she really just, there was no in between. She just did some really good turns. The way she finished the waves was just really solid with high speed, good timing, and she just got those extra. She kind of, if she had to squeeze it in, she would, but her timing was good. She didn't force it. She didn't try to squeeze extra maneuvers in. I thought it was a pretty, considering the conditions, I thought she did very, very well.
Manami, they're just kicking out of that one. Didn't like what she saw down the line. Teresa's got an opportunity here to increase her lead. Nice turn there.
Gosh, that's
just a one move, but what great extension.
That's an amazing first manoeuvre and one and only manoeuvre. And that's what they've got to be thinking too. These waves, as the tide goes out, there's not a lot of corners out there. It might be just one outrageous manoeuvre could get you a 6-point ride. This is a beauty. The board looks great under her feet. Really loose, but very positive.
What I'm talking about with that extension is just getting to this point, not just pivoting on the turn, but really extending that back leg out, pushing the fins free.
Yeah.
I think it'll score pretty well. It was just a one move. She had a 4.33 on her previous ride. I think that'll be better.
Oh, I think it's going to be around the 6 mark. Just for one manoeuvre. I mean, this is what, throughout this tournament, the judges have rewarded one big manoeuvre, as long as it's done clean. And as you said, not just the manoeuvre, but actually pivoting and carving out of it and, doing some, like, flaring. 5, 6, 7. There you go.
Oh, Bugs, you're on. You're back, mate.
Oh, gosh. After this morning, no.
A couple of judges through the sixes at it. 5.67. She'd be happy with that. 4.33. She's out in front. She's setting the pace here. Molly Picklum has dropped some big numbers already here at Manly Beach. 9.27 in the opening round, but hasn't got it going just yet. She is in second place, but I think she'll be expecting a lot of herself after that unbelievable first round performance.
Yeah, well, things have deteriorated. So, she's only carrying a couple of low scores, so first place is looking pretty solid at this point, but
obviously really talented, great surfers and smart competitors will always hold an edge, Bugs. But how does the playing field that we're presented with today even up the surfers in the lineup?
Well, it evens up because it's very easy to be in the wrong place. I mean, you could just be down the beach and a wider one comes with a corner and you get a long ride with a big section, and someone who is sort of unfancied, someone who you haven't got your eye on as being a contender, takes first place.
Molly Picklum up, generating some speed for this section. Nice stabbing turn. Probably not quite as sharp as what we saw from Teresa, but still a solid closeout hit. So it might be a better number than she's hanging on to at the moment.
Yeah, I would think it's somewhere between her score there and Teresa. Maybe for Molly, maybe a 4.87.
Bonvalot, she's out in front, hanging on the lead, trying to get rid of a 4.33. Here it is again.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's not as big a wave. I'd say it's just in that high 4 range, but maybe might get a 5, but I'd be surprised.
Minami is up at the moment, and the best she's been able to achieve out there at the moment is a 3.
Yeah, I think the pattern's been set in this heat. I think it's the big moves on the outside. I don't think a grovel to the beach and trying to eke out some milking a wave all the way is going to work against the approach of Teresa or Molly.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's just it's the only place where you can get a critical turn done at the moment. The shore break isn't factoring in as much right now as it had through the opening round of competition for the women. It was, quite a gutter through that rip bowl. This is a completely different bank, and it's offering up a different, or requiring a different approach.
Well, you think about all the way back to, say, David Silver's heat. towards the end of the men's round, there was water. There was still enough water on that bank to actually carry you through and get some meaningful points on the shorey. That's just not available now, so it's all outside. I'm sure Teresa was going out gunning for that sort of approach. As we see her up and riding again, a smaller wave, but maybe she'll get 2 manoeuvres on this. Yes. Oh gosh, it's such clean surfing. She's really showing that she's going to be a threat in this event. She continues surfing with that brand of high velocity, above the lip, clean, crisp.
Yeah, well, I guess she's one of those competitors that, you know, has the experience in contests of this magnitude. You think about it, the CT appearances. I mean, she was at the press conference up there on the Gold Coast for the Boost Mobile Pro, and the way she spoke just had me thinking, you know, she's on a mission this year. That was a great combo. Well, solid scores are rolling through. Molly Picklum had a big number, though. She got herself a 7.33 for that hit. Yeah, that's really kind of blowing me out of the park as a judge, because I was really wrong on that. That's the wrongest I've been, like, throughout this tournament, Ronnie. I'm back to the QS. Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher. You know, the angle that we watched that manoeuvre might not have been as straight on as what the judges saw it. It was good. It was really good. Definitely had that kick on the tail. Maybe we just didn't see as much of that release on that angle as what we saw from Teresa's. I'm blaming the angle. Must be it. So just under 16 minutes to go here, and Teresa's actually just dropped a 7.03 for a nice combination. So there was definitely something in Molly's turn that they loved. But Molly's going to have to lock in a 5.37 now to get herself into the lead. Sarah Barnes, she's been quiet in this heat, but the South African veteran is such a great surfer. I really love her approach, goofy foot up, just incredible flow and style. I felt like she was going to do something special at Snapper Rocks. It's great to see her get the call up to compete in another Challenger Series event here. But she can't get left behind. She's got, you know, two of the toughest competitors out there, two really talented surfers, and she's got to remind them that, you know, she's got the experience and she's got the kind of moves that can match it with them. Oh, here we go. Well, Nanaka, she's picked off a nice little running right-hander here. Yeah, well, she milked it, so I'm getting caught out all over the place here. Look at the time that Sarah has off the bottom. She's got that great approach that never looks too rushed. Yeah. And here she is on the forehand. Nice hit there. So, I mean, from what we've seen from Molly Picklum and Teresa, that should still be a pretty reasonable score for that move. Yeah, and that was an aggressive approach too. And yeah, I mean, we know she's got some big moves. She's been, like, very quiet in this heat, but she's come alive now. So this heat's getting pretty interesting, Bugs, because you were spot on. There was not a big shift in the trend, because there has been some good individual turns well rewarded today, but there's been a bit of a deviation from the multiple moves on those smaller rides. They're just not getting the surfers any scores of substance, as we see Teresa again throwing everything at that closeout. So just on 13 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And Teresa's out in front. Molly Picklum not too far behind. Sarah Barnes with a score on the way. And we'll see where that takes her in just a moment.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the show. Just under 12 minutes remaining. Things getting very close out there in the lineup between four incredible surfers. Teresa Bombalot, the surfer from Portugal, hanging on to the lead at the moment, 7.03, 6.23. Teresa and Molly have been throwing the big individual turns to earn their numbers. Molly needs a 5.93 to jump up into the lead, but Sarah Baum getting herself a 4.47 on her last ride, but it's not going to count for much. Here she is again. Can she find a two-turn combo here? Nice float to get started. This wave has a good pace to it. Already 3 turns. Looking for more on the inside. Whipping off the top. Needs to get more critical to finish this one. And she'll do it. Swinging that tail. That feels good, because she actually did a decent turn on her last ride. Only got a 4.47. So, you know, a big point spread between what she was able to achieve with a single turn and what Molly Picklum and Teresa dropped earlier on. So those multiple moves on a decent sized wave should serve Sarah well.
Where did that come from, that wave? We've seen nothing like that for ages.
Yeah,
like
that one just lined up perfectly.
Seems like she's surfing a different bank, but what she did, she connected 2 banks. That wave had a body through the gutter that held up and gave her room to move on.
I don't think it had the dynamite that we saw from Molly Picklum, Teresa, but every turn was smooth. It wasn't like they were small turns, and she had great flow. She's turned into 7. She's still in 3rd spot, but now only needs a 5.21 to get herself up into 2nd place. 10 minutes remaining here, and looking forward to seeing the replay. I was talking up the flow that Sarah has in her surf and that great style. You know, I felt there might have been opportunities to dig in a little harder on a couple of those opening manoeuvres, but I think she knew she was on a special kind of wave then. She could see it unfolding down the line, and she just wanted to surf it well, start to finish. Here goes the young Japanese competitor, Nanaka. She's had some solid turns on a road to this point in the contest, but she needs more at the moment. She's after a 7.7 to jump up into 2nd place. Here's the replay of Sarah's ride.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a completely different looking wave to everything we've seen in the last 2 hours. And this wave here, you think it's going to start groveling? No, these are solid turns. And she knows she's got to finish, and she does it well. So she's in with a shot here, and she's shown she's a dangerous competitor.
I just have so much appreciation for someone in these kind of conditions, with that kind of pressure, to still be able to stand on the back foot, size up the face of the wave and pick the right turn for each section instead of racing ahead of it and going looking for that high impact move and kind of losing that composure. That was just clean surfing. You know, if you got a wave like that out there today and surfed it that well, you know, you'd be pretty thrilled.
It was a well-constructed wave, and here she is again. She's come alive in this heat, but she's just out of that one. But she'd be sort of getting, maybe rattling a few nerves out there now that she's knocking on the door.
Yeah, well, Molly's hanging on to a 4.87. So she'll want to get rid of that. She's looking for the update from the onside announcer here with 8 minutes to go. See some great surfing from the women here today, but seen some amazing performances throughout the history of competitive surfing on the northern beaches. But I want to just get your thoughts, Bugs. The best surfing you've seen from a woman on a surfboard on the northern beaches. Go.
Okay, let's see now. Well, I'd have to say, you know, I tell you what, I mean, okay, it's very difficult to compare eras, but I've got to say I've saw some wonderful surfing by Pam Burridge. You know, back in the day. You know, she was so fluent and so beautiful in her surfing. She was like a Wayne Lynch style surfer to me. You know,
such a core surfer, and still surfs every day. Runs her own surf school down there on the south coast. But yeah, I'm with you. I worked at Tracks magazine for about 7 years, and they had the incredible black and white photo print archives, and every surfer, yourself included, who featured on plenty of Tracks magazine covers, had their own envelope of just black and white prints, and Pam's was amazing. Her surfing, frozen, captured in the stills imagery, was just so pretty on the eye. Just like this surfing from Teresa. What a performance on that ride. Loved the way she threw the board vertical, climbing over that final section, trying to get rid of a 6.23 to increase her lead here. That'd make Pam Burridge proud.
I'd like to see Teresa at Desert Point. But yeah, like, no, Pam, see, and that's what I mean. It's hard to compare eras, but just in amazing surfing, you know, for the era that, you know, Pam was, she was the queen of surfing in Australia for a long time.
Yeah, there really, you know, wasn't that many women in the lineup as Pam was coming through as a youngster. So, you know, I know she was a popular surfer, but you know, she still had to fight for her opportunities to get quality rides out here. And I think after a while, she was sending surfers in. Come on, out of the way. Waiting for this number to roll through for Teresa. I'm pretty interested to see where they go with this one. So much flair at the end of that last ride. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. I'm guessing Molly Picklam's going to be, you know, feeling the heat here at the moment, because Sarah's charging towards the back end of this heat. She only needs a 5.21. Manami, she's not out of it, but you know, the best she's managed is a 5.13, so she's got a bit more work to do to get herself up into that top two, and you kind of just feel like Molly or Sarah are going to improve on their situation. So I think the Japanese competitors got a bit more work to do.
Well, she did that though on one really good vertical move on basically a class, the only thing that's offered in front of her, and she's got it. She's capable of some big moves.
Just under 5 minutes to go here. 6.1 Teresa scored for that last ride. You know, it was brilliant small wave surfing, but her other numbers, they were collected on that outer section, getting the big turn done on the outside. The real money turn on that last ride came towards the end of the wave.
Be interested to see how Molly plays this. She's got priority. She's in the green singlet there. Now, Sarah is the one who's probably the most threatening by far. But I think Molly's still going, well, I can do better than that 4.87. So she seems like she's moving over now, though.
Yeah, what's the strategy when you've got that priority and getting closer to your rival?
Well, I mean, as I said, there's two different ways for her to go, because if a wave presents itself, it's one go, well, am I getting sold on this wave just to get out of the way and move the priority along and get you out of my hair? Or is this wave going to offer me a potential 6 and really make it a clear-cut thing?
Yeah, I think it's a smart decision to get close there, because she can play defense and offense at the same time. If she sees a wave that's got more than a 4.87 in it, she'll take it, because the requirement for Sarah Barham is the 5.28. So it's almost like she's taking that opportunity away from Sarah, who's up and riding at the moment. Has a clean flow through that first turn, swings that board around after a 5.21. Not done with this ride. Looking for more points on the inside. Might have the speed to make it through to the shore break, certainly giving it a good nudge. Well, that was unbelievable determination on show, and gets a final hit on the shore break. Just under 3 minutes to go. Has the South African done enough?
Gee, she's a powerful, fluent surfer.
Told you.
Yeah.
Man, the way she got through that dead water then was, you know, she was just so eager to get to that final move. She knew that she maybe wasn't there yet, and we've still got to wait to see what the judges think, but nice slice off the top, clean combination. one turn straight into the next.
I'm amazed by. I've never seen her. I haven't seen her surf before. And this amazes me how she's got this ability to get to this shore break like that, and she just maintains the composure.
We've seen no one get near the shore break in the last couple of heats. It just went so flat. And look at her working for it, working for that final opportunity on the inside.
Wait forward.
It wasn't just a put there.
No. She had to work, she had to wait for it, and then she adjusts, steps back on a board and nails a finish on the shorey, and then makes the appeal. Come on, she says.
I think she's riding one of Graham Smith's surfboards, Smith Shapes. I think I saw that logo on the board. And the numbers come through, and she's got the score, 5.53.
Jeez.
Unbelievable determination. Now the pressure's really on Molly Picklum. She needs a 5.2 in response to get herself back into the top 2 here. You know, she's hearing the score. She sort of shift her focus out the back.
You know, at the beginning of the heat, when you said, you know, talking about her, I thought she wasn't even going to feature.
She's starring. She's in a starring role at the moment, and a good chance to progress through this heat. We'll see what Molly can do as the Japanese competitor now goes looking for a 7.4. This wave already fading away. She needs a special kind of reform here on the inside to really chase down that score. She knows that's not going to be enough. So 45 seconds to go here. And Sarah's going to go get in the face of Molly Picklum here. Just really force the decision.
Well, I tell you what,
you love to see that.
South Africa has got a major contender here. This girl she's got something.
Well, like I said, she's super experienced, but look at her just right in front of Molly there. And that is just full mind games on show.
Wow.
That's huge. She doesn't have priority. Molly's the surfer who's got right away, and Sarah's just saying, that's right, 5.53. You need a 5.2.
There's a wave right here.
She's got to get up so quick right now.
7 seconds. It's 5 seconds. And she's going to get it.
Oh, she just gets up. Molly Picklum's got to chase down a 5.2 here. Has the section. Rips one off the top. Might need a little bit more. The comparisons will be made to what Sarah Barmer achieved on her ride. I think Sarah knows that she's got a great chance of surviving this round. Almost in celebration there as she went for the chop hop.
Yeah, I think she saw that that was a pretty weak, a weakening wave that Molly got. She didn't have the finish, and she's all smiles, so she knows she got it. That was some comeback.
I spoke to Sarah Barm up at Newcastle in the last regional qualifying series event, and she was heartbroken she didn't make the grade via the African QS events. They actually got cut short, and she didn't get the opportunity to chase down the results that she needed. So she had a goal to get back to Australia, compete at Newcastle, put on a great show to remind the WSL that she wanted opportunities in these Challenger Series events. I mean, we're waiting on Molly's score to come through too. So we're seeing the replay. She did get some work done on the outside bugs, but I don't know, I'm just not convinced.
Well, you've got to compare scores here.
Well, the number came through, 4.87, not enough, and Sarah hangs on. But yeah, I want to just finish that story. She wanted to get to Newcastle and put on a good show. She cracked the final, and it was such a strong statement. And what about that statement?
That was
huge.
A huge statement in a really gnarly heat.
Super impressive stuff. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere. We've got the WSL post show right around the corner.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Shannon Hughes, Richie Lovett. How good is the Challenger Series? 2 events in and another buzzer beater moment there. That last heat was amazing.
Oh, wild finish from Sarah Baum. So deserving and just incredible knowing it's been a weird year for her getting back into that qualification you and Rabbit were chatting about. She is on fire. I cannot wait to see her on the championship tour at the end of the year.
And sometimes that battle for second place kind of steals the
Yeah,
spotlight away from the surfer who actually performs for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been clutch, and these 4-man, 4-women heats have been so entertaining to watch. I was chatting to just a few of the spectators, and they were going, this is so exciting, and it's clutch, and I'm engaged with every single heat because we know that 2 people are going home after every single heat. It's
wild.
Oh, way to focus on the negatives, Rich. 2 people are also going through to the round of 16.
Yay. Exactly.
But anyway, let's hear from one of those surfers now. Teresa Bonvalon is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. You've waited all day long, last seat of the day, but that was a win, and you're into the round of 16. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels good. The waves are really hard, and just to find those little kind of lefts that run, it's nice. And yeah, last seat of the day, I woke up like really early, surfed in the morning, and had to wait all day, but it was worth it.
How do you maintain your focus throughout the day for that final heat and just that 30 minutes of focus?
It's actually hard. It's like such a thing like that happens so much during the day, and you feel like, okay, I want to get in the water, that little anxious, but I guess you just gotta wait. Like no matter what, you gotta wait. And I try to take the advantage to surf here alone for 30 minutes, even if it's not amazing. You're still by yourself with 3 other girls, and I mean, that doesn't happen that often, so I just try to make the most of it.
Great surfing. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Fantastic surfing. Thank you, Kaipo. Unbelievable, Teresa. She just looks so focused. I know she was disappointed last year after those 4 Challenger Series events. You just expect her to be on the CT at some point. She's such a great competitor.
Yeah, she's really just getting sharper and sharper. I think that she's grown a lot from that last season even. She's put all the time in behind the scenes, and I'm really seeing a difference in her surfing.
Let's dive into some of the best heats of the day. Heat 2, the round of 32, we had Hawaiian domination. Such strong performances. Kiala and Luana just looking just deadly. Such strong backhands.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Shannon. The Hawaiian force was on show in this heat, and they really dominated it. 3rd and 4th didn't really get a look in, and it was from great surfing. Look at that, just an aggressive snap off the top, but picking those really good waves, lefts and rights.
Can feel the intensity lifting in some of those big individual turns now, and the judges are starting to throw some bigger rewards at the competitors, which is only going to egg them on even more.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's those 2 surfers between Kiala and Luana there in that 1st and 2nd position that are able to get that connection. And even that downtime from 1st maneuver to 2nd is so important. They're the ones that are capitalizing on it, and they're getting into that double-digit heat total.
Yeah, so we're setting up the round of 16 for the women, and we're going to be moving into head-to-head competition. And it's taken shape, Rich. Some good matchups coming together. Mahina looked good earlier today as well.
Yeah, she did. She looked really good, and we were sort of just gorging on her post-heat interview and just getting a little insight into her mental status, you know, potentially giving the game away, thinking about it. But now she's back bigger and better than ever, and she's going to have to be on to take down Luana Silva because she is on an absolute heater at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that one. I'm having a great time watching Moana Jones-Wong and her run through this contest. We know what she can do in waves of consequence, but to see her come here and show just the unbelievable energy on the open face in tricky beach break conditions has been awesome. And I think everyone wants to see her on the CT now, just off the strength of that amazing event win.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's been really cool, too, to see that strength in her competitive surfing, her strategy surfing come through to get back-to-back wins out here in the Challenger Series and really challenging, conditions that are shifting all the time. It's been 2 impressive performances, and I'm so excited to see if she can continue on that roll.
She's really lucky to have Maddie Bemrose, too, in her corner. This is a guy that, just absolutely just hammered the beach breaks around this area through his childhood, a long-time QS journeyman. So, he knows what it takes to grind through the tough heats, and he'll have her well and truly set to tackle that round of 16.
Yeah, for sure. Matty Bemrose, he's a practical joker, but when it comes down to it, the coaching's a serious gig, and he gets right behind his athletes. And, Moana Jones-Wong, she's got a great heat against Sarah Baum here. That's going to be an amazing matchup. Different tactics, though. We're moving into woman-on-woman heats, so this is going to be a different affair. And we're going to have some great conditions, too. Although we've got this onshore stream, I feel like it's going to push a bit more swell in as it starts to straighten up from the east.
All right, well, the men's competition was really interesting today because, from the opening day of competition, you're sending some big names home, but they've continued to drop out of the draw. But some surfers that have been to the championship tour level are stepping things up. Michael Rodriguez wants to get back there, and he looks so sharp today. Deadly as.
Oh, Amrod, just some of the fastest surfing we saw in the entire day, and just have a look at this rapid-fire attack on the backhand. Just pinpoint accuracy and just finding those perfectly little pockety sort of waves, and very, very fast Felipe Toledo-esque type of an approach.
Unbelievable heat, this one, Shannon. You had Rio Ueda, Julian Wilson and Zeke Lau. That's unrivaled when I look on paper and think about the best heats of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly what Bugs was saying this morning. It really was that heat to pay close attention to, and Emrod walked out with an 8.33 early on, set himself up to then find that victory, and then for Rio to get the win for himself to sneak through in that second place position over Zeke Lau and over Julian Wilson. That is huge for the young Indonesian.
Yeah, the bookies would have probably had that one the other way when you look at the big names down who didn't progress through that one, Julian and Zeke. They would have expected to get through, but great to see Emrod and Ueda getting through there.
We know Zeke will campaign all year, but it'll be interesting to see what Julian Wilson does next. But here's what we can look forward to in the round of 24, Heat 2, Michael Rodriguez, Ramsey Boogie. He's looked so good, the Moroccan. And the Grom, Brody Sale, who had a fantastic performance today.
He was on fire. I think he's got that energy, that kind of unexpected. He doesn't have too much pressure sitting on him. He could walk through a heat like this and find victory, but it's really 2 extremely powerful surfers that have been throwing an insane amount of spray in these little beach break conditions that he's up against.
There's been some surfers, Rich, who have had to overcome some mental scar tissue when you think about how close they've gotten to qualifying for the championship tour. Jordan Lawler is one of those competitors. He got the call up as a replacement at Pipe and Sunset, had a couple of 33rds at those venues. I wondered how that would affect his run on the Challenger Series this year, but it doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all. In fact, I think it's helped.
Yeah, no, Geordie's got a new lease of life at the moment. He's really put in the work, and I mean that. He's been training super, super hard with Matt Cattle, putting the time in the water, putting the time into the gym, and the results of surfing like that, just big, above the lip style of surfing. But he's added this layer of power to his approach too, so he is ready to go.
Yeah, his turns look bigger, a lot bigger, and in small conditions, that's going to really work in your favour. Morgan, he's still keeping the dream alive here as well. William Cardoso and Ian Gentile bowing out in the round of 48. But yeah, it's going to set up some interesting matchups again in that round of 24. Geordie Lawler, Cade Matson, Maxime Husseneau, all surfers that are capable of going a long way through this draw.
Well, Maxime walked away with the semifinals of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, so he's coming in as actually the strongest surfer, but Geordie's won here in the past. So it's going to be the question, can Cade Matson take either of them out?
Yeah, I think Geordie Lawler's, if he can keep this flow going, he's going to be really hard to stop. He's been victorious here in the past as well. But let's have a look at the Boost Mobile wave of the day now. We saw a lot of incredible stuff, but this one was special for me. We already got a glimpse of it earlier on. Boost Mobile wave of the day is Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, Emrod just on the backhand, just attacking the lift, just so fast. I think he brought a new speed element to his approach today that was kind of unrivaled in terms of the speed. And just hammer time and feeling the confidence. He wants his position back on tour. Had a little hiatus, and you can just see he's oozing confidence right now.
Where did he go? He's so good, Michael Rodriguez. I can just see him in the CT draw, just, you know, worrying competitors with surfing like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one. I feel like we're saying this a lot, though. Deserves to be back on tour. Deserves to be on the tour. There's not that many spots. You know what I mean? So the point is, it's cutthroat and it's very, very competitive, and that's what the Challenger Series is delivering for us.
One thing's for sure: whoever gets there at the end of this Challenger Series is going to earn it in a big way. Let's dive into the top 5 moments of the day, starting with number 5, Cade Matson. Again, getting it done in the final stages. This kid's got something special, super confident. Love the flare out of the lip.
That small wave surfing from his, just so quick, really attacking, and for him to make it back while sitting with his back against the wall, to have to come out with solid performances in small waves. He did a great job, and his crew from San Clemente is all there to back it.
Yeah. Waving the stars and stripes down there at the moment. Number 4. One of the dark horses in the event, Thomas de Villers. He is from Guadeloupe. He's a big guy, 6'2", and he uses all that height, all that power to good effect out here, Rich.
Yeah, big guy, big surfing. And a bit of a surprise package, perhaps a little dark horse in the event. And we always seem to get a bit of a dark horse result. They make it all the way through. Can he go all the way to the final? I don't know much about this guy, but I'm learning quickly. He's going to be around for a while.
Coming in at number 3, it is Sarah Baum. What a moment for her, chasing down the score to get ahead of Molly Picklum, who was the standout performer on the women's side of the draw. This was incredible, the flow that she had and the determination here, Shannon, to make that last section.
Yeah, I think flow and power really describe what Sarah's surfing is all about, and for her to bring it through in a performance against the Grom in Molly Picklum. They surf against each other. They surf in the same lineup most days in that Newcastle area down to Avoca, and for Sarah to walk away with a win and then to sit tight on her in those final seconds, to not even let Molly have a moment to breathe, that was really smart surfing.
That was hectic and also very entertaining. Leonardo Fioravanti comes in at number 2, and he hung on against Tiago Camarão. He had a great performance in the contest, but couldn't get past the Italian.
Yeah, no, he's looking very, very polished, isn't he? And, well, past champion. Just going through the motions here, you feel like Leo's just automatically thinking that he's going to make it all the way through. And this is just part of the process. The fiery Italian just layering up a little bit here. Just happy with the result.
I think you kind of forgot Tiago was behind him, but the good sportsman came out. He turned around, said congratulations, and probably said thanks for pushing me to a big heat result. Coming in at number 1, Moana Jones Wong, looking unstoppable, loving the energy, loving the fire, and loving that big smile every time she hits the beach.
Oh, she just takes off. She has the biggest smile on every wave she catches. It's like Rachel Tilley on the longboard side. Neither of them can wipe a smile off when they're riding a wave, and that's the kind of energy that we want here. And I love that that's brought her through to that top moment of the day.
Yeah, getting through these earlier rounds and showing that kind of energy is one thing. It's only going to get more difficult as we move into those head-to-head heats, Rich. How do you like Moana's chances of overcoming some of the real favourites in this contest?
Seriously, I actually like her. I think she's got a good shot at it, especially if she brings that style of power and speed that she's done in these early rounds. I was really surprised, to be honest with you. You know, and I was guilty of thinking, oh, is she just the pipeline specialist? She silenced everybody, and it wasn't just a one hit. You know, she's here. She's the real deal. She's got that variety, and I think she will go deep in the event.
I think maybe what got us thinking that is after she had the win at Pipe at Sunset, she didn't have her best run, but with that performance at Sunset, there would have been so much pressure in the yellow jersey. You're a wild card. You're on top of the CT rankings. So kind of not surprised that she succumbed a little bit to that pressure, but this has been a big turnaround.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was a really challenging event to walk into, especially for any athlete, no matter the caliber, no matter how long they've been on tour. To back up a big result, to do it again is really difficult. So for her now, I think I've just been really impressed with the fact that we're seeing her competitive side start to come through in these Challenger Series heats, with multiple surfers having to make those strategic calls that's what can take her through an advancement over some of these stronger, more experienced surfers in the draw.
Most definitely. We've still got those 4 remaining heats of the women's round of 32 to get finished, but we do have competition on standby for the men. Also for our longboarders surfing in their first event in a 3-stop World Championship run. It's going to be awesome to see, but tune in bright and early because we will get competition underway. We'll see you then.
Looking forward to a great day down here at North Stain on Super Saturday.
Pretty similar size to yesterday, however, it's a little more broken up. I think we will see a few more one big manoeuvre options.
3, 2, and 1.
Stop number 2 of 8. It's time to move. Someone's going home with a lot of points and a fair bit of cash. Pressure's building, but some competitors rise to it.
45 seconds to go. This will be a shot at it. Amazing turnaround.
Blue, your last score was a 6.27.
And she has turned it in the final 3 minutes.
Dylan, he really doesn't look like he's injured at the moment. It's incredible to see him just surfing with that much speed and power.
Zeke Lau just going to the air down the beach.
Wow.
I'm thinking Emrod's going to be hard to beat.
He's throwing away 6s that Zeke and Julian would be loving to have.
Just gets the fins free.
.33, it was enough. It was enough.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.